Soundbooth Theater presents Rampage, Land of the Elementals, Book 1. Written by Oster. Narrated by Annie Ellicott. Featuring Justin Thomas James as Arbor and Silver, Jeff Hayes as Sylvester and Ramson, and Dorrie Sachs as Nina. Chapter 1. Arbor swung his axe into the tree with a resounding thud, the blade biting deep in the trunk and lodging there. He pulled the blade out with a grunt and swung again. Sweat beaded his brow as he worked, swinging the axe methodically until the tree came down with a splintering crack. Arbor left the axe in the tree stump, wiping his brow with a rag as he sat down, leaning against what was left of the tree. He leaned to the side and grabbed his water skin, taking a long draught. Keeping the water in the shade had kept it cool despite the heat of the day, and Arbor enjoyed the feeling of liquid running down his parched throat. It was a beautiful day. The sun shone brightly overhead, and he breathed in deeply, the scent of the forest around him relaxing him in a way that nothing else could. A breeze wafted through the clearing, rustling the treetops and making sunspots dance on the ground. It was always nice this time of year, and Arbor loved spending his days outside. In his mind, there was nothing like the peace and tranquility that came with being alone in the forest. It always made him feel small, but also as if he were part of something greater than himself. It was nearing the end of the summer. At least, that's what his mother had said. She said that the summer moon would only shine for another week or two before the dark moon came. The thought made him shudder, and a chill ran down his spine, despite the warm weather. He didn't know why, but the 4 months between the summer and winter moons always made him feel uneasy. He wasn't the only one, of course. 4 months when the night was so dark that you couldn't see a foot in any direction was quite disconcerting. The lack of a moon in those months gave rise to all sorts of superstitions. His mother said that the 4 months with no moon was the Almighty's way of reminding them to pray. Arbor didn't believe in that, but he just nodded whenever his mother talked about it. She was a hard woman to argue with. He looked at the pile of logs, grimacing. He knew that he was only halfway done for the day. He also knew that if he wanted the house ready by next week, he would have to get up off his lazy ass and put in the work. He got up, his muscles groaning in protest, and he stretched his arms back, trying to work out the stiff muscles. He put the stopper into the water skin and pulled the axe back out of the stump. He looked around for a moment before finding one of the trees he'd marked and headed over to it. He adjusted his grip and was about to take his first swing when he saw a deer wander into the clearing, not 5 yards from him. He stood stock still as the deer watched him calmly, its ears flicking slightly as it bent down to begin grazing. The tranquility was ruined instantaneously by the loud voice of his sister. "Arbor! Mother wants to know when you'll be home!" The deer bolted at the first sound of her voice, and Arbor sighed, setting his axe down again. Karya was 14, just 2 years away from adulthood, but he swore she still acted like a child sometimes. Despite his annoyance at having the tranquility of the forest ruined, he couldn't help but smile as she came into view. At just over 5 feet tall, she was a pretty young girl, with bright green eyes, a small nose and lips, and long brown hair falling in curls down her back. She had a small splash of freckles across her nose, and a mischievous smile that got her into trouble on more than one occasion.
"You don't need to yell, you know. It's very unbecoming of a proper young woman,"
Arbor said, laughing as she came running up to him and launching herself at him. She wrapped her arms around him and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Propriety can kiss my ass. I don't see any proper women here. Do you?" she asked, letting go of him and flashing him a grin. "You'll be gone in a few days and I'll never see you again. So I have to take every opportunity I have left to tease you." She ended her sentence with a faux pout on her face.
"First of all, language,"
Arbor scolded.
And secondly, I'm getting married, not moving across the kingdom.
He laughed.
The house is less than a mile from here. I bet that didn't even take you 10 minutes to walk over.
I know, she said, still pouting. It just feels like I'm losing you. You only seem to have time for Florin now. She wrinkled her nose when she said Florin's name, as if she had smelled something unpleasant.
Florin is a wonderful woman. You know I love her, but that doesn't mean that I love you any less.
Arbor said sternly.
And just because we'll no longer live under the same roof doesn't mean that I won't visit. I'll be over at least once a week.
Promise? Karya asked, looking up at him, her eyes watering.
Mother really has taught her well in the art of guilt-tripping.
Arbor thought to himself, suppressing a grin.
I promise,
he said, patting the top of her head.
Now, you can either help me chop down trees, or you can tell Mother that I'll be home before sunset.
Karya stuck her tongue out at him. Then, giggling, she ran towards the edge of the clearing. I'll let Mother know that you'll be back for dinner. I'm a proper young lady, remember? I'll leave the hard, sweaty labor to the big, strong men like you. Arbor sighed and shook his head as he watched her go. She had a serious mouth on her, but that was a problem for his parents to deal with. He picked up the axe and grimaced again. He still had a lot of work to do before night fell. Chapter 2. The sun was already beginning to set when Arbor felled his last tree. He tiredly slung the axe on his shoulder and headed down the path back to his house. Long shadows stretched out in front of him, and he could see the orange summer moon already rising. As he walked, he couldn't help but marvel at the colors in the sky. There were always beautiful sunsets in the summer, but this one was especially spectacular. Streaks of red, orange, and purple lit up the sky, and he almost tripped over a tree root as he walked. He laughed to himself and decided that keeping his eyes on the path ahead was probably a good idea. It got noticeably darker as the canopy overhead thickened as he walked, until he was squinting at the path ahead and stumbling every now and then as he made his way through the woods. His parents lived in a clearing, and he was only about a quarter-mile away, but the thick tree cover let in almost no light. Arbor sighed and resolved himself to bring a torch the next time he decided to work late. He stopped suddenly, his ears picking up a faint rustling in the undergrowth. He quickly turned around, scanning the nearby trees and trying to pierce the darkness. He kept looking, his heart racing as he imagined all sorts of wild beasts coming out of the darkness to attack him. There had been reports of some unusual activity in the area as of late, and he didn't want to be caught unawares. He stood motionless for a few more moments before letting his shoulders relax.
Must have been the wind,
he muttered as he started down the path again. Just a few yards from the path, a man dressed in black leather let out the breath he'd been holding. It wouldn't do to get caught so close to the operation, and his boss was not someone to trifle with. The man shivered at the thought of what would happen had he been spotted. Probably a swift death if he'd been lucky. A long, drawn-out one if he wasn't. He stood up slowly, backing into the brush, careful not to make any sound this time. As soon as he was back on the game trail behind the main path, he turned to head back to their camp. He had a report to make. A few minutes later, Arbor could see the faint flicker of torchlight coming from the clearing where his parents' house stood. With a sigh of relief, he left the forest and entered the clearing. He laughed at himself for getting so worked up and imagining wild beasts attacking him. It was considerably easier to do now that he was out of the surrounding forest.
I'm home!
He called out, opening the front door and coming into the entryway. Wait! Don't come in yet! He heard his mother cry frantically. Florin is here! Go back out and come around the other side! Arbor exited in a hurry when he heard that and walked around to the back entrance. It was a tradition as old as time in the settlement of Woods Clearing. A husband and wife-to-be could not see or speak to one another the week before their wedding. Arbor thought it was a stupid tradition, and he missed Florin dearly, as he had not seen her in the last 6 days.
Is she gone?
He asked as he cracked the back door open.
Wouldn't want to call the wrath of the gods down upon us for breaking tradition. Yes, she's gone, my boy.
He heard his father's deep voice call out in answer.
And there's no need for that snark. It's tradition.
He came in, hiding an eye roll, and headed into the dining room. His father and Karia were both sitting by the table. Karia was trying to hide a smile behind her hand, but was not doing a very good job of it.
You could have warned me that she was here.
Arbor grumbled as he sat down across from her. But what fun would that be? She asked, not even trying to hide her smile now. You should have seen her face when she heard you come in. She just about crept her dress. Karia said, now laughing so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes.
Language!
Both Arbor and his father yelled at the same time. Karia just waved her hand, continuing to laugh at his future wife's expense. I don't think I've seen someone go that red since the first time you two met. Karia was laughing so hard at that point that she started wheezing and trying to catch her breath.
I'm glad you thought it was so funny.
Arbor deadpanned.
That wasn't very nice of you, Karia,
his father said. But Arbor could see the corner of his mouth twitching. He heard the front door close, and a few seconds later, his mother came bustling in. Karen was a slightly plump woman standing at around 5.5 feet. She had sparkling green eyes and brown hair, now slightly graying at the temples. She was still beautiful, of course, and it was easy to see where Karia had gotten her looks, though where she'd gotten her sense of humor was still a mystery. Why did you come into the house? His mother placed her hands on her hips and stared at him with a disapproving glare. You knew that Florin was going to be here. You were supposed to knock first and then go around back so I could get her out.
How was I supposed to know? No one told me anything about this.
Arbor retorted. Karia told you. I sent her over earlier with a message. His mother returned just as loudly, then stopped. She looked from Arbor's outraged face to Karia, who was still laughing, and sighed. I suppose the next time I want an important message sent, I'll have to do it myself, she said, while shooting Karia a glare. Don't think you'll be getting away with this, young lady. I'll have to think up a suitable punishment for you. She turned back to Arbor then, her tone softening. Go wash up. Dinner will be ready soon, and you look filthy. I won't have that at the dinner table. With that, she bustled into the kitchen and started stirring a pot sitting on the stove. Arbor headed up into his room and closed the door. There was a small wooden bed frame with a straw-filled mattress on top. His sheets were most likely still hanging out on the line, as they weren't on his bed. He grabbed a chair and sat down heavily. Leaning down, he began unlacing his boots, wincing as he noticed the mud clinging to the bottom. His mother would give him an earful for tracking it through the house. Tugging them off, he placed them in a corner. Then he stripped down to his underclothes. He dropped the dirty clothes into a bin beside his bed, then grabbed a rough towel and a clean set of clothes. He opened the door to his room and headed to the washroom at the end of the hallway. He was going to miss this room most of all. Arbor's parents had apparently known a mage in their early years, a person capable of using magic, and he had done them a few favors when they'd moved in. He had enchanted the water spout in the wall to ensure they'd always have hot water. Sitting down on a low bench, he turned on the spout. The entire room was made of stone, unlike the rest of the house, and there was a small drain near the far wall to allow the water to run out. Steam quickly filled the room, and he grabbed a bar of soap and lathered himself up. He immensely enjoyed the feeling of washing off the day's dirt and grime, feeling the hot water ease the tension in his sore muscles. Once he'd finished drying himself, he walked to the looking glass hanging on the far side of the room. This was another thing that most people didn't have, and they were considered to be lucky to have one. Arbor looked into the glass and turned his face from side to side. He was being neglectful and definitely needed a shave. He walked back to where he'd left the soap and grabbed it, along with a small bin. He filled the bin with steaming water and brought it back to the looking glass. Lathering up his hands, he spread the bubbly substance across his face and picked up his razor. He dragged the razor across his cheeks and chin, dipping it in the steaming bucket from time to time. Then, when he was finished, he washed his face vigorously and examined his work.
Not too bad looking,
he thought. He had the same dark brown hair as his mother and sister, and light gray eyes. He had a straight nose, a strong jaw, and well-rounded shoulders. He turned his face a little to the side to see if he had missed anything when he heard a pounding on the door.
Stop staring at yourself in the mirror! I'm sure you're pretty enough. Mother said that supper will get cold, so you better come down.
Karya yelled into the crack between the doorframe. He could hear her sniggering, even through the door, and sighed yet again. Karya's teasing was one thing he definitely would not miss. Chapter 3. The next day was a hectic one, with everyone rushing to get ready for the wedding. Arbor was forcefully shaken from his slumber before the sun had even come up, only to be rushed around getting his hair cut and his wedding coat fitted. When he finally got back to his family's home around midday, he felt about ready to drop from exhaustion. The clearing around the house had been transformed while he'd been out getting ready. Tables were now set up in neat rows, white cloths adorning each. The tables were decorated with vases of wildflowers, and rows of candles sat in small glass bowls filled with water. There was a raised stage on the far side of the clearing, with a row of chairs neatly arranged before it. The chairs were split down the middle, and a long white cloth stretched through the center. He could see torches spread throughout the clearing to provide light for the long night of celebration. He decided to sit down and relax for a bit. After all, the wedding ceremony wouldn't be starting until just before nightfall. He put his back against a tree on the edge of the clearing and closed his eyes. Arbor was exhausted. He'd had a difficult time falling asleep last night. The excitement of the following day had kept him up, tossing and turning for hours. Now that he was sitting for the first time all day, he couldn't help but begin to nod off, and was soon fast asleep.
Wake up, sleepyhead!
That is, unless you want to sleep through your own wedding. Arbor slowly cracked his eyes open. The sun was already beginning to set, and he could see that torches were being lit around the clearing as night fell. Karya stood in front of him with her hands on her hips and a look of amusement on her face. She was already dressed for the wedding in a long blue dress with white lace stitched around her wrists and neckline. The neckline dipped, in his opinion, just a bit too far for a girl her age. There was also a large white bow tied around her waist, and her usually curly brown hair had been braided with white and red lilies.
How much longer to the ceremony?
Arbor asked, standing up and rubbing his eyes. Guests are already arriving, but the ceremony isn't for at least another hour, Karya said, then narrowed her eyes at him. When that failed to prompt a response from him, she rolled her eyes and prodded. Well? She gave him a meaningful look.
Well, what?
Arbor asked, covering a wide yawn and blinking a few times. Karya sighed loudly, then did another exaggerated eye roll. My dress, she said, with obvious annoyance. How do I look? She did a twirl for him, her skirts swishing and billowing out as she completed the turn. She looked at him with an expectant gaze.
You look beautiful, Karya. You'll be the envy of all the other young women here tonight. And I'm sure you'll have those boys fawning over you nonstop,
he said with a smile. You really think so? She asked in a small voice, her cheeks going slightly pink.
Yes, I do. But if I catch any of them trying to make a pass at you, I'll break their legs and make them crawl home.
Karya snorted out a laugh. I'd pay good money to see that. Arbor snorted out a laugh as well.
Oh, come here, you bloodthirsty excuse for a lady,
he said, then wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug. He held her for another minute until she began squirming. "Let go of me," she said, struggling in his grasp. "You'll wrinkle my dress." Laughing, he let her go, and she stood back from him, smoothing out imagined wrinkles. She was quiet for a moment. Then she spoke, her voice low and all hints of playful cheer gone. "I'm going to miss you, you know?" Arbor saw her look up then and could see her eyes beginning to water.
Don't cry now. Your eyes will get all puffy and everyone will see,
he said, getting down on one knee and pulling a kerchief from his pocket to dab at her eyes.
I'm not leaving forever. I'll still be around,
he said, trying to be reassuring. She sniffed a few more times before composing herself. "You promise?"
Yes, I promise. Now run along. I think I hear Mother calling your name.
He handed her the handkerchief and watched her dab at her eyes a few more times before tucking it away. She smiled then and leaned in to kiss him on the cheek. "Thanks, Arbor. You always know exactly what to say." She straightened the front of her dress one more time before heading towards their mother. His father approached him then, holding his wedding coat, a long blue jacket with silver trim and shining bronze buttons.
She's been having a hard time adjusting to the fact that you'll no longer be living at home. You are her only brother, after all,
he said, holding the coat open for him.
I know, but we all have to grow up and leave sometime. And one day soon, it'll be her turn to go,
Arbor said, turning his back to his father and allowing him to slide the coat on over his shoulders.
Just give her some time. She may try to hold on a bit tighter for a little while,
Darver said as his son turned around.
And show a little extra compassion,
he said, smoothing the front of his coat.
I'll do my best,
Arbor replied, though inwardly, he thought that it was he who would need to adjust. Moving away from home was a lot more difficult than he was letting on. And if he were being honest with himself, it scared him more than he wanted to admit.
That's all a person can ask for,
his father said, snapping him from his thoughts. He then reached out, putting a hand on his shoulder. He paused for a moment, as if trying to gather his thoughts.
You know, you've made me prouder than any man has a right to be. And you've found yourself a fine woman.
Arbor was slightly taken aback by the sudden show of emotion from his usually stoic father, and it made him feel a bit uncomfortable.
Here, I'd like you to have this,
Darver continued, pulling a pendant from his coat pocket. Arbor took the pendant in his hands and stared at it in wonder. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was slightly larger than his palm, and it was a deep, almost blood red in color. Light sparkled off 5 small stones around the edges, and an oak tree was etched into the surface. He turned it over, and a lion's head roared back at him, almost seeming to be alive. The detail was unreal, and he knew right away that this was an extremely valuable gift.
What is this?
Arbor asked, entranced by the beauty of the thing.
It has been in our family for generations,
his father said.
My father told me that this once belonged to a great king, and that it was gifted to one of our ancestors thousands of years ago for a great personal deed. My father entrusted me with it on my wedding day. Now I give it to you, my son.
Arbor looked into his father's eyes then and saw pride. He felt emotion try to claim him, but quickly stamped it down. It wouldn't do for the groom to cry on his wedding night.
Thank you for entrusting me with such a wonderful gift. I will treasure it always.
He then slid the pendant over his neck and tucked it under his shirt.
Now, come! The ceremony will be starting soon, and Florin will be here at any moment,
Darver said, taking him by the arm and steering him towards the house. Arbor heard a wagon pull up a few minutes later as he sat inside the house. He could hear all the people outside begin to sing the song of greeting, and he knew Florin had arrived. His mother came in then, and Arbor stood up. He embraced her, and she wept silently into his shoulder. She stood back after a minute, tears in her eyes as she held his face in her hands. "I can't believe this day is finally here. You have no idea how proud you have made me. And a mother could not have asked for a more wonderful and caring son." Arbor felt his eyes start to water then. He bit his lip, and with a monumental effort, he forced himself not to cry. His mother let go of his face, and he could hear the song of the bride as she walked down the aisle. They sat in silence, waiting for the song to end. And when it did, both his mother and father picked up the 2 burning candles sitting on the table before them.
"Are you ready for this?"
His father asked, holding his candle aloft. Arbor squared his shoulders. He could feel his heart racing in nervous anticipation.
"As ready as I'll ever be."
They each took one of his arms, and together they walked out of the house. The first thing he saw upon exiting were all the people seated on either side of the aisle. All eyes were on him as they began to sing the song of the groom. He approached the aisle with his parents escorting him on either side. Looking around at all the familiar faces, all singing for him, he once again had a hard time controlling his emotions. He could see Karia near the front, dabbing at her eyes with the kerchief he'd given her earlier. Then he looked up to the approaching platform, and there she was. Florin was dressed in a long, flowing white gown, a bouquet of white lilies clutched between her hands. She was standing at the very center of the stage. He couldn't see her face as it was veiled, but he could just imagine her under it, her large dark eyes and full lips, her bright smile and long dark hair. The entire thing felt surreal to him, as if this was all just a dream. He could see Florin's aunt and uncle standing behind her, also smiling brightly as he approached. Florin had no parents of her own. They had died when she was very young, so her aunt and uncle had taken her in. Arbor remembered their first meeting like it had only happened yesterday. She'd moved to Wood's Clearing just 4 months ago with her aunt and uncle. He had been in town that day, doing some repair work on the blacksmith's shop roof, when he'd seen her ride in for the first time. He remembered staring at her, his eyes drawn as though by a magnet to her curvaceous figure, until she looked at him. He'd flushed a deep red when she did, realizing that he'd been caught staring. Instead of looking away or yelling at him, though, she'd just smiled and winked, then blown him a kiss. Her actions had shocked him so much that he'd almost fallen off the roof. She'd laughed then, covering her mouth with a delicate hand as she rode away. It was that laugh that had made him fall in love with her. With that laugh and her brazen attitude, he resolved himself to make her laugh like that again. All these memories and more came to him as he approached the platform. He had eyes only for her. He could imagine their life together and all the wonderful years they had ahead of them. Life was never so kind, however, and Arbor was about to receive one of life's harshest lessons. With no warning at all, the trees around the clearing exploded with sounds of galloping horses and screaming men. The guests stopped singing immediately and stood from their seats, some gasping in surprise and others with feelings of dread, as the horsemen moved to circle them, cutting off any path of escape. Chapter 4. Arbor could hardly believe his eyes.
What the hell are armed men doing here?
Whatever the reason, he knew it was nothing good. He felt his mother's grip tighten on his arm as 3 men detached themselves from the front of the force and rode forward. The man in the middle dismounted, swaggering forward with an authoritative air, while the other two stayed on horseback.
"My name is Ramson,"
he said, eyes sweeping over the gathered guests. He was tall, a little over 6 feet, with dark hair and a hooked nose. His eyes were what caught Arbor's attention. They were black as night, and the flickering torchlight seemed to make them glimmer with malevolence.
This is not a man to cross,
Arbor thought, taking an involuntary step back. He wore a curved sickle sword at his waist, balanced on the other side by a heavy-bladed dagger. The rest of his body was covered in heavy leather armor, interwoven with black painted metal plates.
"Don't mind me,"
he said with a smile.
"I seem to be interrupting an important moment here, so I'll be quick. Would you be so kind as to tell me who among you is Darver?"
A tone of hushed whispers went through the gathered guests at that, though none spoke up. Ramson's lips turned down at them, and he took another step forward.
"You see, he has something of mine,"
he continued,
"and I'd very much like to have it back."
When he still failed to get an answer, he started to become annoyed, but he quickly schooled himself and allowed his easy smile back on his face.
"Oh, come now. This shouldn't be hard. I just want to have a little chat with him,"
he said, his lips twisting into a cruel smile.
"No takers? Someone must know who Darver is."
What is he talking about?
Arbor asked under his breath.
What did you take from him? I don't know,
his father answered. He looked pale and shaken, and Arbor felt the hand he had wrapped around his elbow quivering.
I've never seen this man before, but if I had to guess...
He paused here and gave Arbor a grim look.
I'd say he's after that pendant you've got hidden under your shirt. Should I just give it to him then? Maybe he'll leave if he has what he wants. No!
Arbor was shocked at his father's vehemence.
No matter what happens, do not give him that pendant. Do you understand? This man looks very dangerous. Are you sure you want me to keep it from him?
Arbor was doubtful that his father was thinking too clearly. After all, it was a family heirloom, so it would be hard for him to give up. But when he nodded once again, Arbor agreed to stay silent. As soon as he gave his confirmation, he felt his father's grip relax. Ramson had been moving forward while they were talking, swaggering down the aisle and staring down the various gathered guests. He singled one of them out, placing a hand on her shoulder.
"Tell me, miss, would you happen to know who Darver is?"
he asked in a pleasant voice. The woman just shook her head, quivering in terror.
"What a shame,"
he said, letting go and turning around as if to leave. The woman seemed to relax a bit, letting out a shaky breath. Ramson spun then, pulling his sickle sword from his belt and decapitating the woman with a single, well-placed blow.
"Oh my God!"
Several people screamed, and a couple even fainted, lumping to the ground in undignified heaps. The rest stared in horror and disbelief as the corpse fell to the ground with 2 distinct thuds.
"I can see that no one is willing to help,"
he said, still using the same conversational tone he had been before, seeming completely unfazed by the body now lying at his feet. He whipped his sword through the air, sending droplets of blood spraying the ground. He turned to one of the bandits still on horseback, a small, greasy-looking man with a smashed nose.
"Smith, kill them all. Maybe take a few of the prettier ones. I bet we can get a fair bit for them in Fivora."
Then, turning to the podium where Florin stood, he smiled cruelly, then bowed at the waist, pointing at her with his sword.
"Oh, and kill that one first. It is her wedding night after all, and we wouldn't want to be rude."
Arbor whirled in place, Seeing that Florin had uncovered her face and was standing huddled between her aunt and uncle, he watched in horror as the realization of what was about to happen hit her. Tearing himself free from his parents' arms, he ran for the podium. It was as though he were running through quicksand, the stage seeming to be miles away. The world seemed to freeze in that moment, and she met his gaze as the loud thwack of over a dozen crossbows sounded through the clearing. A sad smile touched her lips, and she mouthed something at him. He couldn't make it out, as half a dozen bolts seemed to sprout from her at once, slamming into her slim frame one after the next. She staggered back, her white gown already beginning to turn red as she fell. A scream tore itself from his throat as he launched himself onto the stage, shoving her aunt and uncle out of the way. He bent down next to Florin and lifted her in his arms, but he could see that it was too late. Her body had gone limp, and cold, glassy eyes stared back at him, and she had a trickle of blood running from the corner of her mouth. He felt tears streaming down his face as he hugged her limp body. He screamed, burying his face in her bloody chest, and rocked back and forth with her. He dimly heard people in the background, but all he could do was hold Florin and cry. Someone was tugging on his shoulder, shouting urgently, but he ignored them. The hand then went limp and slid down his back. This couldn't be happening. She couldn't be dead.
This must all be a horrible dream. It has to be.
He heard a scream then, and it finally pierced through his grief-stricken mind. Ramson was standing in the center of the aisle, holding his mother by the hair, his sword at her throat. His father was on his knees in front of him, his hands clasped in supplication. His leg bumped against something soft, and Arbor felt something soaking into his pant leg. Turning his head to the side, he saw Florin's uncle lying next to him, crossbow quarrels sticking out of the man, and he finally understood why his pant leg was wet. It was slowly soaking up the pool of blood spreading from the man's body. He let go of Florin's body, his heart beginning to race and bile rising in his throat. Florin was gone. His future in-laws were gone. He couldn't lose his parents as well.
Let her go!
Arbor yelled, staggering to his feet and running towards them.
Stop him,
Ramson said calmly, and Arbor stumbled as a hard blow connected with the side of his face. His vision swam, and he tasted blood. His arms were roughly seized by two of the men, and he was dragged before Ramson.
So, which one of you is Darver?
He asked again, holding Karin by the hair.
One of these lovely people were nice enough to point you out. Unfortunately, there were two of you in the direction he was pointing, and he tragically died before he could clarify which one of you he meant.
His lips turned down as the screams around him rose in pitch and volume. Clearly, the bandits were having their way with some of the guests before killing them. After only a moment, they fell ominously silent.
Finally. I can't abide people who take forever to die.
Ramson continued, turning his attention back to them.
Now, I'll only ask once.
He jerked violently at Karin's hair and pressed the sword to her throat, hard enough to draw blood.
Which one of you is it?
Seeing his wife in pain was apparently too much for his father, because he finally cracked.
I'm Darver! Please, don't kill her! I'll give you whatever you want. Just please!
Are you now?
Ramson asked in a conversational tone.
Then tell me. I've heard of a wonderful pendant that happens to be in your possession. Would you happen to know where this pendant may be?
I've never heard of such a thing!
Darver said vehemently.
No, please, let her go! She hasn't done anything to you!
Karin's throat bobbed in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks as the blade was pressed just a bit harder, a line of red now welling around the sharpened edge. Arbor looked on in helpless rage. He had the pendant around his neck. All he had to do was tell Ramson, and he would let his mother go. But he'd promised his father not to give the pendant up under any circumstances. Indecision warred inside him as he stood there. He opened his mouth to speak, and then closed it, gritting his teeth in frustration. Ramson stared down at Darver for a long moment, then let out a snort.
What a pity. It seems your wife isn't worth much to you.
He drew his sword across Karin's neck, kicking her forward and spraying her husband in a shower of blood. Karin gurgled, her eyes bulging wide, hands clutching at her neck as blood pumped out from between her fingers. Then she went limp.
No!
Arbor screamed in helpless rage as his mother's lifeless body dropped to the ground, blood pouring from her open throat and soaking into the once white carpet rolled between the aisles.
You bastard! I'll kill you for that!
Darver roared, throwing himself at the man, hands outstretched as he reached for the man's throat. Ramson stood back calmly as Darver ran at him, his sword held loosely in his hand. One of Ramson's men struck from the side, burying a spear in his throat, twisting it and ripping it free. Darver was dead before his body even hit the ground, blood pumping from the ragged tear in his throat. Arbor stared as both his parents were brutally murdered in front of him. His mind was numb with shock, but something was quickly beginning to take its place. Rage.
First Florin, and now my parents? I have nothing left to lose now.
Arbor thought to himself, feeling almost surreal, as though he were walking through a dream. But this wasn't a dream. Arbor felt something welling up inside of him, and it suddenly burst forth, manifesting itself in a scream of rage. With a mighty heave, he tore himself from the men who were holding him, sending them staggering back in surprise. Ramson was cleaning his blade when he saw Arbor running at him.
Oh, good. Another one. Kill him as well?
He said to the spearman who had just killed his father. The man stepped forward, thrusting his spear at Arbor's throat. Something odd happened then. Arbor could somehow feel where the spear was going to be. He didn't question it, and following that feeling, he managed to duck the blow, coming up inside the spear's reach. Drawing his fist back, Arbor used the momentum of his forward movement and caught the man's nose with a vicious cross-punch. The bones beneath his fist crunched, sending a spray of blood across the man's face. His spear clattered to the ground as he fell back, clutching at his ruined nose and howling in pain. Arbor bent quickly and snatched up the fallen spear. Leveling the weapon at Ramson, he screamed, making a clumsy thrust, which Ramson easily sidestepped. The strange feeling that had warned him of the spear strike earlier was gone now, leaving him devoid of any idea of what to do.
You have no idea how to use that weapon, do you, boy?
Ramson said with a sneer.
I bet you've never held a weapon in your life. Think you'll be a hero and avenge your parents and your bride?
He moved forward swiftly, swinging his sickle sword in a wide arc, and Arbor stumbled back, clumsily attempting a parry. He felt a sharp pain burn across his cheek, and when he touched it, his fingers came away bloody. Ramson's men had surrounded the two of them, cutting off any path of retreat. One of the men moved forward to grab Arbor, but Ramson just waved him off.
Leave him be. I want to kill this one myself. After all,
he said with a wicked smile,
I may as well get the whole set.
Arbor attempted another clumsy lunge at that remark, but Ramson nimbly dodged back. He looked at Arbor and laughed, his cruel eyes boring into him, mocking him. Arbor knew that he stood no chance of winning. He was clearly outmatched and had no idea how to use a weapon, but he was past caring about his own life. There was nothing left to lose, and if he had to die to kill this man, so be it.
Is that the best you've got, boy?
Ramson asked. He took a step forward and began a complicated series of slashing blows, forcing Arbor to stumble back once again, trying to avoid the glittering blade. He tried to use the spear defensively, but Ramson knocked it to the side, stepping into his guard and smashing the pommel into his face, right below one of his eyes. Arbor stumbled back, clutching his face in pain.
This is it,
He thought, in resignation. The last attack had forced him to drop his spear, and now he was defenseless. He closed his eyes, waiting. But instead of the expected blow, Ramson just stood back.
Go ahead,
He said with a sneer.
pick it up.
Arbor looked at him in horror. Ramson was playing with him. When he didn't move to pick up the spear, Ramson started to become impatient.
How about this?
He said in a mocking tone.
I will give you one free blow. I will not attempt to block or parry. All you have to do is strike me down, and my men will let you go free. What do you say?
There was a collective roar of laughter from the men surrounding them as Ramson made his declaration. Arbor bent down slowly and picked up the spear, keeping his eye on Ramson the entire time. He only had one chance, so he needed to do something unexpected. He took the weapon in a double-handed grip and stepped forward. Ramson smiled as he did so and opened his arms wide, exposing his chest. His men laughed even louder at this. It was great entertainment. Arbor stepped forward and thrust towards Ramson's chest. Then, the strange feeling came back, and with a grunt, he changed his thrust to a swing, slashing the spear in a narrow arc. Ramson, expecting the thrust, was already moving back when Arbor attacked, but his sudden shift caught him off guard, and he inadvertently stepped right into the path of the incoming spear blade. The spear tip sliced cleanly into his left eye with a spray of blood. The blade bit deep, hitting the bone in his nose and becoming forced upward, leaving a bloody trail across his face. Ramson howled in pain, dropping his sword and clutching his ruined eye. Arbor tried to capitalize on the opening, but he was mobbed by Ramson's men. They beat him, knocking him to the ground and pummeling his body with vicious kicks. Arbor was sure he felt a few of his ribs crack, and he gasped out in pain. Finally, mercifully, it stopped, and he was hauled up on his feet. Ramson now had a red-stained cloth wrapped around the left side of his face, the makeshift bandage hiding his ruined eye. His face was twisted in anger and pain as he walked up to him.
I'm going to enjoy killing you,
Ramson said in a low voice tinged with hate.
Go ahead and kill me!
Arbor croaked through a split lip.
You're a coward! A man without honor! I'm not afraid to die. You've already killed everyone I care about, so go ahead and kill me!
Arbor closed his eyes then, waiting for the blow.
I'll be with you soon, my love,
he whispered. The blow never came. He opened his eyes and saw that Ramson was looking at him with a thoughtful expression. It was somewhat marred by the heavy bandage, but Arbor felt his heart drop as he began to speak.
No, I'm not going to kill you,
he said, sheathing his sword.
I think you want that, don't you? Everyone you love is dead. So why go on living, right?
He asked, grabbing Arbor by the hair and pulling his eyes up to meet his remaining one.
I'm going to let you live. Live with the knowledge that I took everything from you. Live with that every day. Live until the day you find the courage to end your own miserable life.
Ramson turned his back on him then and walked away.
Come on, men. We're done here. Finish up with your fun and gather up the rest. We're heading to Favora,
he roared as he got onto his horse, His men answered back with a cheer, finishing off the few remaining villagers. The men holding Arbor let go of him then, and without their support, he fell to the ground in a limp heap. He saw hooves passing by as he lay on the ground, hearing the screams of the dead and dying, weeping quietly and lost in his misery. Chapter 5. The sun was beaming down, and Arbor woke with a start, opening his eyes. He was lying in the same spot they'd left him the night before. He quickly closed his eyes as the sun directly overhead nearly blinded him. Everything hurt. He lay there for a few minutes, trying to gather his wits. His head was pounding, it hurt to breathe, and it felt like his throat was full of cotton. He rolled onto his stomach with a groan, keeping his eyes closed for the moment. His ribs ached with the movement, pain flaring up as he tried to get his feet under him. He finally managed to stand, swaying drunkenly as he attempted to orient himself.
What happened last night?
He tried opening his eyes again, but found that only one would obey. He gingerly brought his fingers up to his eye and winced as he felt it. The eye was swollen shut. He looked around the clearing. There were bodies everywhere. His confusion cleared up in an instant, and he felt tears try to work themselves out of his eyes. But they wouldn't come.
I can't even cry anymore.
He felt hollow inside, as though his entire world had ended, and nothing mattered anymore. He did feel one thing, though. Through all the misery and pain, one emotion stood out in stark contrast. Hatred. He'd never thought he could hate someone as much as he did right now, but it burned within him like a raging inferno. That was the only thing that kept him from collapsing on the ground right now and waiting to die. He hobbled over to his house and pushed the door open. It swung loosely on a single hinge, the rest having been torn off by the bandits the night before. As he suspected, the place had been ransacked.
Probably Ramson's men looking for the pendant.
He stumbled up the stairs to the washroom and turned on the spout. Hot water immediately began pouring out.
At least they left this room intact,
he thought bitterly. He slowly and painfully worked himself out of his wedding clothes. They were muddy, torn, and covered in blood. They were difficult to remove with his injuries, but he managed to get them off with a bit of effort. He was surprised to still see the red pendant hanging around his neck. He felt an unexpected rage overtake him at the sight and tore it from his neck, suddenly having the overwhelming desire to toss it as far as he could and never look back. After all, it had cost over 100 people their lives. In the end, though, he decided to keep it. If Darver had been willing to give his life for it, he wouldn't throw it away. He sat down under the spout and just let the water wash over him, wincing as the steaming water hit his bruised and battered body. He turned his head to the side, catching some of the hot water in his mouth and swallowing. The water burned his throat on the way down, and he coughed, leaning forward and retching. His stomach heaved a few times as bile rose in his throat. After a while, his stomach settled, and the heaving subsided. He rose shakily to his feet and dabbed at his body with a ripped towel. Leaving the washroom, he stumbled to the room where his parents had slept. This room, too, was completely destroyed. The bed frame was cracked, the sheets and blankets were torn, and clothes littered the floor. All his mother's jewelry was gone, along with his father's savings.
It wasn't enough to kill them. Of course, those bastards would rob them blind as well.
He felt his anger rise once again at the injustice, and had to take a few deep breaths, not to start screaming and start rampaging through what was left of their family home. After calming down somewhat, he began to search the room for what he'd originally come for. A few moments later, he spotted some of the rags on the floor that his mother used as bandages, along with a cracked jar of salve to ease pain and prevent infection.
At least they didn't think this was valuable enough to take,
he bitterly thought to himself. He picked them up and headed back to the washroom. Bathing the cloth strips in warm water, he spread some of the salve on them, before winding them around his ribs. He winced as he worked, sure that at least 3 or 4 of them were broken. He hadn't gotten a good look at them earlier, but now he could see that his entire side was a mass of cuts and splotchy bruises. He quickly looked away from the horrible sight and finished tying off the last of the bandages. Next, he used some of the salve on the cut Ramson's sword had left on his cheek and dabbed some over his swollen eye as well. He could feel the warm tingling coming from where the salve had been applied, and sighed in relief as the pain began to abate slowly. He headed to his room next to find some clothes. This room hadn't been spared either. His clothes littered the room, and the box where he'd kept his money had been cracked open and emptied. Gritting his teeth, he bent and began salvaging what he could. There were a few good pairs of pants and a shirt or 2 left over. His boots still sat in the corner and appeared to be untouched. He dressed quickly, being careful not to aggravate his injuries any further. Once he was done, he headed to Karia's room. This had been ransacked as well, and all her valuables had been taken. Deciding that he'd rather not see any more, he headed outside instead. He went straight to the workshed in the back of the house, trying not to look at all the dead faces staring back at him. He grabbed a shovel and headed a small way into the forest to a clearing under a massive oak tree. The shovel sank into the earth easily enough, and he grunted as his ribs flared in pain. He ignored it, digging methodically and allowing his mind to wander a bit. This was where his parents had wanted to be buried, and Arbor would make sure they got to their final resting place. It took him many hours, but eventually 4 graves sat side by side at the base of the tree. He planted the shovel in the ground and went into the forest to look for stones. It didn't take him long to find them, and he grunted with effort as he rolled them over to the graves. He wiped his sweaty brow and straightened, nodding to himself as he examined his work. He had been dreading this next part. Slowly, he made his way through the clearing to where his parents lay. The blood had already dried on their clothes, and there were flies buzzing around their corpses. The stench was horrific, and he did his best to block it out. Shooing the flies away, he lifted his mother's body and carried her over to the first grave. Setting her down gently, he went for his father next. Finally, he went for Florin. His feet dragged as he approached the stage where they were supposed to have been married, trying not to look at her lifeless face again. Her dress was stained almost black with the dried blood, a few spots of white peeking out. He didn't cry, didn't wince in pain, keeping a hard expression on his face as he carried her to the grave he'd dug for her. He then began to look for Karia. He wandered around the clearing for over an hour, checking each body, but he didn't see her anywhere. He checked the surrounding woods, seeing a few more bodies littered about, but his sister's was not among them. Then a memory came to him, something Ramson had said. He had said something about taking some of the villagers to Favora. He'd never heard of Favora, but he assumed that it was a town or city. Dare he hope that his sister was still alive? Taking a deep breath, he tried to quash any feelings of excitement. He would see in a moment. Running quickly through the woods, he soon came to the path that led to the main road. Sure enough, there were wagon tracks there, heading in the direction of the main town. He bent down and examined them. He wasn't much of a tracker, but even he could tell that the wagons were laden quite heavily. A small glimmer of something shiny caught his attention then. Straightening and walking over to the spot, he saw a small necklace half buried in the dirt. He brushed the dirt aside and stood up, holding a small silver chain with a lily hanging from the end. This was Karia's necklace. He'd given it to her on her last birthday, and there was no way the men would have left behind something so valuable had she been dead. He felt a small glimmer of hope, real hope, that his sister may have survived the attack. Then his hopes were once again squashed. If she was still alive, she was most certainly a captive of Ramson's, and he would never be able to get her back. He shook his head reproachfully at himself then. If his sister was still alive, he would do whatever it took to get her back.
No matter the consequences.
He walked back to where his parents and Florin lay. He'd closed their eyes, and if he ignored the horrific injuries, it almost looked like they were only sleeping. He clutched Karia's necklace tightly between his fingers, then slipped the chain around his neck, tucking it next to the pendant. Lifting the shovel again, he began pouring dirt over them. Their faces and bodies soon obscured from view. Tears fell as he worked, pain and sadness combining in an all-consuming whirl of misery. The graves were soon filled, and he rolled a stone over each of them.
I'm sorry that you died because of me,
he said as tears streamed down his face.
If I'd only given up the damn pendant, none of this would have happened.
He took a deep, shaky breath and continued.
Karia is still alive, and I will do whatever it takes to find her. That I promise you.
He bent down, touching the stone over Florin's grave, his voice becoming steely.
When I find the man who did this to you, I will destroy him. I promise this, before the Almighty himself. This way, you can rest in peace, knowing that your death has been avenged.
Arbor felt a strange tightness in his chest as he spoke, as though his vow had been witnessed and he would be held to it by a higher power. He then placed a small stone by each of their graves, remembering what his mother had once told him. Some people place flowers at graves, but we don't do that. Flowers eventually wither and die, but stones will endure forever. He agreed with that sentiment. The thought of the stones he'd placed staying here forever was oddly comforting. He finally wiped his tears and straightened to his full height. No matter what happened now, no matter how miserable he felt inside, he would not die. Not until the promises he'd made had been fulfilled. With that thought in his mind, he left the small clearing behind and headed towards the town. Chapter 6. Arbor followed the trail that led into town. He wasn't sure what he could do against that many men, but he would come up with something. After all, his sister was counting on him, and she was the only reason he still had to keep going. That, and his vow of vengeance. He followed the trail for a little under an hour, the dirt trail slowly transforming into gravel as he neared the town. Emerging from the forest, Arbor looked around. The town was still. Not a sound was to be heard. He wondered at the quiet. Normally, at this time of day, the town would be alive with people doing their daily work. Then it came to him. The entire town was back in the clearing. They'd all been there for his wedding the previous night. Guilt racked him as he thought of all the people that were dead because of him.
If only I'd just handed over the pendant.
He shook his head. It would do no good thinking about what-ifs. They were all dead, and blaming himself wouldn't bring them back. He headed down the main road towards the grocer's shop. His stomach growled, reminding him how hungry he was. Walking in, he could see that Ramson's men had been here as well. Cracked jars of flour and sugar littered the floor. Bags of beans had been torn and scattered, and preserves were smeared against the walls.
What could have possessed them to do this?
Arbor was horrified at the blatant waste of good food. Farmers had to struggle night and day to produce that flour. It took months of work for it to reach the shelves. And here were months' worth of provisions, carelessly tossed on the ground. He went up to the front desk. The money was gone, of course. The safe box had been torn open and looted. Arbor stooped, picking up one of the storage sacks with only a small hole in it, and tied it shut. He then began walking around and started salvaging what he could. There were some unspoiled beans and a few jars of dried fruit they hadn't bothered with. He also found a small pouch of salt on one of the bottom shelves. Everything else was spoiled. Chewing on some of the fruit, he left the store and headed to the baker's. Every store he visited was in a similar state to the grocer's, ransacked, all items of value taken, and the rest scattered all over the store. All but one, Arbor noticed as he walked past the last store. The blacksmith's shop stood alone and untouched in a sea of wrecked goods. Arbor was a little surprised that they hadn't gone in. The blacksmith was bound to have plenty of money, as well as valuable goods. He walked up to the door and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. The blacksmith, a grumpy old man by the name of Cedrin, was very paranoid and had apparently reinforced his locks with iron bindings on the inside. He had even placed metal shutters over his windows. Arbor went around the side and he could see that the glass was cracked, but the shutters had held. It was then that he realized something. Ramson's men couldn't get in, but he could. After all, how would Ramson's men know that Cedrin's brother was the grocer, and that he would most likely have a key to the shop stashed away in his store? Arbor had remembered seeing a key on the floor behind the counter, near the money chest. The men had most likely just thought it a spare to the shop and had left it there. He ran back to the first store and, fetching the key, rushed back to the smith's shop. The key slid in smoothly, and Arbor heard the distinct click as the door opened. Pushing the heavy door aside, he entered the shop. It was dark and smelled of charcoal and smoke. Heading past the rack of unfinished items, he walked over to the counter. Sure enough, there was an iron-bound chest bolted to the floor. He tried the door key. No luck.
It must be around here somewhere,
he muttered as he stood. He hunted around behind the counter but couldn't find it. He then walked around to the front, frowning to himself.
If I were a paranoid blacksmith, where would I hide the key to my money chest?
Arbor then began sliding his hands over the surface of the counter. He had helped his father install more than a few hidden compartments for the townfolk over the years, and he suspected that the blacksmith would definitely have one as well.
There you are,
he muttered as the counter beneath his searching fingers gave slightly, and he heard a faint click as part of the counter popped open, revealing a small wooden box. Sure enough, when he opened it up, a small steel key sat within. He wasted no time fitting the key into the chest. It slid in without any effort. He turned it, holding his breath, and it opened with a soft click. Arbor lifted the lid and was more than a little disappointed. There was just one small bag sitting on the bottom of the heavy chest. He opened the bag, and his mind was quickly changed once he saw the contents in question. Small glittering stones peeked back at him from the opening, and he quickly pulled it shut, stuffing it into his pocket. He didn't know much about jewels, but he knew enough that these were probably worth a small fortune. He was getting ready to leave when a thought occurred to him. If he was going after Ramson and his men, he would probably need a weapon. Putting the sack with all his gathered items to the side, he walked back to the entrance and looked at the rack of half-finished items. He looked and looked, but could not find any weapons. He found this quite odd, until he realized that there would be no need for weapons in a small, peaceful town like this. People in his town didn't even hunt. They would trap the animals and then slaughter them. He did find a small knife, however, and tied that to his belt. He was about to leave when something caught his eye. Sunlight was now streaming in through the open door, and he could see a small crack outlined on one of the walls. Walking over to get a closer look, he was once again surprised. The old man was far more paranoid than he'd originally thought. He ran his hands over the wall until he found a small keyhole hidden by charcoal dust, made to look like part of the wall. Praying that it would work, he slid the chest key into the slot and held his breath as he turned it. He was rewarded with a small click, and a panel in the wall swung outward, revealing, well, Arbor wasn't quite sure what it was. A 2-foot-long, double-edged blade was mounted on the wall. The blade was attached to a 3-foot iron-bound rod and capped on the bottom by a heavy-looking steel spike. The blade was wider at the tip and narrowed slightly as it tapered down to a straight crossguard. Arbor reached out and took the weapon from the wall mount. It was a lot lighter than he'd been expecting, and now that he held it, he could feel that the wider blade tip was balanced nicely by the spike on the other end. He looked around the shop for a moment before finding a sheath for the weapon. It was a long leather strap that rested over one shoulder. There were 2 hooks in the back, and the weapon easily slid inside, the bladed end entering a sheath near the ground. Heading back outside, he grabbed his small sack and slung it over one of his shoulders. By the position of the sun, he could see that he only had about an hour's worth of daylight. Had he really been wandering around the town for so long? Debating whether to spend the night in town, he walked to the middle of the street. It felt unnatural standing there. It was just too quiet, and he quickly changed his mind about sleeping in town. He looked around for the wagon tracks he'd seen earlier, but had no luck. He wasn't much of a tracker anyways. He had never left Wood's clearing, but his father had told him that the endless wood bordered the dead forest where the gremlin city of Grend was located. Arbor didn't know much about gremlins, only what he'd heard in stories as a child. What he did know was that the gremlins served the king, and the king was a great and just ruler. So anyone serving the king would be able to help him. He was pretty sure that the city was due south from where he was, so all he had to do was watch the position of the sun, and he should have no trouble finding the gremlin city. He walked down the empty streets, fighting down his emotions as he approached the tree line. Stopping before the thick foliage, he looked back one last time at the town that had been his home for the last 18 years. Then he turned his back, saying goodbye to the life he'd once known, and headed into the endless wood. Chapter 7. He was lost. Arbor could admit that much to himself. The journey had been fine at the beginning. He wasn't exactly hopeful, but he thought he could find his way by the position of the sun. What he hadn't realized was that the deeper into the forest he went, the thicker the tree cover overhead would be. He criticized himself over and over for making such a stupid mistake. Now, here he was, 2 weeks later, and he was no closer to the gremlin city than when he had left. Worse, he was completely out of food, and nearly out of water as well. He had tried to climb a tree, but had quickly dismissed that idea after his ribs had violently protested. Now he sat with his back to a tree, his stomach rumbling loudly and his head pounding due to the lack of water. He took out his water skin and removed the stopper. A few drops of leathery-tasting water landed on his tongue as he upended it. He shook it a few times, trying to get more, but no more water was forthcoming. Removing the skin from his lips, he replaced the stopper with a sigh. Here he was, sitting in the middle of the woods with no food or water. How had he thought that this would be a good idea? The sun beat down from overhead, still somehow managing to reach him, despite the thick foliage.
The summer moon may be gone, but it's still hot as hell,
he thought bitterly. He looked around once more, trying to get some sense of direction. Everything looked the same. Shrugging to himself, he started walking again, hoping he was going in the right direction. He walked for hours, the scenery never changing, and the leaves overhead never growing any sparser. It was all he could do not to drop, but he forced himself on, despite his growing thirst and never-ending hunger. He only stopped once the sun had set, and it had become too hard to see. Dropping his nearly empty sack to the ground, he unslung his weapon from over his shoulder and dropped it to the ground. He slumped tiredly with his back to a tree and lifted the sack to see if he'd missed any food in his previous 5 searches. He hadn't. Sighing in frustration, he threw the sack to the ground. All it contained was some salt, his empty water skins, and the small bag of diamonds he'd pilfered from the smith's shop.
If only I could eat diamonds,
he thought sarcastically. Closing his eyes, he resigned himself yet to another miserable night. His stomach rumbled again, much louder than before. He moved his tongue around, trying, unsuccessfully, to bring some moisture into his parched mouth. The forest was pitch black, not a glimmer of light to be seen. The first few nights in the forest, Arbor had jumped at every little noise, fearing bears and wild dogs were sneaking up on him. He had gotten over that quickly enough, and now felt oddly at home. He had seen the occasional deer or fox, but when he'd tried catching them, they'd just run off. His stomach rumbled again, and he growled in frustration.
Ugh.
The worst part was not being able to find any water. This he had found quite odd. Given that there were so many animals living in the endless wood, water should have been easy to find. His back slid off the tree's stump until he found himself lying on the ground, the smell of rotting leaves and earth filling his nostrils. That made him feel just a little better. He listened to the sounds of the forest, to the leaves rustling in the wind, the creaking of branches, the sound of crickets chirping.
Those bugs seem to be everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Arbor wasn't proud to admit it, but if he could catch a cricket right now, he would most likely eat it. His mind wandered for a few more moments, but it soon surrendered to exhaustion, and he fell asleep. The next morning, he awoke to begin his wandering anew. His stomach was growling non-stop now.
It's no wonder it won't shut up. I haven't eaten in 3 days.
He couldn't even feel any residual moisture in his mouth anymore. Yet he kept on going, knowing that if he stopped, he would most likely not be able to continue. The only thing keeping him going at this point was anger and spite. The forest could go to hell if it thought it could kill him. He stopped for a moment around midday, feeling lightheaded, and looked up to the canopy above. The wind rustled through the leaves overhead. It made the sunlight dance over his face, and he felt a spinning sensation. And then he was falling. He blinked a few times, trying to clear the fog from his mind. How had he gotten on the ground? Wasn't he just walking? He should probably get up, but why did he have to do that? The ground was so soft. He'd just take a quick nap and then be on his way. A voice in the back of his mind screamed at him not to fall asleep, that doing so was a terrible idea, but he just felt too tired to care. The world around him became fuzzy, and then blackness enveloped him. Arbor woke up sometime later. Blinking a few times, he tried clearing his vision. Where was he? Turning his head to the side, he could see that he was in some sort of clearing. He was lying on his back with his head propped up, and there was a sheet covering him. He tried to sit up, but his head swam, and he immediately fell back with a groan.
Easy there,
said a light-hearted sounding voice.
You were nearly dead from dehydration when I found you.
A man came into Arbor's line of sight and held out a full water skin. Only then did Arbor realize his raging thirst. He quickly grabbed the water skin and took a big gulp. His eyes bulged then as his throat unexpectedly tightened, and he leaned over to the side, coughing and retching.
Slowly. Drink slowly,
the man said.
You can't deprive your body of water for that long and expect to be able to gulp it down like a fish. Take small sips.
Arbor did as the man instructed, and while he did cough a few more times, the water stayed down this time. He then sat up slowly, taking small sips and enjoying the feeling of life the water seemed to be giving him.
Here,
the man said, handing him a skewer of meat. Arbor's mouth watered at the sight, and he nodded his thanks. Taking the skewer from the stranger, he tore into it, ripping off a large chunk, hardly chewing it at all before swallowing. He polished off the skewer in another 2 bites, and the man wordlessly handed him another. He silently accepted the meat and tore into it, feeling the juices run down his chin. He finally stopped after the 4th piece, feeling a bit sick, but he wasn't about to complain about overeating.
It's been quite some time since I've seen someone enjoy my cooking that much,
the man said with a grin. Arbor hadn't really looked at the man while he had been eating, but now he noticed how odd the man actually looked. He was tall, over 6.5 feet by Arbor's guess, with bright red hair that grew in wild spikes. He had bright purple eyes, and his skin tone seemed off somehow. Instead of the usual pale or tan complexion he was used to, his skin seemed to be almost orange.
Who are you?
Arbor asked. Then, realizing that he sounded a bit rude, he quickly added,
You have my thanks for saving my life. My name is Arbor.
The man smiled brightly. His smile was warm and inviting, and put him a bit more at ease. Arbor didn't smile back, though. Since the night when his life had been ruined, he found that he no longer had much reason to.
You can call me Silver,
the man said, not at all deterred by Arbor's grim expression.
And you are quite welcome. I must say that it's nice to have a visitor. It's been quite some time since anyone has wandered into this part of the forest.
The man sat down across him, a questioning look in his eyes.
So tell me, if you don't mind, what you are doing here?
Arbor didn't know how to feel about telling a complete stranger his story, but there was just something about the man that put him at ease, as though he could trust him with anything. He didn't like that feeling, but he couldn't see any harm in telling this odd forest hermit his story, so he did. It took him well over an hour to recount his tale. He hadn't realized how much had happened in the last 2 weeks. Silver sat silent through his entire recounting, and when he was done, sat there in contemplation.
I was wondering why a young man such as yourself was wandering through the woods with this,
Silver said, holding up Arbor's pendant.
That's mine! He must have taken it when I was unconscious.
Arbor realized.
Whoa there, calm down,
Silver said, chuckling to himself. He flipped the pendant back to Arbor, who caught it deftly.
That is a very valuable artifact you've got there. I'd find a better spot to hide it if I were you. Wait, you know what this is?
Arbor asked quickly, sliding the pendant over his neck and tucking it under his shirt.
Maybe I can find out why Ramson wanted this so badly. I do,
Silver said.
But if I tell you, you'll throw it away and never look at it again. So you know what it is, but won't tell me?
Arbor was outraged. This man had the answers he was looking for, but was refusing to give them to him.
I don't care what you think!
Arbor yelled, throwing the sheet off himself and standing up. He swayed a little, but otherwise felt fine.
Tell me what you know! A man killed my entire family and 100 other people to get this! Now tell me what it is!
Silver stood as well and calmly listened to his outburst. He waited for Arbor to take a breath and spoke.
I'll make you a deal. If you manage to hit me with that big, scary glaive of yours, I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
Arbor blinked at the man in confusion.
What's a glaive?
Silver stared at him for a few seconds, incredulity written on his face. Then he roared with laughter.
What's so funny?
Arbor asked, going red in the face. Silver just kept on laughing, his deep voice booming out through the clearing.
Answer me, damn it!
He yelled again. Silver finally calmed down after a minute, small chuckles still coming every few seconds.
You mean to tell me that you've been carrying that thing around for 2 weeks, and you don't even know what it's called?
Arbor looked over to see the odd weapon he had found in the blacksmith's shop, leaning against a tree. He went red again, this time out of embarrassment.
How was I supposed to know what it's called? I've never seen anything like it in my life,
Arbor said, snatching up the weapon.
Very well,
Silver said, holding his hands up in surrender. He then bent down and picked up a length of polished hardwood.
The offer still stands. Hit me with that weapon, and I'll tell you everything you want to know about that pendant.
Arbor just nodded once, and then took up what he thought of as a fighting stance. He could beat this odd forest hermit, and then he would get his answers. Taking a deep breath, he charged at Silver with a shout and swung the weapon, aiming for the man's hand. He didn't want to kill him, after all. The next thing he knew, Arbor felt a blinding pain and was somehow left staring up at the trees above, his head ringing. He stood up on shaky legs, feeling the back of his head and wincing. How had he done that? Arbor shook his head once more and picked up his glaive.
Oh, good! You're not giving up! That's the spirit!
Silver said, flashing him a smile. Arbor just grimaced and moved forward, slower this time. He swung the weapon again, this time at Silver's head. Since he was watching closely, he saw what had happened. Silver seemed to flow as he moved forward, neatly stepping out of the way as Arbor overextended. Then his hardwood staff came up in a blur, cracking him across his knuckles. Arbor screamed and let go of his weapon, the glaive falling to the forest floor as he shook his stinging hands.
Is that all? Guess you don't want to know what that pendant is after all.
Silver mocked, that infuriating smile plastered across his face. Arbor just scowled and picked the weapon up again. He would hit this smug bastard if it was the last thing he'd do. For the next hour, Arbor tried to hit Silver, but was unsuccessful. Silver kept on goading him, smiling the entire time as Arbor threw himself at the infuriating man. Finally, Arbor had to give up, throwing the weapon away in disgust. He sat down and put his back to the tree, panting hard. Closing his eyes, he could feel the throbbing pain from the dozen or so new bruises Silver's staff had inflicted.
Don't blame the weapon. After all, it's not the weapon's fault that you don't know how to use it.
Silver called out, the ever-present smile still stretched across his face. He wasn't even winded. Arbor was outraged. Here he was, covered in bruises, and this hermit looked as though he wasn't even trying.
Yeah? What do you know about the glaive?
Arbor asked with a bitter, mocking tone. Silver quirked his head, then bent down and picked up the discarded weapon. Spinning it a few times, he began moving through a form, the blade whirling in his hand as he spun, slashed, and stabbed. Arbor watched in fascination as Silver flowed effortlessly through the form, seeming to dance as he moved, the blade never stopping. As he moved, the weapon seemed to travel faster and faster until it was little more than a silver blur. Finally, he finished with a big overhead slash. He held the position for a few seconds before straightening. Looking over at Arbor, he smiled again.
Oh, nothing much.
Chapter 8. Arbor walked through the forest, the leaves crunching underfoot as he went. The brown trees of the endless wood were slowly changing into the black, leafless trunks of the dead forest. He could feel a slight chill in the air as he walked. The landscape had been slowly shifting over the last few hours, and he knew he was close to the border of the dead forest. He checked the map Silver had provided.
Should be there by nightfall,
he muttered, rolling up the map and placing it back in his pack. He had ended up spending an entire month with Silver. He had protested at first, saying that he needed to get to Grind and find help for his sister. He quickly changed his mind when Silver asked if he knew where the city was. Arbor, much to his chagrin, had admitted that no, he didn't know where Grind was. He honestly didn't even know what part of the woods he was in. Silver had then made him a deal. Arbor would stay for 1 month, and Silver would educate him. Arbor had scoffed at the idea, but then Silver had said that they would spar every day, and if Arbor could hit him just once, he would tell him whatever he wanted to know about his pendant. Arbor had soon learned that there was a lot he didn't know, the main thing being the name of the land he lived in. He learned that the kingdom was called Ladrin, and that the land stretched from the Red Ocean, hundreds of miles to the north, to the golden leaf forest of the elves all the way to the south. There were also the jagged peaks where the dwarves lived to the west, and all this was connected by massive flatlands, hundreds of miles of dry, cracked earth where nothing grew. The capital of Galmer was near the Red Ocean to the north. Arbor was shocked by all this information. He hadn't even known that there were dwarves or elves. He'd thought they were just myths. Silver also explained about another race, the race of the salamanders. Arbor asked where they lived, and Silver had just shook his head sadly. He said they were mostly extinct, and the few surviving members were scattered all over Ladrin. Arbor was saddened by this news. He didn't know why, but he felt a sort of kinship with this unknown race. He had lost his family, and they had lost theirs. He fought with Silver every day, the odd man teaching him stances and forms to better use his weapon. He tried every day, but did not manage to so much as touch Silver, even once. Arbor had discovered another thing about himself while training, and this stuck most prominently in his mind. He was sparring with Silver one day. It was the 22nd day of his training, and Arbor was infuriated at not being able to hit him. As they circled each other, Arbor felt the same odd feeling he had during the bandit attack at his wedding. He didn't know how, but he was sure that Silver would move in and feint with an overhead blow before dropping the staff and sweeping his feet out from under him. Remembering how it had worked the last time, he decided to test this feeling. And when Silver came in for a blow, he had stepped in instead of back and swung his glaive in a downward parry. Arbor was shocked when his block actually worked. He had correctly predicted Silver's move. He didn't get much of a chance to celebrate, though, as Silver's staff came around and cracked on the side of his head, dropping him like a sack.
How did you do that?
Silver asked, holding his hand out to help him up. He had an odd look on his face, like he knew something but had to be sure.
I don't know.
Arbor had said honestly as he took the proffered hand.
I just had a feeling that the blow was a feint.
Silver looked at him for a moment, seeming to be lost in thought.
Is this the first time you've had that feeling?
He asked. Arbor shook his head, explaining the last time he'd felt the same thing. Silver nodded at that, taking up his fighting stance again.
Let's try that once more. Tell me if you have that feeling again.
Arbor nodded and took up his stance, legs spread and balanced, the glaive held in a double-handed grip across his body, with the tip dipping slightly toward the ground. He waited for a moment, and then the feeling came again. A tight feeling in his stomach, along with a certainty of how Silver would attack. The man would come high with a feint. Arbor would raise his glaive in a defensive parry, and Silver would spin his staff, knocking his glaive aside and crack him across the ribs. He could see the entire scene play out ahead of time, as though seeing into the future. Following his instincts again, he turned out to be right. He tried moving in again after Silver's feint failed, but he danced nimbly backward. Arbor rushed to follow him. If he knew where Silver would be, he could beat him. Silver's staff caught his ankle, and Arbor went down again. Hard. He groaned, rubbing his stinging leg and looking up at Silver with a glower.
I knew where you would be. I should have beaten you,
he said with a scowl. Silver just shook his head.
Your mind might know where I will be, but your body can't keep up yet.
He helped him up and smiled brightly again.
More important than that, you have magic.
Silver said with a huge grin.
I have what?
Arbor asked, not sure he'd heard the hermit correctly.
Magic!
He said again, his smile not diminishing at all.
It's rare for humans to have magic these days, let alone your type of magic.
He seemed very happy and moved around the clearing with excitement.
What do you mean by my type of magic?
Arbor asked, still a little skeptical about what the clearly crazy hermit was saying. There was no way he could have magic. Sure, he knew that it existed and that some people had the talent for it, but there was just no way he could have it. He would have known by now if he did.
Well, I'm not quite sure yet. This is just a guess, mind you,
Silver said, finally seeming to calm down. He looked at Arbor then, a shrewd look on his face.
What do you know about magic?
He asked.
Not much,
Arbor said with a shrug.
I know it exists, and that some people have it. That's really about it.
He slung his glaive over his shoulder and sheathed the weapon.
Let me explain the origin of magic and how it will affect you.
Silver sat down and motioned Arbor to do so as well.
Magic is one of the great forces of this world.
Silver began.
Long ago, the salamander race began to discover the gift of controlling the natural energies in the world. The salamanders soon decided to share their discovery with the other races, for this was a wonderful discovery indeed, and they dare not keep it to themselves. It soon became clear to them that magic could not be taught to everyone. For example, the dwarves had almost no affinity for it, while the elves had a surprisingly high one. The gremlins and humans were in between, some being able to learn it, while others were inept.
Silver had stopped at that point to light a fire and put a kettle on for tea. He sat back as the water boiled and continued.
As it is with all things, when people have power, they inevitably want to dominate others. Magic was a wild thing back then, and there was little control.
Silver sighed sadly at this point, his usual smile slipping from his face.
There was war. Hundreds of thousands of lives were lost, and soon it looked as though the world itself would be destroyed.
Silver stopped again to get the kettle off the fire. He poured hot water over the leaves in a cup and took a slow sip.
Well?
Arbor asked impatiently.
What happened next?
Silver put his cup down, the smile returning to his face.
No one knows. That part was lost to history. What was the point of you telling me the story then?
Arbor asked in frustration.
The point,
Silver said, putting his cup down,
is that control is the most important thing a mage can have. Without it, there's just war and death. Magic is much different now than it was back then. For example, magic is no longer a wild power to be harnessed. Rather, it is a power born within oneself. It needs to be nurtured, trained, and honed like any skill. How do you mean?
Arbor asked. The longer the man spoke, the more confused he was becoming.
Magic is still in the world around us, but at some point, people lost the ability to control it. Now, anyone who can use magic has the power inside of them, a small piece of the wild magic from their ancestors. Right now, you are only a Tier 1 mage, the very weakest there is. In order to advance your magic, you will need to train, grow, strengthen your body, and so on. I can't teach you how to do this, though, as it's something all mages must figure out for themselves.
Arbor had no idea what the man was going on about. What the hell even was a Tier 1 mage, and why couldn't he teach him how to get stronger?
I'm still very confused,
Arbor said, trying to wrap his head around the whole thing.
That's not important for now,
Silver said, waving his hand dismissively.
I think I know your magic type. I believe that you have the rare gift of perception magic,
he said, expecting him to be excited by the news.
What's that?
Arbor asked, his brow creasing in confusion.
And what do you mean by my type of magic? Every person who has magic has a specific type of magic unique to them. For example, someone who can control fire won't also be able to use healing magic.
Arbor finally nodded his understanding.
As for perception magic,
He continued,
it's a special type of body magic. There have only been a few known cases, and fewer still have been recorded. The simple and very basic explanation is that perception magic can boost your physical capabilities further than it would normally be possible. You will, of course, be constrained to whatever is possible at your tier, but with time and training, your ability will grow. That doesn't sound like anything special,
Arbor said.
And if my tier limits my power, shouldn't it be important to know how to move to the next one? In fact, what does it even mean? You're really not doing a very good job of explaining. Fine,
Silver said, rolling his eyes.
Mages gain power throughout their lives by practicing and honing their craft. But everyone needs to start at the beginning to make sure you don't hurt yourself accidentally. Limits are placed. These limits are what we call tiers. There is no limit to the number of tiers out there, but every mage has their limit. This is a point at which they can no longer advance. But don't make the mistake of thinking that just because someone is a higher tier than you, that they are automatically more powerful or vice versa. Tiers only limit how much power can be safely used, without the risk of injury or death. That being said, those who can wield more of their power will usually come out on top in a fight. That is why training is so important.
Arbor slowly nodded, finally grasping the basis of what Silver was talking about.
You still haven't explained what's so great about my magic, though,
he said, wrinkling his brows.
I see you're still confused, so let me give you an example. Say a normal man can lift 50 pounds. At Tier 1, someone like you would easily be able to lift 5 times that amount.
Arbor was shocked, but Silver just continued talking.
There are, of course, many different types of perception magic. While one man can lift 5 times more than another, a different man could move 5 times as fast. You were able to predict my actions after watching me fight. It may be that your magic can increase your perception or remember an opponent's movements and correctly predict where they will be. Only time will tell. But one thing is already abundantly clear. Your learning speed is far above that of a normal person.
He smiled conspiratorially at Arbor then.
Truth be told, there aren't many with your physical capabilities in the entire world. It's amazing how quickly you've taken to your chosen weapon, and I predict you'll only become better in time. Who knows? You might even be able to reach Tier 2 in a couple of months. Is that fast?
Silver nodded vehemently.
It takes most new mages well over half a year to hit Tier 2, though by your age, most are sitting at around Tier 4 or 5.
Arbor frowned at that. It seemed that he had a lot of catching up to do.
So, can you teach me magic then?
He asked hopefully. Silver shook his head sadly at that.
I'm sorry, but I can't teach what I don't know.
Arbor's face had fallen then. Of course Silver couldn't teach him. There was no way he had magic. The man must have been mistaken about him, and he wasn't nearly as special as Silver seemed to think him to be. He was snapped out of his self-deprecating thoughts when Silver continued speaking.
What I can tell you, though, is that there is a magic school in the Golden Leaf Forest. The elves are very knowledgeable when it comes to magic. They're not especially fond of humans, but they may accept you, as you have such a rare type of magic.
Silver grew very serious then. Any trace of a smile was now gone.
Now, I must warn about using magic. It may seem harmless at first, but all magic has a price. Push yourself too far too fast, and you will destroy yourself.
Arbor just shook his head.
I don't have time for this elf school, and I won't use magic if it's that risky.
The smile had returned to Silver's face by then.
Magic doesn't work that way. It will come, whether you want it or not.
With that last statement, he stood and picked up his staff to resume their training. Arbor remembered the experience while he walked. Silver was right. Even now, he could feel it, a small pulsing from his center where he now knew his magic to be located. He was tempted to reach for it, but he quickly forced it down, remembering Silver's warning. It wasn't all bad, though. His magic had somehow sped up his ability to heal. His ribs didn't even twinge anymore, and any bruises that Silver had inflicted had healed within hours. He frowned at that memory. Sure, it was nice that his injuries were gone, but it disconcerted him that some unknown power had done it, and he was sure it wouldn't be the last time. Arbor walked until the sun was low on the horizon. The landscape had considerably changed over the course of the day, and he was now standing in a small clearing surrounded by black-trunked trees. This was as good a spot as any to make camp for the night. He collected some dead branches from around the clearing and soon had a small fire going. He sipped from his water skin, then bit into some of the dried meat that Silver had provided for him. The dark, ominous trees made him feel uneasy, as though something sinister were lurking in the surrounding trees, hiding just out of view. There was no question in his mind now. He had reached the dead forest. Chapter 9. Arbor was exhausted. He'd been walking for days, and even his new magic didn't seem to work on sore feet. Not that he even knew what his magic could actually do. His boots were worn out, and his clothes were barely holding up any better. He resolved himself to get new clothing once he reached Grend.
And a horse. Definitely a horse.
He thought.
Maybe even two.
All around him, black leafless trunks stood, creaking in the breeze. Stopping for a moment, he pulled his map out once again. According to Silver, he should already have reached Grend, or at least caught sight of it. He put the map back in his bag with a sound of disgust. There was a hill up ahead. Maybe he'd get a better view from the top. Arbor trudged up the hill, his aching feet crying out in protest. As he crested the hill, his eyes widened, and he gasped audibly. A massive city sprawled out before him, surrounded by a huge stone wall. There was a road down below, and he could see small figures and carts moving along. He could also see an open gate, where people and carts were lined up. It seemed that he'd finally reached his destination. With a sigh of relief, he began the long trek down to the road below. It took him the better part of an hour, but he finally reached the road. Upon reaching the road, he realized how tall the walls actually were. Made of massive stone blocks and piled atop one another, the wall stood over 50 feet tall. Walking towards the gate, he was soon forced to stop and wait his turn until a cart in front of him moved on ahead.
What's your business in Grend?
Arbor looked down in surprise. A short, red-skinned figure dressed in a guard's uniform was looking up at him with a bored expression on his face. The man, or gremlin, Arbor supposed, had deep red skin and short, pointed ears. He had a long, thin nose and a narrow face. His eyes were slanted and had bright yellow irises. Green hair peeked out from under his helmet. and Arbor noticed short claws on the hand that gripped his spear. The guard just sighed as if he were used to this.
Yoy! First time here, then. What business do you have here?
He asked again. Arbor had prepared for this in advance. Silver had warned him that he'd need a cover story once he reached the city.
Better not let anyone know why you're there,
He'd said. When Arbor had asked why, Silver had replied in a tone that suggested he think before he speak.
That man Ramson may have friends in the city. Best not to tip him off if he's there.
Arbor had felt a little annoyed at Silver's tone of voice, but in the end had decided he was probably correct.
I'm a jewel merchant, here to trade my wares,
He said smoothly. The guard gave him an appraising look. Arbor was dressed in tattered clothes, and the heavy spike of his sheathed glaive peeked over his shoulder.
It's been a long road here,
He was quick to explain.
and one can't be too careful when carrying valuable merchandise.
Apparently, his story wasn't very convincing because the guard just snorted and shook his head, though he didn't seem to care either way, as he launched into what sounded like a well-rehearsed speech.
There's an inn a bit down the main road called this one. They have decent rates on rooms and board. The local jeweler is in the market district on the east side of the city. If you are selling jewels, you will have to pay the standard 30% tax on all items sold in the city.
30%? Are you nuts? That's highway robbery.
Arbor exclaimed. He couldn't pay 30% of the diamond's value. He needed every copper he could make.
It's the standard tax. If you don't like it, you can leave.
The guard's eyes narrowed, and his grip tightened on the heft of his spear.
No, it's fine.
Arbor said quickly, not wanting to cause a scene.
Good.
The guard waved him past.
And don't go stirring up any trouble.
Arbor nodded, then headed through the massive open gates, trying not to gawk. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. There were people everywhere he looked, and for someone who grew up in a small town, it was a bit overwhelming. The crowd seemed to be a mix of mostly humans and gremlins, but there were a few dwarves mixed in as well.
Silver's description of them is spot on,
He noted. The short-bearded men seemed to move the crowd around them as they walked, their broad forms easily standing out from the red-skinned gremlins and the taller humans. He kept walking down the main street until he saw a wooden sign swinging over a door with the word Swan written on it. He was about to go in when he remembered he had no money, only the jewels he had taken from the blacksmith's shop back home. He walked past the inn and headed for the east side of the city, staring at the tall towers and all the people around him. The buildings ranged in size, from tall spired buildings to smaller family homes. Everything was made of stone, and Arbor couldn't even imagine the amount of time it must have taken for this all to be built. It took him a little under half an hour, but by constantly asking for directions from annoyed passers-by, he finally made it to the trading district. He wandered around a bit, looking at all the stores lining the street and marveling at the variety of different goods being sold. He finally spotted a small sign with the picture of a diamond painted on and guessed that that was the jeweler's. He heard a bell tinkle overhead as he walked into the small shop. There was a dwarf behind the counter, looking at a stone through a small eyeglass. He looked up as Arbor walked in and slipped the stone into his pocket.
How can I help you?
He asked. The dwarf had an odd accent that Arbor hadn't heard before. He placed inflections in odd places, so the word you sounded more like ye. Walked in the counter. Walking up to the counter, he removed the small leather bag from his pocket.
I'd like to exchange these for some gold,
Arbor said, handing him the bag. The dwarf's eyes bulged as he looked inside.
Are you crazy, lad?
The dwarf said.
If you go flashing around that much wealth, you'll catch a knife in the back.
The dwarf was sweating and looked around the empty shop nervously.
Are they really worth that much?
Arbor asked, more curious than afraid.
Yes!
He looked around once more, then walked around to the front of the counter.
Follow me round back, and we'll get you sorted.
Arbor followed the dwarf to a small door on the side of the counter. He had to stoop a bit to enter through a low doorway, but the ceiling was high enough for him to stand once he entered.
Have a seat, lad.
The dwarf motioned to a chair by a small table.
This might take a few minutes, so best get comfortable.
Arbor nodded his thanks and sank into the chair as the dwarf emptied the small pouch onto the table. There were 16 gems in all. 5 were blue, 6 red, 4 yellow, and 1 clear. They varied in size, with the yellow being the largest and the clear one the smallest. The dwarf took his looking glass out once again, and muttering to himself, began examining the stones. After a while of looking, muttering, and note-taking, the dwarf looked up.
You really do have quite a lot of money here,
he said.
How much are they worth?
Arbor asked with interest.
Well, the yellow ones are worth roughly 50 gold apiece. The reds are 75. The blues are around 200. And the clear one is around 3,000.
Arbor had to suppress a shout of glee when the dwarf said that. Back home, the average person only made between 30 and 50 gold a month. The crotchety old blacksmith must have been saving for years to have so much stashed away. He'd never been any good at math, but even he could count these numbers. That was over 4,500 gold. He said so out loud, and the dwarf nodded.
4,650 to be accurate. I can give you 100 gold in coins. The rest I can give you in trader's notes.
What are those?
He'd never heard of trader's notes.
Trader's notes can be exchanged for coin at any trading guild or bank owned by the kingdom. I would recommend the guild, though, as their taxes are far less than the king's.
The dwarf said with a wink.
So, do we have a deal?
He asked, holding out his hand. Arbor reached out and shook it. The dwarf smiled, then swept the gems back into the bag and placed them in his pocket. He opened a drawer and began counting notes. He placed 6 notes in front of Arbor.
These are each worth 1,000,
he said, pointing to 4 of the larger notes.
This one is 500, and this one is 50.
He pointed to 2 smaller notes. Arbor picked them up. They felt odd in his hand. Not like paper at all, more like cloth. There was an official-looking seal on all of them, with numbers declaring their value. The dwarf then placed a small sack of glittering coins, containing copper, silver, and gold on the table as well. The way currency worked in Ladrin was too complicated. The lowest denomination was the copper coin. There were 10 copper to a silver, and 100 silver to a gold. There were also larger gold bars that banks and merchants used, worth anywhere from 100 to 1,000 gold, depending on the weight. Arbor picked up the small sack of coins tied to his belt.
I thank you for your business, lad. Now, is there anything else I can help you with?
Arbor thought on that for a few moments before nodding.
Do you know where I might be able to buy some horses?
Arbor now stood inside the stables. The dwarf hadn't just told him where he could buy a horse, but had also told where he could find trail rations and new clothes as well. The stablemaster was a nice enough man, and gave him a fair price on 2 horses and a full set tack for both. He also showed him how to properly saddle and care for them after a day's ride. He directed him to where he could go buy feed for the horses. It took Arbor another hour, but at last he was done with his shopping spree. His coin purse was now 63 gold and 6 silver lighter, but he had everything he would need for a month-long journey. He also bought a small metal cylinder on a thin chain where he could store his trader's notes. This he slipped over his neck and tucked under his shirt to rest near his other valuables. The light was starting to fade as he headed back to the Swan to see if he could still get a room for the night. He was passing a narrow alley when he heard a scream echo from within. He looked around quickly, trying to see if anyone was going to help. He was shocked, though, when everyone just turned the other way, ignoring the obvious sounds of distress. Arbor felt his blood boil as he watched this.
How could people so callously ignore someone in need?
Quickly dismounting, he tied his 2 horses to a nearby post, then ran into the alley. The light was noticeably dimmer inside the alley, and it took a few moments for his vision to adjust. What he saw disgusted him even more than the people outside who were ignoring the cries for help. 4 male gremlins were standing around a single female gremlin and beating her. The female was on the ground, trying to cover herself as they mercilessly kicked her, pleading for mercy. Her face was tear-streaked, and he could see she wouldn't last much longer.
Leave her alone!
Arbor shouted, running up and grabbing one of the gremlins by the shoulder. The guard turned around, a sneer coming to his face.
This is official city business.
The gremlin said, pointing to a patch on his chest.
Now move along, unless you want to get hurt.
The other gremlins had stopped beating the girl, and were now watching him in obvious interest.
You're supposed to be city guards?
Arbor asked, appalled. Why were city guards beating an innocent girl? Arbor didn't care who they were. He couldn't stand bullies. So drawing his glaive, he took up a fighting stance.
I won't ask you again. Leave or die. It's your choice.
Look at this! The little shit thinks he can beat us!
The ringleader said, drawing a sword from his belt.
Let's show him what we do to lawbreakers around here!
Arbor took a step back and widened his stance. The alley was narrow, so they would only be able to come at him 1 or 2 at a time, though they would still outnumber him. As the first gremlin approached, Arbor quickly stepped forward, thrusting the heavy blade towards his midsection. The blade sunk a few inches into the red creature with a sickening squelch, and he looked at Arbor in shock.
Ah!
Arbor quickly pulled the blade out and spun it, knocking the second gremlin's sword to the side with a loud clang. Bringing the spiked end around in a wide sweep, he cracked him over the head, knocking him to the ground, where he lay dazed. Arbor was shocked that it had worked at all. All that time with Silver and he hadn't managed to hit him once. Now he'd taken down 2 opponents in a matter of seconds. The other 2 approached, more wary now that half their number was down. One tried to get around him, but Arbor shifted his stance and slashed his weapon, intending to take the gremlin's head off. But the nimble bastard jumped back, cursing, and narrowly avoided the blow. Arbor sensed it then, the light thrumming in his chest, and he knew what would happen next. They would both rush him at once, thinking to overwhelm him. One would slash at his legs and the other at his head. It seemed that the gremlins didn't know much about taking on someone with a 2-handed weapon, as it wasn't a very good plan. They both charged him and slashed at the same time. Arbor turned his glaive in a half-circle and neatly knocked both to the side at once. Then, allowing his grip to slide up near the blade, he pulled it back and thrust forward, stabbing one of them through the eye. He pulled the blade free and turned to the last gremlin, who'd already begun stepping back.
Looks like all your friends are gone. Care for a fair fight?
Arbor growled, taking a threatening step forward. The gremlin's eyes widened in terror. Then he dropped his sword and ran from the alley, throwing dire threats over his shoulder.
The guards will be here for you soon! You'll be hanged for this!
Arbor just sighed and sheathed his weapon. He went over to the gremlin girl and bent down.
It's okay. They're gone. They won't hurt you anymore. My name is Arbor, by the way. What's yours?
The girl looked up at him then, and he finally got a good look at her face. Arbor was slightly taken aback. She was pretty in a weird, alien sort of way. She had a lighter red complexion than the gremlins he'd seen so far. Dark blue hair hung to her shoulders, and small, pointed ears peeked out from within. She had bright blue eyes that looked back at him from under slanted brows. She had a small, pert nose and full lips colored a darker red than her face. She also had a rather impressive bust with just a hint of cleavage showing. A narrow waist and wide hips completed her rather fetching figure. Now that she was standing, he could see that she was slightly taller than the other gremlins, standing a little under 5.5 feet. "Thank you for saving me." Her voice was lighter than he'd expected. "My name is Grakvin, but you can just call me Grak," she said, wiping her tear-streaked face. She had some visible bruising on her face and arms. and he was sure that her long dress hid further injuries.
Can you tell me why they were hurting you?
He asked.
I didn't have enough money to pay my taxes this month,
she said with a sniff.
The city guards are awful, constantly raising taxes and claiming them in the name of the king. And when you can't pay them...
A loud horn blared, interrupting Grack in the middle of her explanation. Then an alarm began ringing, and Grack's face paled.
We need to leave, now!
I take it we've been found out?
Arbor asked. Grack nodded, then grabbed his hand and ran for the alley entrance.
You killed 3 city guards. They'll hang you for that, and likely me along with you.
Oh, that's not good,
he muttered to himself. Dying wasn't an option right now. At least, not until he managed to save his sister and avenge his family. They came running out of the alley and Arbor stopped, looking for his horses.
Why are you stopping? We need to run,
Grack said, pulling his arm. Finally spotting them, he pulled her towards them.
I have horses. Which way is the fastest out of the city?
That way. There is a small gate on the south side that might still be open,
she said as the two of them mounted up. The alarm was now ringing louder, and Grack spun her horse to the south gate, kicking it into a gallop. Arbor followed behind her, yelling for people to get out of the way. Men, dwarves, and gremlins alike dove out of the way, cursing at them as they galloped through the crowded streets. Finally, the gate came into view, but what he saw made his heart skip a beat. They were closing the gate. Arbor spurred his horse faster, kicking its ribs and shouting. He overtook Grack and bolted towards the gate guards at what was surely a dangerous pace for his horse. He drew his glaive and threw it like a javelin at one of the guards. He was only trying to distract the gremlin, but the blade actually hit him, sinking deep into his shoulder, causing him to spin away from the gate. That was all they needed. The gates stopped closing and they galloped past the guards, Arbor reaching out as they passed and ripping the glaive free. He heard a scream of pain follow him and did his best to block out the deaths he'd just caused. He heard shouting behind him and looked over his shoulder to see one of the guards shaking their fist at him. Grack pulled up alongside him as they came onto the main road.
Why aren't they chasing us?
Arbor yelled over to her.
They will, but probably not until morning.
Arbor figured she was right. There was barely enough light to see by, and going out now would be a bad idea. Even with torches, the dark, moonless night would be treacherous for the horses. They rode off the path and into the woods, deciding that it would be safer that way, continuing until there was just the barest glimmer of light left to see by. Once they'd dismounted, they tied the horses to a tree and collected some dead wood. Since no one would be following, it was safe to light a fire. Arbor struck a few sparks into his tinderbox and soon had one going, though he made sure to keep it small. Grack sat across from him, shivering and wrapping her bare arms around herself in an attempt to stay warm. The nights were becoming colder as the dark months passed. Soon the winter moon would be rising and it would be truly cold.
Here,
Arbor said, handing her a cloak from one of his saddlebags.
I brought an extra one in case it got too cold.
Grack took the cloak and wrapped it around herself with a nod of thanks. Arbor then dug into his pack, removing a few strips of dried meat and some hard bread. Not very appetizing, but it would be filling nonetheless. He handed Grack a few pieces and passed her a water skin as well.
Where do we go from here?
Arbor asked.
Well, we can try to head deeper into the kingdom, towards the capital, though I don't think they'll let us in,
Grack said sadly.
We can also try braving the flatlands. I hear the jagged peaks are welcoming, though I'm not sure if they'll want a gremlin staying there.
Why? What's wrong with gremlins? You all serve the king, don't you?
Grack just shook her head.
Yes, we serve the king, but we are outlaws now. Besides, gremlins aren't exactly treated well in the capital. At least, not ones like me.
What do you mean, ones like you?
Grack fidgeted for a few moments, and Arbor could see that he'd touched on a sensitive topic, so he decided to change the subject.
Do you know where Favora is? As far as I know, My sister was taken there by a group of bandits to be sold.
Grack nodded, seemingly relieved at the change of subject.
I do know where Favora is, but I don't think you'll find help from the king's men. If she's being sold, there's nothing you can do. She's now the rightful property of the men who took her.
Arbor felt his anger begin to boil at that.
What do you mean, rightful property? Those bastards killed my parents and my future wife and took my sister as a slave. The king wouldn't stand for that.
Grack sighed sadly and shook her head once more.
I'm afraid you've got it wrong there. Who do you think makes these laws? Favora is in the kingdom of Ledron. These laws were made by the king himself.
Arbor felt his blood run cold.
What do you mean?
He asked, shooting to his feet.
The king is a just ruler and a good man. He protects us from bandits and thieves and hangs men like Ramson for their crimes.
Grack flinched when Ramson's name was mentioned.
I'm afraid not. The king is not the kind and just man you believe him to be. The slave trade is one of the crown's most profitable sources of income. And that man, Ramson, is well known in that market.
Arbor sat down, feeling numb shock threatening to overtake him.
What can I do then? How can I save her?
He asked quietly. Grack looked at him, pity in her eyes. She opened her mouth once or twice, then closed it again. The two sat in silence for a while, the only sounds coming from the crackling and popping of the small fire. Finally, Grack spoke up, her shoulders straightening as she seemed to come to a decision.
You saved my life, and I owe you a debt. I will help you find your sister, and we will rescue her together.
Arbor was slightly taken aback at the sudden declaration from the gremlin girl.
You don't owe me anything. I just did what any decent man would do.
Grack's red face went slightly redder as he said this, and she looked down in embarrassment.
All the same, she said, I will stay with you. I have nowhere else to go.
Her voice softened a touch.
And I'm sorry to hear about your family. I understand the pain of losing someone.
She wrapped the cloak a bit tighter around herself, staring into the fire with haunted eyes. Arbor had to wonder just what types of horrors this girl had to have seen, but he kept his questions to himself. If she wanted to talk about it, she would. Until then, he wouldn't pry.
Well, better get some sleep,
he finally said, shifting uncomfortably.
They most likely won't come looking tonight, but it wouldn't hurt to keep a watch just in case. I'll take the first one and wake you in a few hours.
Grack nodded, not about to argue, and rolled up in the cloak. Within minutes, her chest was rising and falling in an even pattern that meant she'd fallen asleep. He hunkered down against a tree, staring into the fire and pondering what his next moves should be. His plans had fallen through, so what should he do now? He woke her a few hours later for her turn to watch and rolled up in his own cloak. Grack yawned tiredly and blinked sleep from her eyes, but hunkered down in his spot to take her turn. It took him a while to fall asleep, despite how tired he felt. All his hopes for getting help from the king's soldiers had been dashed, and now he didn't know how he'd be able to save Karia. He rolled over again, trying to banish these thoughts from his mind. It would do no good worrying about that now. He needed sleep if he wanted to live through the following days.
Arbor, wake up!
Grack was shaking him hard.
What is it?
He asked sleepily. He didn't remember when, but he'd finally managed to fall asleep. Judging by how tired he felt, it couldn't have been more than 4 hours ago. He cracked his eyes, slowly blinking away the fog of sleep. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, and he could hear birds chirping. Then he heard it. The sound of hunting horns coming from the city. He sat up quickly then, shivering as the cold morning air bit into his skin. He and Grack moved swiftly, saddling the horses and mounting up.
How long have the horns been blowing?
Arbor asked as they started to move.
I woke you as soon as I heard the first one,
Grax said, coming up beside him. She had torn her skirt down the middle and tied the ends, forming rough pants so she could sit in the saddle more comfortably. She also had his heavy cloak draped across her shoulders, protecting her bare arms. Her thin dress was really not suited to the wild.
Do you think we can outrun them?
Arbor asked.
It's about 200 miles over the flatlands to reach the jagged peaks,
Grax said thoughtfully.
We're around 20 miles from the flatlands now, so long as we keep a good pace and the winter moon doesn't rise. We should be able to keep ahead of them.
They wheeled their horses to the west and kicked them into a run. The chase was on, and Arbor could only hope they would live through the experience. Chapter 10. Karia slowly came to. The ground beneath her was rumbling and seemed to be moving. Cracking her eyes open, she was greeted by the sight of metal bars and slowly passing trees. It seemed that she was in some sort of wagon, but how had she gotten here? Examining herself, she could see she was still in the dress she'd worn to the wedding, but it was now torn and muddied. She could feel a headache coming on, so closing her eyes, she tried to gather her wits. What was the last thing she remembered? She was at the wedding when a bunch of men had come riding in. Tears began welling in the corners of her eyes as it came back to her. The screams, the fire, the blood. All that death. There was a chance that her family was dead. It was all she could do not to break down right then and there. She'd run into the woods once the men had started butchering people, but her dress had caused her to stumble and fall. When she'd looked up, a greasy-looking man was standing over her. He said something about her fetching a nice price. And then there was nothing.
Looks like you're finally up.
Karia jumped at the sound of that voice, not expecting anyone else to be with her, wherever with her was. Turning her head, she saw a boy sitting across her, but he was the strangest-looking boy she'd ever seen. First of all, his ears were all weird and pointy. His eyes were slanted like a cat's, and his face was too thin. "What are you?" Karia asked, shrinking back against the bars and wiping her eyes. She was scared, alone, and she didn't know where she was. Apparently, she was locked in a cage with some creep. The boy only smiled, seeming not at all deterred by her reaction.
To answer your first question, I am an elf. My name is Sylvester. I'd shake your hand, but...
He trailed off, showing that his wrists were cuffed in front of him. Karia stared at him for a moment. An elf? But elves were a made-up fairy tale, something parents told their children to help them get to sleep at night. Yet, she couldn't deny what was sitting right in front of her, and she couldn't really explain away the pointy ears. "I'm Karia," she said, slowly leaning forward and shaking one of the elf's hands. She decided to see if the elf knew anything about their current predicament. "Do you know where we are?"
We,
said the elf.
are in a slaver's wagon, headed for the city of Fivora, to be sold at auction.
The elf seemed quite relaxed as he made this statement, as though he didn't have a care in the world. Karia sat there, still trying to understand what was going on. "I was at my brother's wedding? Then these men attacked. That's the last thing I remember," she said. "How long have I been here?"
2 weeks, give or take a day.
Sylvester said nonchalantly.
I have to say, I'm glad you're awake. It's dreadfully boring just sitting here with only the slavers for company. They don't talk much, only grunt and spit at me when I try to make conversation. I have to wonder if they have a single brain cell between the lot of them.
He said with a grin. 2 weeks? Karia exclaimed. "There's no way I could have been out for that long. How am I still breathing?"
See that greasy man there?
Sylvester pointed through the bars to the man in question.
He fed you every day. Pounded up some berries and hauled them down your throat.
Karia shuddered at the thought of that greasy man touching her and clutched instinctively at her necklace. But it was gone. She began frantically looking around, but it was nowhere in sight. "Have you seen a silver necklace with a lily on the end?" she said frantically.
I didn't see anything around your neck when they tossed you in here.
Sylvester said with a shrug. She must have dropped it when the slavers had taken her from her family. "My family!" she exclaimed, remembering the slaughter back home. "Do you know what happened to them?"
Sorry. Can't help you there.
The elf said.
If you want to know, try asking one of the slavers. I wouldn't ask Ramson, though.
"Why is that?" she asked, remembering the man well. He was the leader of this group and had decapitated a woman for no apparent reason. Sylvester leaned in with a conspiratorial smile.
Before he left to raid your town, he had both of his eyes. When he came back, though...
He covered one of his eyes in an approximation of an eye patch, then leaned back against the bars and burst out laughing. Karia couldn't help herself. The elf's laughter was contagious, and soon she was laughing as well.
That's the spirit. Keep your chin up. We'll find a way out of this.
You in there, keep it down.
One of the slavers passed by and jabbed the butt of his spear through the bars, hitting Sylvester in the back. He grunted in pain and hunched forward.
You'll get a lot worse if I hear you again, freak.
The man threatened before riding further down the line. "Are you all right?" Karia asked worriedly as the man moved away. Sylvester nodded, wincing slightly.
They do that from time to time. It makes them feel powerful.
"What a bunch of heartless bastards!" Karia exclaimed angrily. "What kind of man feels powerful by picking on others? Doesn't sound very manly to me." Sylvester just sighed.
This world is full of people just like him. My parents warned me not to go too far from the Golden Leaf Forest, but I just had to go looking for adventure. I only wish I'd listened to them. I could be in school right now, enjoying 3 square meals a day, going to sleep in my nice, soft bed, and having fun with my friends. Instead, I'm here, getting beatings and dried bread once a day.
He sounded bitter, and Karia couldn't blame him. She decided to try and distract the elf. She had only just met him, but already felt better after talking with him. "You mentioned a school? What kind of school?" she asked. Sylvester smiled wistfully.
The Golden Leaf School of Magic. Finest magic school in all of Ladron. According to the brochures, anyway.
"School of Magic?" Karia asked, ignoring the snide comment at the end. "If you know magic, can you get us out of here?" Sylvester just held up his shackled wrists in answer.
These block my magic. Damn slavers know their stuff and made sure to slap them on me as soon as I was captured.
Now that he'd mentioned it, Karia had an idea. "If I can get the key, could you get us out?" she asked in a hushed voice.
You can try, but they never come near me with the keys. Otherwise, I'd have tried by now.
Karia only smiled at that. "I've gotten my brother to do loads of things for me when he didn't want to. And the boys around the village were always doing nice things for me. I'm sure I can trick one of these slavers without too much trouble." Sylvester looked skeptical at this.
You do realize that these are slavers, right? They won't fall for any tricks.
Karia didn't hear him. She was already making her move. She schooled her face, then cried out in pain. "Ah!" It didn't take long for the greasy man who Sylvester had pointed out to come riding over.
What's all this fuss about?
He had a thick and slurred way of speaking that made it hard to understand. Karia leaned forward against the bars. She could see keys swinging from the man's belt. All she had to do was get them. She put on her best smile, cringing inwardly as the man's eyes flicked to her neckline. What a creep. "My foot hurts quite badly. I think I twisted it," she said, sticking her bottom lip out in a pretend pout and rubbing her foot. The bandit stared at her for so long, she felt the urge to cover up. He was seriously creeping her out.
Don't worry, love.
He finally said.
I'll fetch you some bandages and you can wrap it up. After all, lame slaves fetch a lot less at auction.
He cackled as he headed off for the bandages.
So, what exactly is your plan?
Sylvester asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm going to try and steal the keys when he brings the bandages. Karia whispered to him as she kept an eye out for the greasy man. It only took a few minutes, but he soon came riding back with a roll of bandages. Karia expected him to come into the cage, but instead, he shoved them through the bars at her. This wasn't good. He was supposed to come into the cart. She would now have to improvise a way to get those keys. Cringing inwardly at what she was about to do, she got shakily to her feet. Thanks for your help, she said, reaching for the bandages and giving him her most dazzling smile. She then pretended to slip, and her arms went through the bars and struck the man in his face.
You little bitch!
The man screamed as his hands flew to his injured face. His horse reared at the sudden excitement, and the man had to fight to get it under control. Karia took the opportunity to grab the keys from his belt and stuff them down her dress. She sat back down and plastered an apologetic look on her face. The greasy man finally managed to calm his horse down and glared at her through the bars. Are you all right, sir? Karia asked in a voice laden with concern.
No, I'm not all right!
He yelled.
You whacked me in the face!
Karia pretended to look puzzled at that statement. Surely a blow from a little girl like me couldn't hurt a big, strong man like you. She layered her voice with as much sarcasm and scorn as she could. She couldn't physically hurt him for being a creep, but she could at least try and hurt his ego. He opened his mouth to reply, but saw that they'd attracted the attention of some of the other men. He straightened his jacket and glared at her one more time.
No, I'm sure you couldn't,
he muttered. With that, he spurred his horse on ahead, and Karia breathed a sigh of relief.
Well, did you get them?
Sylvester asked. Karia dug her hand down her dress and brought it back up, clutching the ring of keys, a grin of triumph on her face. She moved forward, fumbling slightly, and started trying each one on Sylvester's restraints.
Better move quick. You'll notice sooner or later that they're gone,
he said as she worked.
I do have to say, though, that was quite a masterful performance.
Just be quiet. I'm trying to concentrate here, she admonished him. Finally, she found the right key, and the cuffs came away with a click.
That feels nice,
Sylvester said, rubbing his wrists. Now which one of those will open the door? Karia asked, holding the keyring up to him.
None of them will,
Sylvester answered.
Only Ramson has the keys to the wagons. It's the only way he can stop his men from stealing his stuff and running off with them in the night.
How are we supposed to get out then? Karia exclaimed, throwing the keys away in frustration.
I can feel my magic now that the restraints have been removed,
Sylvester answered calmly. Karia glared at him for a moment as he continued rubbing his wrists. Well, then hurry up and get us out of here.
Give me a minute. I've been wearing those things for the last month.
You'll be wearing them for the rest of your life if we don't get out of here now.
All right,
Sylvester said.
Just give me a few seconds.
The elf closed his eyes, a look of concentration coming to his face. Karia wondered what he would do, and soon found out. Long vines crawled up the sides of the wagon and began winding around the bars. There was the sound of creaking wood as they constricted. Soon, there was a muffled crack, and a hole opened in the wagon floor. The vines quickly receded, and he opened his eyes.
Ladies first,
he said, motioning to the hole. Karia didn't need to be told twice, hopping through the hole and rolling a few times as she hit the ground to lessen the impact. There was a muffled thump, and she saw Sylvester rolling to his feet behind her. They were fortunate that no one had spotted them yet, but they wouldn't escape notice for long.
Into the trees,
he whispered. motioning to the thick cover on the side of the road. They ran quickly into the cover of the forest and headed deeper in, running for all they were worth. Just a few moments later, Karia heard the distinct sound of shouting voices. "Damn it all!" she muttered under her breath. They'd already spotted the empty wagon. This wasn't good. She couldn't run that quickly due to her long dress and weeks of inactivity. Sylvester didn't look any better. The weeks of malnourishment had weakened him as well, and he was already flagging. Sylvester stopped suddenly by the base of an enormous tree.
"Karia, come here, quickly,"
he said, leaning up against it. Karia ran over to him. He was pale and shaking. "We have to keep going. They'll catch us if we stay, and I doubt we'll be able to get away a second time," she said, trying to pull him away from the tree. But he didn't budge.
"Lean against the trunk. Just trust me,"
the elf said. Karia didn't know the elf all that well and was tempted to just keep running. She heard a shout, much closer this time. After a moment of indecision, she pressed her back to the tree. Sylvester then closed his eyes, and vines flowed over the two of them, the thick ivy soon hiding them from view. Karia didn't move, holding her breath as she heard the men come crashing through the underbrush and then move past her. A voice suddenly rang out, and she felt her blood run cold in her veins.
"I want those two found! You have any idea how much an elf is worth?"
It was Ramson. Karia froze in terror, remembering the man brutally murdering people in cold blood. She closed her eyes and tried calming down. They were hidden. Ramson couldn't find them. They would be all right. She kept repeating this to herself until she managed to calm down. She looked over at Sylvester, noting with worry that he didn't look too good. The elf was deathly pale and visibly sweating. "How long can you hold this?" she hissed in an undertone.
"As long as I have to,"
the elf replied, his voice clearly strained. There was nothing much to do now but wait. So Karia slid to the ground and searched around until she found a sharp stone. Lifting the hem of her skirt and wincing a bit, she plunged the stone into the fabric just below her knees. It was an expensive dress, so it really hurt to ruin it like this, but she wouldn't be able to run with the long skirt hampering her movement. She slowly worked her way around, cutting with the sharp stone, until the extra cloth fell away. Finally, after a few more minutes of waiting, the sounds of pursuit receded. Sylvester relaxed, releasing his hold on the magic and letting out a sigh of relief. Karia stood quickly, her eyes scanning the surrounding forest. "Do you think we lost them?" she asked, looking over at the weary elf.
"I don't think we're in the clear just yet,"
he said, panting.
"They're not likely to give up so easily with a prize like me on the line."
"So how do we escape?" she asked. She didn't hear anything, but she was sure they'd be close by. If Sylvester couldn't hold their cover for more than a few minutes, they would need to be really careful. Sylvester stood, brushing himself off. He seemed to be recovering, albeit at a slow rate.
"For now, let's just get moving. Sitting still will likely get us captured again."
He looked around for a moment, then took off at a jog, dodging between trees. Karia was quick to follow, glad now she'd taken the time to cut her skirt. They went on like that for the next few minutes, before Sylvester slowed down. Karia came up next to him and he put a finger on his lips, indicating for her to be silent. He then pointed down a small slope to where two men were searching the underbrush, poking with their spear points. "What do we do?" Karia asked in a hushed whisper.
"Go that way,"
Sylvester answered back, pointing in the opposite direction. They quietly turned and headed the other way, moving quickly through the brush. They'd only been running in that direction for a few minutes when Sylvester once again stopped. Karia was about to ask what was wrong when she once again heard gruff voices from up ahead. Sylvester put a finger to his lips, then took off in a different direction. Karia looked back one more time, before rushing to keep pace with him. It soon became clear that they were being hemmed in, but Karia had no idea how they knew where to look. They had just narrowly avoided another patrol, and Karia was growing frustrated. How do they keep closing in on us? It's not like we're making a lot of noise.
They must have a tracker with them,
Sylvester answered as they ran.
This is really bad. Even if I can manage to make another hiding spot, our tracks will lead them right to us.
How many trackers do you think they have? Karia asked, as a plan began to form in her mind.
Likely, only one. They don't come cheap, and Ramson wouldn't want to cut too much into his profit.
He was slowing down as his breaths were becoming ragged.
Why does it matter, though?
He panted.
One tracker is all they need to find us.
Karia grimaced, already knowing what they would need to do. Then we need to find the tracker and kill him. Sylvester blanched at the suggestion and opened his mouth to protest when Karia cut him off. I don't like the idea of taking a life any more than you do, but in order to survive, we need to do whatever it takes, even if it means killing a man. Sylvester went pale, but he nodded his assent. Even if he didn't much like the idea of killing someone, they would have to get rid of the man if they had any hope of survival.
So, how do we go about killing the tracker?
His voice shook as he asked the question. Just because he agreed they had to do it didn't mean he wasn't terrified of the idea. We set a trap for him, Karia answered. If anyone will find us, he'll be the first. So, use your magic and hide against a tree. I'll let him spot me. Once he sees me, he likely won't go looking for any more tracks. I'll run past your hiding spot. Once he passes, use your magic to kill him. Sylvester didn't like the idea of Karia using herself as bait, but there were no better alternatives.
Please be careful,
he said, putting his back to a tree. He closed his eyes, and after a moment of concentration, he was soon hidden from view. Karia walked forward about 100 paces and then stopped. She took a deep breath to steady her nerves. Her heart was racing, and it took every ounce of willpower not to bolt right then and there. It went against her own survival instincts to just sit still and let herself be spotted, but she balled up her fists and forced herself not to move. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, a small man came into view, his eyes peering down at the ground. Karia took a deep breath, her heart just about stopping, and then let out a small scream. Just as she had hoped, the man's head whipped up at the sound, and a sneer crossed his face. Karia turned around and took off running. She could hear the man crashing through the undergrowth behind her and put on another burst of speed. Her breath was coming in ragged gasps as she neared the side of the trap. There, she saw the telltale signs that Sylvester had left for her, and with a cry of relief, she stopped a few feet past the tree. She turned back to see the man come crashing into the clearing behind her. He stopped, whipping his head about for a few seconds until his eyes locked onto her.
Finally decided to give up, my pretty?
He asked, drawing a small knife from his belt.
How about you come nice and quiet like now? I wouldn't want to scar that pretty face of yours.
He stepped forward, passing Sylvester's hiding place. Sylvester could feel his heart hammering in his chest as the man passed. He'd never taken a life before, and the very idea terrified him. "No!" Karia screamed, and despite his fears, he acted.
What the?
The man cried out as the tree next to him exploded, vines flowing outward and wrapping him up in a crushing grip. The knife dropped from his nerveless fingers as the vines flowed around him. Sylvester emerged from his hiding spot, concentrating hard as he tightened the vines even further. The tracker screamed in pain as the vines began crushing him to death. Sylvester opened his eyes at the tracker's cry of pain and hesitated. The tracker, feeling the vines loosen their grip, turned his head to look at the elf.
Never killed a man before, have you?
The man said with a sneer, as he felt the vines slacken a bit more.
Never looked a man in the eye as you watched the life bleed out of him? Watched the light go from his eyes?
The man continued, a snarl coming to his face. Sylvester took an involuntary step back as the man spoke, and the vines binding him slackened just enough for the tracker to escape. The man pounced on Sylvester as soon as he was free, his scrawny hands wrapping around his neck and driving him to the ground.
You've never taken a life, but I have. I'm sure the boss won't mind too much. After all, a dead elf is still worth plenty.
He couldn't breathe. The man on top of him was crushing the life out of him. His vision began to darken as he felt unconsciousness claiming him. Suddenly, he felt the man's grip go slack, and he took a deep, gasping breath, coughing hard as air entered his bruised throat. The man was slumped over him, a glassy expression on his face, as blood leaked from the back of his head. Karia stood over him, the man's now bloody knife clutched in her shaking hands. She dropped the knife and fell to her knees, shock clearly written across her face. Sylvester rolled the man off of him and quickly ran over to her.
Karia!
He said, shaking her shoulders.
Karia, look at me!
She looked up then, and he could see tears streaming down her face.
We have to go,
he said.
The tracker is dead, but more men will be coming soon.
She nodded, and he helped her stand on shaky legs, and together they took off at a run. Karia ran along, her mind reeling. She couldn't believe what she had just done. She'd killed a man. She had never taken a life, nor had she ever wanted to. She replayed it in her mind over and over, the feeling of the knife sinking in, the grating of bone through the handle, the man shuddering, blood pumping from the back of his head. She was running now. Sylvester was holding her hand and leading her through the forest. It had to be done, though. Otherwise, they'd both have been captured or killed. Sylvester definitely would have died had she not intervened. Sylvester! Her thoughts came to a screaming halt and anger bloomed in her chest. It was his fault. The little coward couldn't do it, so she'd been forced to step in. This thought snapped her out of her shock, and she tore her hand from his. He turned quickly, only for a stinging slap to rock his head to the side. He looked at her in shock, his hand going to his cheek. "The next time you decide to spare an enemy out of pity," she said with a venomous glare, "don't expect me to save you." She then ran on ahead of him, fighting to keep the rage alive. It was the only thing keeping her from collapsing on the spot and retching. Sylvester stared after her for a moment, holding his face. Anger boiled inside him at the indignity. He opened his mouth to retort when another feeling slammed into him. Shame. He'd almost cost them both their lives. And for what? To spare the life of a man who would sell them as if they were animals? He took off after Karia, resolving himself not to show that kind of mercy again. He couldn't afford to. Chapter 11. Karia was annoyed. No, she thought. I'm not just annoyed. I'm pissed. She looked over at Sylvester, who was trying, unsuccessfully, to find the position of the sun for about the 1,000th time that day. After killing the tracker, they'd had a fairly easy time evading their pursuers, and had now made their way deep into the endless wood. Sylvester had explained that the Golden Leaf Forest was on the other side of the flatlands, all the way to the south. They just had to make it to the flatlands, and from there, it should be just 2 weeks to reach the border of the Elven territory. What he hadn't said was that he had no idea how to get there. They'd been wandering the endless wood for over a month now, as far as she could tell. Her clothes were dirty and torn, and her shoes weren't in any better shape. She'd probably have found it pretty ironic had she known her brother had recently found himself in a similar situation. Sure, they weren't dying of hunger or thirst. Sylvester's nature magic made sure they could always find wild berries. And apparently, he was a Tier 3 mage, so once he'd recovered somewhat, he had a pretty easy time finding them. He could also bring up vines filled with water to keep them from dehydrating. What she didn't understand was why there were no rivers or lakes. How did the trees and animals stay alive? Sylvester had explained that there was a massive underground river flowing beneath their feet, and though they couldn't reach it, the tree's roots could. He also speculated that the animals must have some way of getting water where they couldn't. "Well?" she asked as he walked over. "Do you have any idea where we are, or how to get out of here?" She didn't mean to sound so rude, but she was beyond frustrated.
No, I don't.
He answered back, equally frustrated.
Why don't you try and find a way out of here? Everything looks the same.
I'm not the one with plant magic. How the hell are you even lost?
It's nature magic, not plant magic. And that's not how it works.
The two of them glared daggers at one another, both gearing up for a fight.
I really seem to be getting a lot of visitors lately,
A friendly-sounding voice called out. They both jumped at the sound of it, snapped from their argument, and whirled around to see who'd spoken.
My, you two are quite jumpy.
The man laughed. Karia stared. He had to be the oddest-looking man she had ever seen, and that included Sylvester. The man was tall, over 6.5 feet, with bright red hair growing in wild spikes. He had purple eyes and... She blinked a few times. Was his skin orange? Karia snapped out of her stupor and tried to curtsy, realizing that she'd been staring. Her mother had always told her it was rude. She wasn't very good at it, seeing as she'd rarely met anyone she didn't know. It was always polite to curtsy to strangers. That was another thing her mother had said. My mother sure did have a lot of sayings. She realized that her mind had begun wandering and straightened quickly from the curtsy, her cheeks going a little pink. My name is Karia, and this is Sylvester. She wasn't sure why, but she felt oddly at ease, as though she could trust this man with anything.
Who are you?
Sylvester asked suspiciously. He didn't seem at all relaxed around the stranger. He looked tense, as if he were preparing to run. The man smiled easily at them both.
What a polite young lady you are,
he said, sweeping into a formal bow.
My name is Silver,
he said, straightening.
What are you doing here?
Sylvester asked, not dropping his guard at all. His eyes were slitted, and he looked on in suspicion.
I live here, of course,
Silver said, his smile just growing wider.
Come, my dear, you must come to my clearing. I can fix those clothes right up and get you a decent meal,
he said, holding out an arm for Karia. She took the proffered arm and shot Sylvester a smug look as the man began leading her away. They walked together, weaving through the forest until they entered a small clearing about 5 minutes later. Karia chatted with the man the entire time, while Sylvester just followed behind, glowering the entire time. Wow, it's amazing here, Karia exclaimed as she looked around. The branches overhead were woven together, forming a sort of roof. A small fire pit stood in the center, with a kettle boiling on top. The trees were tightly packed together as well, effectively hiding it from the rest of the forest. In fact, if she'd been standing outside, she wouldn't have ever known it was here.
Ah, yes. It's quite the sight, isn't it?
Silver said with a contented sigh. He then went to a hollow tree and produced a long shirt.
This is one of mine,
he said, handing it over.
It should serve as a dress until I get yours fixed. You can change over there.
He pointed to an area where the leaves grew too thick to look through. Thank you, sir, Karia said, taking the shirt and draping it over an arm.
Please, no formalities. You'll make me feel old,
Silver said with a grin.
Just call me Silver.
Karia smiled at that and walked to the private area to change out of her dirty dress. Sylvester walked up to Silver once she was out of sight.
I know what you are,
he said in a low voice.
And I want to know what you're really doing here.
Silver stiffened at this and looked down at the glowering elf.
I would appreciate it if you kept your observations to yourself,
he said quietly.
That girl has more magic potential than I've sensed from anyone in over 1,000 years. Well, other than her brother, of course,
he said as an afterthought. Sylvester's sour expression changed to one of surprise at hearing that bit of news.
You met her brother? He's alive?
A wide grin spread across his face.
I should tell her the good news,
Sylvester said, heading towards the trees. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked back. Silver's purple eyes were glowing now, and he had a very serious expression on his face.
You will not tell that girl anything,
he said, his expression grim.
They will meet again soon. But until that happens, she must go on believing that he is dead. She must go to the Golden Leaf School of Magic. That is where she belongs. I've sent her brother on a different path, and you will not interfere.
Sylvester winced as he felt the hand on his shoulder burn white-hot before releasing him. He looked up in fear and bobbed his head vigorously. He'd heard the stories. He might not like the man, but he wouldn't interfere.
Not if I want to keep on breathing, anyway.
Thank you for lending me this shirt, Karia said as she came back into the clearing. The shirt hung well past her knees due to the vast height difference between her and Silver. The dirty dress was neatly folded over one arm, and her worn-out shoes dangled from the fingers of the other.
Oh, it's my pleasure,
Silver said, his serious expression from a moment before gone in an instant.
Here, let me take those,
he said, taking the dirty dress and shoes from her.
Now, sit and eat. There's plenty of food.
Karia squeaked in excitement as she saw skewers of meat roasting over the fire and steaming cups sitting on the ground next to it. Oh, thank you so much, she said, immediately running for the food. Sylvester looked at the meat with distrust. It hadn't been there a moment ago.
I think I'll just stick to berries,
he said, heading into the forest.
I'll be back soon.
Karia had no idea why the elf seemed to be in such a bad mood, but she honestly couldn't bring herself to care at the moment. Take your time, she called out through a mouthful of steaming meat. She had never tasted anything so good. It had been way too long since she'd had a decent meal, and she would enjoy this one while it lasted.
My, you have quite an appetite for such a pretty young lady,
Silver said, chuckling. Karia swallowed and flashed him a grin. You'd be hungry too if you spent a month eating nothing but berries. She made a face, letting him know exactly what she thought of those berries. She then took another bite of her meat and chewed happily.
Yes, I think I would,
Silver said, his smile widening just a bit.
So, would you be so kind as to tell me your story? When you're done eating, of course.
Karia nodded and continued right on eating. After her third skewer, she had to slow down as she'd already started feeling quite full. Taking her fourth skewer with her, she sat in front of Silver, who had already managed to get all the dirt off her dress. How did you do that? And so quickly? She asked, pleasantly surprised. The blue color was showing as clearly as the day she'd first worn it.
Oh, when you live in the forest as long as I have, you tend to pick up a few things. Mainly, how to get dirt out of clothing.
He pulled out a needle and thread and began working quickly on fixing all the holes on the dress.
So, now that you've eaten, would you mind sharing your story?
Karia felt that same feeling of relaxation wash over her again. She leaned her back against a tree, and she began recounting the events of the last few weeks. It took her some time to retell her entire ordeal. By the time she was finished, Sylvester had already returned with a handful of berries, and Silver had finished repairing her dress.
It sounds like you've been through quite a lot in the past few weeks,
Silver said, handing her the repaired dress. It's been more difficult than I care to admit, she replied, taking the dress and marveling at the work he'd done in such a short amount of time. Silver had washed out the dirt, sewn up all the holes, and replaced the fraying fabric. He'd split the skirt down the middle and fashioned them into shorts that ended at the knees. Next, he handed her an overskirt, something she could wear over the pants to protect her modesty. She was quite grateful for the overskirt. After all, Wearing pants in public would make her feel uncomfortable, though she wasn't entirely sure why they should. She felt comfortable with the dipping neckline of the dress, so why did pants bother her? She shrugged to herself and decided that it was probably due to her upbringing. "Thank you," she said, standing up and giving him a hug. "I'll get into this now and see how it fits." That said, she headed back into the cover of the trees to change once more.
"I'll be escorting you to the Golden Leaf Forest,"
Silver said once Karia had disappeared from view. Sylvester's head whipped up at this, his lips turning down in annoyance.
What possible reason could you have to come with?
"I have my reasons. Foremost among them is that you won't make it there without me,"
Silver said, his tone calm and measured.
"I'd also like to be there when the girl's power awakens for the first time. I'd like to know what type of magic she has."
Sylvester just glared at him, but didn't dispute his decision. Once again, he had to admit that the man was correct. He had no idea how to get out of the Endless Wood, let alone survive the harsh flatlands. Plus, there was always the chance of running into another group of bandits. Best to take precautions, even if he didn't like the present company all that much.
"I'm glad to see that we understand one another,"
Silver said as Karia came back with a light bounce in her step. "Thank you again," she said, handing Silver his shirt. "The clothes fit perfectly." She sat down on a log, smoothing the front of her new skirt, humming under her breath. The sun was beginning to set now, and darkness was creeping in. Though she was loath to do so, Karia knew they couldn't stay around forever. They had to be on their way. "Would you happen to have a map that we could use?" she asked. "You've already done so much for us, but we don't know the way out of the woods. I would really appreciate any help you could give." Silver just laughed and waved her compliment away.
"It was my pleasure to help such a polite young lady, and if you don't mind, I'd like to escort you to the Golden Leaf Forest. I've been there a few times and know the way quite well."
The air whooshed out of Silver's lungs as Karia barreled into him and wrapped her arms around him. Silver was a bit surprised at the show of affection, but soon hugged her back. She pulled away after a moment, wiping her eyes and sniffing. "I'm sorry," she said. "It's just been so long since anyone's been this nice to me." She stopped for a moment in an effort to hold back her tears, as memories of her family suddenly flooded in. "I know my family is gone now, but I just don't want to believe it. Someone must have survived. They can't all be dead, right?" She sounded as though she were pleading, hoping for someone to reassure her that at least one family member was still alive. Sylvester wanted to speak then, to reassure her and tell her that her brother was alive. But a warning glance from Silver made him bite his tongue.
"Don't worry, my dear,"
Silver said, taking her small hands in his.
"The world is a large place with many wonders. And who knows, you may just find that you're not as alone as you believe."
Karia smiled at that and wiped her eyes. She didn't know why, but what Silver said comforted her. "It's been a very long and exhausting day," she said, covering up a yawn. "I think I'll go turn in for the night." She patted Silver on the arm once more, then rose from her seat and headed for an alcove near one of the trees.
"You should get some rest as well,"
Silver said, turning to look at the elf.
"We have a long journey ahead of us, and we'll be heading out at first light."
Sylvester stood, and shooting him one last dirty look, headed to his own alcove. He would keep silent for now, but the moment Silver was gone, he would tell Karia everything. After all, he couldn't keep him quiet forever. Chapter 12. Arbor stared out at the empty, barren flatlands, his eyes burning with exhaustion. The landscape stretched in all directions as far as the eye could see, and he knew that whatever he was seeing now was only a fraction of their true size and scale. His horse's hooves pounded beneath him in a constant muffled clatter, kicking up a cloud of dust in their wake. After a long chase through the woods, they'd finally reached the plains a few days ago. According to Grack, the outline of the jagged peaks would soon become visible. He turned his head back and peeked over his shoulder. Grack was riding a few feet behind him, and off in the distance, he could see a plume of dust rising in the air.
They've gotten closer since yesterday.
He noted worriedly. Arbor's entire body felt thoroughly bruised and banged up. They'd been riding non-stop since the previous morning, and had both taken turns sleeping in the saddle. He wasn't the only one who was tired, though. Grack was exhausted as well, though she didn't utter a single sound of complaint. The horses were nearing the limit of their endurance, though, not having been able to rest in over a day. Their flanks were covered with foam, and he could feel their pace flagging as the day wore on. They wouldn't last for much longer. Grack pulled up alongside him as he slowed to a walk. It would give the horses some rest, thereby assuring they could ride for longer before the beasts inevitably collapsed, and they'd be forced to continue on foot.
How much further to the jagged peaks, do you think?
He asked, wiping dust from his brow.
Probably another day or so.
Grack replied wearily. Now that he could see her up close, he could tell that she was worse off than he'd first thought. Arbor had his magic, and that somehow seemed to be giving him a bit of a boost to ward off exhaustion. Grack, however, looked to be half asleep in the saddle. The winter moon had risen the previous evening, and the gremlin force had continued to chase them into the night instead of resting. Consequently, they hadn't gotten any sleep and were forced to keep riding once the sun had gone down as well. Even though the winter moon was in the sky, Arbor noticed that it had gotten noticeably hotter once they reached the flatlands. Grack had explained that it was hot here year-round, and that was why the ground was so dry. It was a barren wasteland where almost nothing grew or lived. It rarely ever rained either, and when it did, it soon became treacherous to travel. Arbor looked over his shoulder once again. For the first time, he could make out faint specks on the horizon.
We need to keep moving,
he said.
Just a bit more and we'll make it, right?
Grack nodded wearily, then kicked her horse's flanks and rode out ahead of him. He followed, his horse moving sluggishly as they continued to ride towards the mountains. After about an hour or so, Arbor could begin to make out the peaks of mountaintops on the horizon. The sun was already getting low, though, and their pursuers seemed to have shortened the distance between them. Now, only about 2 miles behind, he could hear their horns blowing, carried to them through the scorching and still air. The cries of gremlins were now audible as they whipped their horses to move faster. He narrowed his eyes, noting that the group seemed smaller than it should be. Only 6 of them, to be exact.
Must be an advance party.
The thought gave him pause as he considered their options. If they kept going at their current pace, they would be caught within a half hour, but their horses would be even more exhausted than they already were. If, however, they dismounted now and put up a defense, they could have a pretty good chance of escape. All they would have to do is kill them off, and then the others would have no way of following them. Or so he hoped, anyway.
Grack, can you fight?
He asked, turning to the gremlin woman. She looked at him as though he'd lost his mind.
You want to fight an entire city's garrison with just the 2 of us?
No,
he said quickly.
But the advance party will catch up to us any minute. There's only 6 of them as best I can make out. If we kill them now, we may have a better chance of escape.
Grack still looked skeptical, but nodded her head in the affirmative.
I do know how to fight. I can't use a sword to save my life, but I can use a knife if I have to.
Good,
Arbor said, unsheathing his belt knife and handing it to her.
Because I don't have any swords to hand out. Now, can you take care of 2 of them?
The riders were now only a few hundred yards away and were whooping in excitement, thinking they must have given up.
I can try,
she said, tying her long blue hair back to keep it out of her eyes. She didn't sound too confident, but he would take what he could get. After all, 2 people were better than 1. He drew his glaive and spun it a few times, getting the feel for it before settling into a fighting stance. The gremlins quickly dismounted as they reached them, pulling swords from their belts in obvious glee. They were lightly armored, though, probably to give their horses a little extra speed. The gremlins moved quickly to try and surround him, but Arbor would have none of that. As one moved to his left, he quickly stepped forward in a lunge, extending his glaive out in front of him and taking him in the gut. His sharpened blade easily punched through the light armor, sinking in until he felt it grate against the gremlin's spine. Ripping the blade free with a savage twist, he quickly spun the weapon, just managing to knock aside an overhead blow. He then kicked the gremlin in the chest, sending him to the ground where he lay clutching at the massive wound. He quickly ducked, the strange sensation of his magic warning him of incoming danger. A blade cut through the area that his head had been just seconds before. He spun in a circle from his crouched position, tucking the shaft of the weapon close to his body. The blade glittered as it twisted through the air. 2 gremlins toppled with a howl, their legs cleanly cut below the knee and black blood spraying from the dissected stumps. He stood quickly, ignoring the fallen gremlins, and stepped back to assess the situation. 1 gremlin was dead, 2 were down with missing limbs, and 1 was still standing before him. He chanced a glance back at Grack and saw that she'd successfully killed one of the gremlins but was now limping heavily. He could see a deep gash on her inner thigh and a black stain swiftly growing from the spot, staining her pant leg. He felt a warning then and stepped quickly to the right. He grunted as the sword meant to take him through the heart cut a line into his side, skating over one of his ribs, but not managing to cause more than a flesh wound. Cursing himself for being so careless, he whirled to face his attacker. The 4th gremlin was looking at him in open amazement as his seemingly easy victory was somehow thwarted. He was still staring when Arbor took his head from his shoulders with a wide sweep of his glaive. He then walked over to the 2 gremlins on the ground and put them out of their misery with 2 clean stabs to the head. He looked around for Grack and felt his heart skip a beat. She was on her back, desperately holding the last gremlin's arms as he drove a dagger towards her throat. Arbor started to run towards her, but he could already tell that he wouldn't make it in time. The feeling of helplessness threatened to overtake him as the vision of his dead parents and Florin flashed through his mind. He would be too late once again, too weak to save her. Then he felt it again, his magic thrumming in his center. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, strength flooded his body. His speed picked up noticeably as he pumped his legs, and he almost tripped at the unaccustomed speed with which he was moving. His body thrummed with suppressed energy, and Arbor felt more alive than he ever had before. The feeling was intoxicating, like that one time he'd gotten drunk back home, only 1,000 times stronger. He released his glaive as he approached the struggling pair, and dove forward, catching the gremlin on top of Grack in a sideways tackle. The 2 of them hit the ground in a jumble of tangled limbs, rolling a few times due to his momentum. When they finally stopped, Arbor quickly moved on top and struck the gremlin in the face. The gremlin was quick, though, and managed to pull his head to the side, turning it into a glancing blow. The gremlin bucked his hips then, and Arbor fell forward, throwing his hands out to stop himself from losing his position. The smaller creature took the opportunity to wrap his arms around his neck, trying to pull Arbor's head down to his shoulder, where he would have more control. Arbor reached around, grabbing the offending creature's thumbs and wrenched them back, hearing a distinct crack as he did so. The gremlin howled in pain as he straightened up, trying to push back with his legs to escape. Arbor quickly shifted his position then, putting his knee into his ribs and driving the wind out of him. He then brought his elbow down viciously, throwing his body forward as he did so. He struck the gremlin square across the face and caved his head in, spraying blood and brain matter all over the parched ground. The gremlin stopped moving, his body going limp, with only the small twitches of his nervous system not yet realizing he was dead. Arbor got up then, his body trembling with adrenaline and fear. He had no time to break down, though, and ran over to the still prone Grack. He got down on his knees next to her, feeling a huge sense of relief that she was still breathing, though he could see it wasn't all good. The black stain on her thigh had spread, and she was now holding both hands over the wound.
I think he may have nicked my artery,
she managed to say in answer to his questioning look.
It won't stop bleeding, and I'm afraid to move my hands.
She was clearly in a great deal of pain, and Arbor knew he had to act quickly to staunch the bleeding. He stood, grabbing his cloak from the saddle of one of the horses, and tore a strip of cloth from the bottom. He took a water skin, soaking the rag as he bent down next to her.
Move your hands away and I'll wrap it for you. I don't have anything to clean the wound, so we'll just have to hope it doesn't get infected.
Grack nodded. She was clearly afraid and a bit embarrassed. The wound was pretty high up on her thigh, after all. But after taking a few deep breaths, she let go of her leg. Blood instantly began pumping from the wound, but Arbor worked quickly and wrapped the strip of cloth tightly around her leg. She was lucky that they weren't a regular pair of pants. Otherwise, he'd have had to cut them away, which would have taken precious seconds. The only thing holding her makeshift pants in place were 2 knots near the bottom. Thus, he was easily able to work the bandage around under the cloth, tying it off tightly. Blood soaked the makeshift bondage when he sat back, but no blood leaked from under it. Grack smiled at him in thanks, clear relief showing now that the bleeding had been stopped. Then a look of concern crossed her face.
Arbor, you're bleeding!
Arbor looked down at himself then, only now noticing that his side was indeed soaked in blood.
Must have cut deeper than I thought,
he said, remembering the gremlin that had almost killed him before.
Don't worry about it. I've had worse.
Grack glared at him and got shakily to her feet.
Don't give me that macho bull crap. Take off your shirt. I won't have you bleeding to death on me,
she ordered, in a tone that would brook no argument. Arbor did so, grumbling under his breath that he didn't need any help and that it was no big deal. Grack just ignored him and set about poking and prodding the wound. Once she was satisfied that it wasn't life-threatening, she washed it off with some water and wrapped it with some more strips torn from Arbor's cloak. After a few more minutes, she stepped back to admire her work and nodded in satisfaction. Though she did take the time to admire his well-muscled chest, her eyes were inexplicably drawn upward to the pendant sitting around his neck.
What is that?
Grack asked, pointing to the pendant. Arbor looked down at his chest, where the pendant, Karia's necklace, and his wallet hung.
You'll have to be more specific. Which one do you want to know about?
He knew what she was referring to, but didn't want to talk about the painful memories associated with the pendant. Grack just rolled her eyes, though, and reached out to pull the pendant from his neck. Then she gave him a questioning look.
My father gave it to me on the night I was supposed to be married,
he said in a sober tone.
It's the only thing I have left of him.
Grack examined the pendant with wide eyes for a few moments before handing it back.
Do you know what kind of metal it is? It's clearly not painted, and I've never seen metal that color before.
Arbor shook his head, taking the pendant back and sliding it over his head. He stood in silence, his thoughts grim as he relived the horrific night. Had it really been 3 months since that had happened? To him, it still felt like yesterday. He was snapped from his thoughts as Grack held his shirt out to him, soaking wet. She'd rinsed the blood out as best she could with just plain water.
Thank you,
he said, taking the shirt from her, glad that he could occupy his mind with something else. There was still a hole in the side, but he could always change later.
We better get moving,
he finally said, looking back to the horizon.
We've bought ourselves some time with this. Best not to waste it.
Grack nodded in agreement and headed over to her horse.
Arbor?
He turned his head as he heard her call out.
What is it?
He asked. He started walking over, wondering if her bandage might have come loose. She looked slightly embarrassed, and her usual light red complexion was a bit darker as she flushed.
I can't mount up by myself, she said quietly. My leg won't support my weight.
Arbor just nodded and, grabbing her by the waist, he hoisted her up onto her horse. Her body was soft and feminine, and he felt a pang as it reminded him of what he'd lost.
Thank you.
She said quietly. Her cheeks were burning with embarrassment now, but Arbor had the good grace not to say anything about it.
No need to thank me. After all, it was my idea to stay and fight. It's my fault you were injured, so this was the least I could do.
He then headed back to his horse and mounted up, and the two of them took off again. They rode on for another hour before Grack signaled him to come over.
We're closer than I thought,
she said in answer to his unasked question.
Another few hours of hard riding and we should be able to reach the peaks.
The excitement dropped from her voice, and then was replaced by worry.
Though, I don't know if the horses will be able to make it.
We'll make it,
Arbor said confidently.
We've come this far, and I'm not about to give up now.
It's not you I'm worried about,
Grack said, patting the horse's side. Arbor bit his bottom lip as he thought. She was right. At this rate, the horses would drop dead from fatigue before they were even halfway there. He'd been racking his mind for a full 5 minutes when an idea suddenly came to him. Silver had told him that his magic could affect his body, and he'd experienced this firsthand during his fight with the gremlins. If he could enhance himself, could he do the same for others as well?
Grack, I have an idea,
he said tentatively.
I don't know if it'll work, but it may just save our lives.
She shrugged, her red-skinned shoulders rising and falling.
If you think it'll help us survive, go right ahead.
He nodded his thanks at her trust and leaned over to place a hand on her horse's flank. He then closed his eyes and concentrated inward. He'd never actively tried to access his magic before, so he imagined trying to feel the same sensation he'd felt while fighting earlier. It took a few minutes of searching, but he soon found what he'd been looking for. A small blue sphere was sitting at the very center of his body, the core of his power. If he concentrated hard enough, he could feel the power contained within. 5 large streams extended out of his core, and when he followed them, he could see that they connected to his arms, legs, and head. A few smaller streams broke off the main ones, but there weren't many. Going back to the core at his center, he tried pulling on it, but nothing happened. He tried next to push it outward, towards his hand, but once again, nothing happened. He was about to give up, when another thought struck him. There seemed to be streams coming off the core. Maybe his magic would only follow a specific path? He tested out his theory and was rewarded when the magic responded immediately and began flowing along the streams. He idly wondered what would happen if he tried to force more magic through the streams. Would he be able to use more of his power? Arbor once again tested his theory and was once again rewarded when the magic began flowing at an accelerated rate. He gasped as the electric feeling filled him, making him feel more alive than he ever had before. He increased the flow once again, trying to flood his body with the power. He felt amazing, as though he could jump 50 feet in the air or destroy boulders with his bare hands. Why hadn't he tried doing this previously? They didn't need to run from the gremlins anymore. He could destroy them all with his bare hands.
Arbor! Arbor! Open your eyes!
Who was talking to him? He could feel a small hand on his shoulder, shaking him hard. Couldn't they just leave him alone?
Open your eyes! Whatever you're doing, you need to stop!
The voice finally cut through the haze of power, and Arbor slowly opened his eyes. He was lying on the ground next to his horse, and Grack was kneeling down next to him with panic written all over her face.
Grack? How did I get on the ground?
His head was foggy, and he shook it, trying to clear the haze from his mind. Grack wordlessly handed him a water skin, then held his head up so he could drink. He winced as he reached out for the water skin, seeing that his hands and arms were red and blistered. How the hell had that happened? His muscles were shrieking in agony as well, and he had a hard time keeping a hold of the skin. He slowly raised it to his lips and took a long sip. Then he upended it and quickly drained the contents. He didn't understand why, but he had a raging thirst that just needed to be sated. He handed back the empty skin and then rose painfully to his feet.
What happened to you?
Grack asked, a worried expression still on her face.
One moment you were sitting there with your eyes closed. The next moment, steam began pouring out of you in waves. Your skin began to blister, and then you fell off your horse.
Is that what happened?
He asked, rubbing the back of his sore head. Arbor now fully understood Silver's warning about using magic. He'd used too much before he was ready, and his body had been injured as a result. If he pushed himself too hard, he could end up killing himself.
I have magic.
Arbor said, unable to meet her gaze.
I know I should have told you earlier, but I've been trying to deny it ever since I found out.
He expected her to be mad with him for not telling her, but she surprised him by stepping forward and wrapping her arms around him. She was careful not to squeeze too hard, as they were both injured, but he understood the sentiment all the same. It felt nice to have contact with another living being after so long. Though he didn't say so out loud.
Thank you,
he said quietly, once she stepped back from him.
You don't need to keep secrets from me, Arbor. We're friends, after all,
she said, a bright smile lighting up her face. He looked over the flatlands then and could now see the main gremlin force. They were riding hard and only 1.5 miles back. His heart sank.
I was trying to pump the horses full of magic to give us a chance to escape. I guess it didn't work, though,
Arbor said with a sigh as he turned back to Grack.
Oh, I wouldn't be too sure of that,
she said, pointing to the horses with a grin. Arbor turned to look at them and was momentarily struck speechless. Both horses were now at least 1 foot taller at the shoulder, as well as broader in the chest. They looked energized and pawed at the ground with their hooves as if they wanted nothing more than to run.
I don't know how you did that, but you're definitely going to have to tell me,
Grack said, quickly running up to her horse and attempting to mount it. Her injured leg was still giving her trouble, and she looked back at Arbor with a bemused expression.
Mind helping me up?
Arbor ran over and helped her into the saddle once again, noting that she held just a bit tighter to him as he lifted her. He then ran back to his horse and quickly mounted up. It was a little harder than it had been previously, due to the horse's new height, but he managed it on the second try.
Let's get moving,
he said, and tapped his horse on the ribs. The horse shook its mane a few times before it took off, and Arbor had to hold on for dear life as he was nearly thrown from the saddle. He looked back to see Grack clinging to her mount's neck and laughing wildly, her dark blue hair streaming in the wind. He could understand the feeling well. They were now moving at least 5 times as fast as before, which was absolutely crazy. He wasn't sure how he'd done this, but some of the power he was exuding must have leaked into them while he was busy getting drunk off it. As they rode, he concentrated on his magic once more. This time, he could feel the power much more easily, the small blue core pulsing lightly in his center. He noticed a small change to the magic streams as he looked on. There were 2 more of the smaller streams branching off the main ones in both of his arms, and the 5 main streams also seemed to have widened a bit. Did this mean he was on his path to Tier 2? Arbor couldn't help but wonder at this, feeling a slight thrill as the wind whistled past his ears. Magic was a wonderful thing indeed. Chapter 13. They ran on late into the night, the horses eating up the distance with their accumulated power. What would have originally taken them at least another 12 hours now only took them around 3. They had long since left their pursuit behind and were now approaching the base of the mountains. The winter moon was shining overhead, its cold blue light giving the landscape an otherworldly cast. They had wrapped themselves in their cloaks once they crossed into the Rocky Mountain terrain, as the temperature had dropped noticeably the moment they'd left the flatlands behind. Their breath now steamed in front of them as they breathed out. Grack rode up next to him, her shoulders slumping and a weary grin on her face.
The entrance to the dwarven city of Heart should be around here. Check the map you have to see if the location is marked.
Arbor nodded, kicking himself for not thinking of it earlier. Pulling the map from his pack, he could indeed see a marker for the city entrance. He looked around, trying to find a notable landmark to work off. There. His eyes locked to a large boulder with 2 small spikes protruding to either side.
The entrance is only a mile in that direction,
he said, pointing up the slope of the mountain.
We don't need to rush now, so best to let the horses walk.
He didn't know why yet, but at some point, the horses had started losing their gained mass. Perhaps the power he'd imbued them with had begun to wear off?
Yet another mystery about magic,
he thought. Grack moved up alongside him once more, and they began their ascent up the mountain slope. They rode on in silence for a few moments before Grack spoke up.
Would you mind if I asked you something?
Arbor was snapped from his contemplations on magic and looked over at the gremlin woman. She was uncomfortable and was squirming in her saddle.
What would you like to know?
She was silent for a moment, as if trying to find the right way to ask.
Why don't you ever smile? We've been together for the last 10 days. I know there wasn't much reason to smile in that time, but I haven't seen you smile even once.
Arbor sat quietly for a few minutes, trying to think of the best way to answer her question as their horses' hooves crunched through the gravel underfoot.
It's not that I don't want to smile,
he finally answered.
It's more like I can't. I've told you what happened to my family, how they were all killed on my wedding night.
Grack nodded. She'd heard his story all right, and it had chilled her to the bone.
Well, ever since that night, I've found that I just can't smile. No matter how much I try or how much I might want to, it just won't come.
He paused here once again and fought to get his anger under control.
There seems to be little joy in this world. The only reason I haven't given up and died yet is that I need to save my sister. And I have a promise to keep.
Grack could hear the pain in his voice as he spoke. She could scarcely imagine what he had gone through that night.
And what promise is that?
She asked quietly. Here, a steely note entered his voice. It was a voice tinged with rage and hatred.
I made a promise over the graves of my parents and my slain wife-to-be. A promise before the Almighty himself. That I will find the bastard who killed them. And when I do, will destroy him.
Grack shivered when she heard that. Gone was the calm and measured tone she was used to hearing, and gone was the Arbor she had come to know over the last week and a half. The man sitting next to her was someone else entirely.
What will you do after you've gotten your revenge? She asked in a quiet voice.
Arbor looked at her then, his angry expression replaced by one of sadness.
Then I can die in peace, knowing that Florin will be waiting for me.
With that statement, he kicked his horse into a trot and rode out ahead of her. Grack felt immense sadness at his last statement. Arbor had saved more than just her life that day in the alley. He'd saved her will to live as well. Life had hardly been worth living before he'd shown up. She'd lost her parents at an early age, and her only brother had been conscripted into the army. That day, when the 4 soldiers had been beating her to death, she'd accepted her fate and was even happy to do so. Then, Arbor had come along and stood up for her when no one else would. He was a shining light that pulled her from despair, and even though they'd only known each other for a short amount of time, the thought of losing him was almost unimaginable.
Come on! I found the entrance!
Arbor called from up ahead. Grack felt tears sliding down her cheek and quickly wiped them away, steeling herself. She couldn't give up just yet. Arbor had saved her life, and now was her chance to return the favor, even if she had to save him from himself. She was determined that no matter what, Arbor would not die. Chapter 14. Karia looked out over the same flatlands that Arbor had just crossed. The only difference was that they were separated by several hundred miles. It had been interesting traveling with Silver, though Sylvester seemed to have something against him. Karia wasn't sure why the elf disliked the odd man so much, but she wasn't going to pry. "It's wide open as far as I can see," Karia said, a touch of wonder in her voice as she looked out at the parched and cracked earth of the flatlands. Having lived in the woods her entire life, she was constantly surrounded by trees, so the wide-open flatlands seemed almost unreal to her. There was so much open space. It was both frightening and exhilarating at once. How did anyone live where it was this open all the time?
Yes, quite a sight, isn't it?
Silver said, walking up beside her.
Just 2 weeks by foot across this arid wasteland, and we'll arrive at the border of the Golden Leaf Forest.
The sooner we get there, the better,
Sylvester grumbled. Karia noticed that his mood was perpetually worsening as time went on.
Well then, let's get going,
Silver said. With that, he stepped out onto the dry, baked earth. Karia followed with a small bounce in her step, and Sylvester just glowered as he followed as well. They walked in silence for the first few minutes, their feet crunching on the dry ground and small puffs of dust rising with each step. The heat was something that Karia noticed almost immediately. The moment they stepped out of the cover of the trees, the temperature rose by at least 30 degrees. She felt sweat breaking out all over her body, and she fanned her face with one of her hands.
You'll get used to the heat eventually,
Silver called back when he saw her fanning herself. Karia had to wonder how Silver seemed completely unaffected by the scorching heat. Not even a single drop of sweat appeared on the man's face. In fact, he seemed to be right at home in the arid wasteland.
How about a little history lesson to pass the time?
Karia blushed a bit as she was sure he'd caught her staring, but she ran up next to him all the same. "Why not?" she quipped. "Nothing else to really do out here."
That's the spirit.
He flashed her a grin.
It's always good when young people are willing to learn.
He then cleared his throat theatrically before beginning his tale.
These flatlands span most of the kingdom of Ladrin, covering hundreds of miles in all directions. But they weren't always like this. Once upon a time, this area was occupied by lush forests and flowing streams.
"So what happened?" Karia asked, her interest now piqued. "How did it end up like this?" Silver laughed.
Have a little patience, Karia. A good story needs a little introduction.
Karia stuck out her bottom lip in a pout. "Come on, Silver. Don't make me wait. Just get to the good part. I don't need all the boring details."
Oh, all right, if you insist,
he said, shaking his head in mock disapproval.
Thousands of years ago, when magic was still new to this world, the 5 races battled each other on a near constant basis. You see, magic was a wild thing back then, and all who had it were drunk with power. They desired only one thing: to conquer the other races and rule the world. After years of fighting and thousands of lives lost, the gremlins and salamanders decided to retreat to their cities and wait the others out. The humans, elves, and dwarves, however, weren't so easily deterred. They fought on for another 5 years, costing thousands of additional lives on all sides. However, there was never a clear victor from any of their battles. A day came when all their forces met here for one final battle. This would be the last great battle any of them could afford. It raged on for weeks with hundreds of thousands of deaths. But no one was willing to give in. After all, this was what they'd been fighting for the last 5 years, and the winner of this battle would rule the world. After another week of fighting, they were forced to stop. Too many people were dying, and continuing to fight would no longer benefit anyone. All sides could see that neither of the other two would give up, so they called a truce.
Silver stopped his story for a moment and pulled a water skin from his pack. He took a long sip, then passed it to Karia, who took it in gratefully. She'd been so wrapped up in the story that she hadn't even realized how thirsty she was.
The commanders of the 3 armies were set to meet the next day. Each force would send 3 of their top commanders, and they would all agree to sign a peace treaty.
Silver continued his story.
However, some of the commanders weren't so keen on giving up after fighting for so long. So, unbeknownst to the other races and even their own people, 3 commanders met in secret to make sure that the war would continue.
That's horrible, Karia exclaimed. 3 people decided that the fight had to keep going and screw what everyone else wants? What a bunch of rat bastards! Silver suppressed a grin and nodded in confirmation.
Not all people are honorable, and this treachery would cost them their lives. Not only their lives, but the lives of countless others. The 3 commanders each went to their forces and told them that the meeting was a trap, and that the other 2 races planned a betrayal. They were, of course, completely outraged by this and demanded retribution. So it was when the 9 commanders met in the clearing, the 3 who had conspired against their races put their plans into action. Pulling daggers that they'd concealed before entering, they killed their fellow commanders.
Karia felt herself becoming angry with these unknown people. She was completely appalled by such treachery. Oh, please tell me they at least got what was coming to them, she begged.
Oh, they were punished, all right,
Silver said.
As it is with traitors, they never completely trusted one another, and each had set a trap for the other 2. Once the deed was done, all 3 acted at once, calling their mages to attack. As I said before, magic was a wild thing back then, and this blunder would cost them all their lives. The humans broke open the earth and brought molten rock to the surface. The elves called down meteors from above, and the dwarves triggered massive explosions. They soon lost control of their magic as it grew in power and scale, and the results were catastrophic. The entire forest burned that day, killing hundreds of thousands from all races. The magic was so out of control that it continued feeding on the land for weeks on end. When the fires finally died down and the molten rock cooled, there was nothing left but dry, cracked ground. Not a single soul had survived.
What an awful story, Karia exclaimed. All that death! And for what? A bit of extra land?
Alas, we cannot know what was going through their minds at the time. But there is a lesson in this story. Magic, if not properly controlled, can be the most destructive thing in this world.
That is something I can definitely agree with, Karia said. If that's what magic is, then I'm happy not to have it. I wouldn't want something like that happening because of me.
Oh, I'm sure that if you had magic, you wouldn't use it in the same way as those greedy people of the past,
Silver said, patting her on the shoulder. The next week and a half went by quickly as they walked across the flatlands. It didn't take Karia long to see that Silver had been right about the heat. After the first day, she'd quickly become accustomed to it, and now it barely bothered her at all. She was constantly fascinated by what Silver had to say. He seemed so knowledgeable and told her about the world, magic, and all the other races. They were nearing the end of their journey now. Silver said they'd made good time and should be there in the next day or so. They'd stopped for the night to make camp when things finally boiled over between Sylvester and Silver.
Well, if we're almost there, why don't you leave then?
Sylvester asked, sneering at the taller man.
I'm sure we can find our own way from here.
Sylvester! Karia said, appalled at his behavior. What is the matter with you? She placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. He's been nothing but gracious and accommodating, and you've been acting like a total asshole. Now apologize to him. Sylvester blanched at the open tirade, but decided to stand his ground.
I will not apologize to him. His kind are not to be trusted.
What do you mean, his kind? Karya thundered. Do you mean nice men who give you food, clothes, and escort you across a barren wasteland out of the goodness of their hearts? Sylvester had never seen Karya so angry, even when he'd gotten them lost in the woods for a month, or almost cost them their lives when he'd failed to kill the tracker. He decided to back off, but not without having the final say.
You can stay here with him if you want, but I'm leaving.
With that statement, he scooped up his pack and left, skulking off into the night. Karya stood still, quivering with anger, but then felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up to see Silver, who was watching the elf's retreating form.
Let him go for now. I'm sure we'll see him again soon. For now, I think it's best we all cool off, don't you?
Karya felt a calming sensation then, and she let her shoulders relax. She didn't understand why Sylvester hated Silver so much, but she would definitely be asking if she saw him again. Yeah, you're probably right, Karya said with a sigh. I'm going to get some sleep. It's been a long day. Silver patted her shoulder one last time before heading to his bedroll. Karya headed to her own bedroll and bundled up. The nights were somewhat chilly, despite the heat of the day. She only hoped that Sylvester would calm down and be back in the morning. Chapter 15. A scream in the night tore Karya from her slumber, and she shot up from her bedroll, disoriented and alarmed. What the hell was that?
Calm yourself,
she heard Silver's voice reassure her. Taking a deep breath, she allowed her racing heart to calm down as she took in her surroundings. The moon was high overhead, casting a pale blue light over the cracked ground. Silver was crouching next to her, a long, hard wood staff clutched in his hand as he scanned the open terrain. She quickly got out of her bedroll and crouched next to him, shivering a bit in the chill night air. What was that scream? Karya asked in a soft voice.
If I don't miss my guess, that was your elf friend,
Silver answered.
I imagine he's run across some of the local wildlife.
What local wildlife? Karya asked. She wasn't aware of anything living on the flatlands.
Gila lizards,
Silver said mildly.
Giant monsters that roam the flatlands in packs. I spotted their tracks earlier today. It was why I was sure we'd see Sylvester again shortly.
Silver waited a few moments as he finished scanning the surrounding area.
Ah, here he comes now.
Karya looked up, and sure enough, Silver was sprinting towards them for all he was worth. A few hundred yards behind him came a pack of vicious-looking lizards. Karya's eyes went wide in fear. They were huge. They were as long as 2 horses put together, and nearly as tall at the shoulder. Their hides were a mix of brown and tan splotches, effectively camouflaging them and making them hard to keep track of in the uncertain light. What should we do? Karya asked in a panicked voice. Those things are going to eat us alive! She winced then at the onset of a throbbing headache and clutched at her head.
Oh, I'm sure we'll manage,
Silver said, flashing her one of his wide smiles. It was at that moment when Sylvester came running into camp. He was pale and visibly shaking with adrenaline and fear. He hunched over, his hands on his knees, panting hard.
I'm glad to see you. I'm sorry for what I said,
he wheezed out.
Please let me stay.
Why didn't you use your magic on them? Karya asked, keeping her eyes on the approaching monsters. There were 5 of them in all, big, scaly, and ugly, with mouths full of razor-sharp teeth. A row of spines ran down their sinuous backs, and they seemed to glide over the ground.
I tried,
he said, panicked.
But there's nothing growing for miles around here. I'm basically helpless. Please, help me. I don't know how to fight.
And why the hell are you looking at me? Karya yelled back, equally panicked. She growled as her headache intensified, growing to near blinding proportions. Her legs could no longer hold her up at that, and she fell to her knees, clutching at her head and moaning in pain. It was the worst pain she'd ever felt. It felt like her head would split open.
Don't worry. Everything will be fine,
Silver said calmly as he took up a fighting stance.
What do you mean? Everything will be fine.
Karia asked, now hunched over as she tried to fight through the pain. What was happening to her? Was she going to die? Her ears were ringing, and she could see stars dancing in front of her eyes. She then felt a pressure begin to build behind her eyes. She tried to hold in her cries of pain by clenching her jaw. It wasn't working, and as the pressure increased, she finally let it out. Throwing her head back, she screamed. Karia felt a rushing sensation, and then cool relief as the pounding behind her eyes finally abated. Then, her head swam and she felt suddenly very weak. Slumping to the ground, she fell into an unconscious heap. The lizards were almost upon them when Karia fell to her knees. Sylvester watched her go down, his momentary fear deserting him. He took a step towards her, worried, and extended a hand towards her as she lifted her head.
Karia, are you...
He never got to finish his sentence, as something hit him from the side and knocked him to the ground.
Stay down!
He heard Silver's voice yell from on top of him, right before a massive boom rocked the night air. It was followed moments later by a powerful shockwave that sent them tumbling end over end. Sylvester rolled across the ground, feeling small pebbles and rocks digging into him as he continually slammed into the hard-packed earth. His momentum was finally halted as he slammed into something hard. The air left his lungs in an explosive gasp as he struck, and he lay there, gasping for air, completely stunned. After a few moments of desperate gasping, he finally managed to get in a lungful of air. He slowly got to his feet, gasping and coughing as he attempted to orient himself. His ears were ringing, his vision was fuzzy, and he stumbled as the world seemed to spin around him. He ached all over and could taste something coppery in his mouth. Bringing his hand up to his head, he winced as his fingers came away bloody. He tried to take a step forward and would have fallen, if not for a firm hand that reached out to steady him. Looking back, he saw Silver, who seemed to be mouthing words at him.
What?
He asked loudly. His voice sounded strangely muffled and he couldn't make out what he was saying. Silver seemed to glow with a soft light for a second, and then his ears popped.
Is that better?
Silver asked. Sylvester nodded.
What just happened?
He asked. Then his eyes widened and panic set in as he remembered their precarious situation before the unexpected explosion.
Karia, the lizards, did they get her?
Silver just pointed in the way of an answer. 20 feet away, at the center of a crater that radiated out for 10 feet in all directions, lay Karia, completely whole and unhurt. He looked around for the lizards and saw them some 50 feet away in a twisted, broken heap. All 5 of them were completely still and unmoving. Sylvester rushed to the center of the crater to check on Karia. He was surprised to find her fast asleep with a small smile on her face. He then turned at the sound of crunching gravel to see Silver approaching.
What the hell was that?
He exclaimed. Silver smiled widely before breaking out into a rumbling laugh.
That,
he said,
was Karia's magic. It looks like we know what type she's got.
That's impossible, though. No one has so much power at their disposal right away.
Sylvester retorted.
She just displayed the raw power of a Tier 4 mage.
Tier 5, actually.
Silver replied smugly.
And it's entirely possible for her type of magic.
Sylvester's eyes flicked to the sleeping girl, and he felt an involuntary shiver run up his spine. A Tier 1 mage with that much power? Just what kind of monster was she? Karia awoke the next morning with a pounding headache. Her mouth felt dry, and she had a nasty taste in her mouth. She sat up slowly, clutching at her head and wincing as she tried to get her bearings.
That's what you get for overextending yourself,
she heard Silver say. A small cup was then shoved into her hand, and she drank it gratefully. It hit her tongue, and she almost gagged on the contents. It was the single nastiest thing she'd ever tasted.
Drink it all,
she heard Silver say again.
It'll help with the headache.
As nasty as this tastes, it better, she threatened. She did as she was told and drank the entire thing. The headache immediately lessened to an almost imperceptible ache as she finished the nasty liquid. Silver handed her a water skin next, and she took it gratefully. Taking a sip, she swished it around a few times before spitting it out. Then she took a longer and deeper sip, swallowing it this time with a sigh of relief. "What happened last night?" she asked, looking first at Silver's smiling face, then to Sylvester's openly shocked one. "And why are you both looking at me like that? And what happened to you?" she asked Sylvester with a raised eyebrow. "You look like you spent the night allowing a horse to drag you around on your face."
Don't you remember what happened?
Sylvester asked, ignoring her comment. Karia gave him a dirty look. "If I remembered, would I be asking?" Sylvester puffed out his chest, a cocky grin coming to his face.
You should be thanking me for saving your life. After you passed out for some reason, I single-handedly killed all the lizards,
he bragged. Karia looked over at Silver with a quirked eyebrow. "What really happened?" she asked, seeing Sylvester's shoulders slump. She didn't know why, but Sylvester seemed to have a penchant for lying.
What Sylvester said could have been true for all you know,
Silver said, the grin not leaving his face.
Oh, all right. I'll tell you what really happened,
he said after a few seconds of Karia glaring at him. He explained what had happened the previous night and who had really saved them all.
You have magic. I suspected you did from the moment I first met you,
Silver said as he finished recounting the previous night's events. Karia listened to the entire story, and when Silver finally finished, she looked between his excited face and Sylvester's downcast one, and decided that he was probably telling the truth. "I have magic?" The thought both astounded and amazed her. She turned quickly back to Silver, needing some answers. "What kind of magic do I have?"
It's only a guess, but I'm pretty sure you have the very rare and powerful mythic magic.
Karia raised an eyebrow and then placed her hands on her hips. "Well, that explains everything," she said sarcastically. Now that the initial excitement had worn off, she was quickly becoming annoyed with him for keeping it a secret.
Keep your breeches on. I'll explain.
He held his hands up in a soothing gesture.
Mythic magic is a very rare type of magic, only seen once every few hundred years. I don't know much about it, except that it's a form of mental magic. What happened last night was a good example of this. It seems that you built the power up unconsciously and let it out in a massive blast. The attack killed the lizards and, as a bonus, left that nice little hole in the ground,
Silver said, pointing to the crater a few feet from them. Karia's eyes wandered over to the 5 twisted lizard corpses. "Did I really do that on my own?" she wondered. She looked next to where the larger crater sat in the parched ground. "I managed that as well?" What else can mythic magic do? Truthfully, she was afraid of what she saw. How could she do those things and not remember doing them at all? Would she start hurting people while she was asleep?
I'm not too sure. Like I said, everyone's magic is different. Some mythic mages could use their magic to make things fly, while others could project creatures out into the world. Only time will tell what you may be capable of.
She bit her lip nervously, afraid to ask what was on her mind. Finally, she steeled herself and asked, "Is it safe for me to be around other people? Or will my magic attack them while I'm asleep?
Don't worry yourself about your magic acting on its own.
Silver was quick to reassure her.
You were in danger when you used it last night and called upon it without realizing what you were doing. I do think you should attend the Elven Magic School to gain conscious control over it.
Karia paused at that. The thought of attending school with Sylvester excited her to no end, and the thought of actually learning to control her newly discovered magic was even more exciting than that.
A warning, though.
She was snapped out of her excited thoughts for a moment as she heard Silver speak again.
As I'm sure you already experienced this morning, using too much power too soon will have consequences. If you overuse your magic, you will destroy your mind and be left a drooling husk of your former self.
The thought of that quickly dampened her excitement, as she remembered Silver's story about the people who had misused magic. He stood then, brushing the dust off his pants, and approached her.
I will be going now. We're close enough to the forest that I feel comfortable leaving you. If you look off into the distance, you can already see the tree line of the Golden Leaf Forest.
Karia felt her bottom lip quiver slightly at his pronouncement. She could see the distant tree line, but she wanted him to stay. He wrapped his arms around her then, and Karia hugged him back, her small arms squeezing for all they were worth. "Thank you for everything you've done for me, Silver," she said, standing back from him. "I'll never forget the kindness you've shown me over the last weeks." Sylvester looked on, awkwardly shuffling his feet.
I suppose I should thank you as well,
he said, grudgingly, and shook Silver's hand. Silver then bent down in front of Karia and handed her a small dagger. The handle was inlaid with mother of pearl and shone brightly in the light of the morning sun. The handle was capped by a small piece of ruby-red metal carved into the likeness of a roaring tiger. Pulling it out of its sheath, she saw that the blade was the same red color as the pommel. She marveled at the gift and looked at Silver in open amazement. "This is beautiful," she said. "I can't take this. It's too much." Silver smiled at her, waving off her concerns.
It's in the right hands. Now you take care of yourself, my dear. I'm sure we'll meet again one day.
He straightened then, and turned to head back in the direction they had come, raising his hand in farewell. Karia watched him go for a long moment. Then she turned around, facing the direction in which he'd pointed them. She could see a distant swaying tree line on the horizon, and knew that they were near their destination. "Come on," she said to Sylvester with a grin. "I'll race you there." Clutching her new dagger, she took off towards the Golden Leaf Forest. Chapter 16. Arbor and Grack were riding through a rough-hewn tunnel, their horses' clacking hooves echoing off the walls. Oddly enough, the tunnel was quite well lit, with small glowing stones set at intervals along the tunnel wall. They rode in silence for a while. The tunnel was oppressive and seemed to discourage conversation. He looked back to Grack. She'd been acting strangely since their talk earlier, and that worried him. She was riding a few feet behind him and gave him a reassuring smile as he looked back at her. He turned to face forward once again and just shook his head. Whether human or gremlin, he would never understand women. They continued riding for a few more minutes before the silence became too oppressive to bear.
How much further do you think we'll need to go?
He asked, turning in his saddle once again. He had to admit to himself that now that the earlier excitement had worn off, he felt quite exhausted. He could also feel his side throbbing where the gremlin had cut him and could only hope it wasn't infected.
I'm not sure, he heard Grack reply. Dwarves live deep in the mountains, so theoretically, we could follow this tunnel for days before we reach a city.
She sounded tired, and Arbor decided that it was probably best to make camp for the night. Or was it day now? He had a hard time keeping track when he couldn't see the sky. The tunnel was relatively warm compared to the outdoors, and falling asleep wouldn't be too difficult, especially with how tired he felt.
I think we should stop and make camp,
he suggested, bringing his horse to a halt. Grack pulled up next to him and gave him a tired smile.
Yes, I would agree with you on that.
Arbor quickly dismounted and then went to help Grack as she was still having trouble due to her injured leg. She wobbled over to a nearby outcropping in the wall and sat down with a sigh of relief. Arbor set about unsaddling the horses. His magic had fully worn off by now. Despite that, he could see the horses were far better off than they were. He loosened the straps on their saddles and slid them off, then dug around in the saddlebags for a moment, removing a brush and some heavy blankets. He rubbed them down, making sure to dry them thoroughly before draping the blankets over their backs, then went back to the saddlebags for the feed sack. Pulling the bag open, he could see that there was only enough left for another week or so of travel. He really hoped they would make it to the city by then. Otherwise, the horses would begin to starve. He poured some feed into a small bag and tied one over each of their faces, stepping back and wiping his brow tiredly. He looked over to Grack then, who had just finished rewrapping her leg. The wound had scabbed over, but it looked very painful. An entire day of riding with that could not have helped make it better, either. He pulled some dried meat and fruit from one of the bags, as well as a half-full water skin. The horses weren't the only ones running short on food or water. When he'd purchased food and grinned, it had been with only one person in mind. Now they had only 3 days' worth of provisions left. Arbor sighed. Nothing could ever be easy. He walked tiredly over to Grack, who tried to stand up from her spot against the wall. Her leg buckled under her, and she fell back with a small cry of pain. Arbor put the food on the ground and helped to ease her back into a comfortable sitting position. Grack gave him a grateful look, but seemed to grow upset.
I'm sorry I've been so useless,
she said, a bitter tone in her voice.
I can't seem to do anything right, and now I can't even walk.
Arbor didn't really know what to say. He put his hand on hers, trying to offer comfort as he racked his mind of a solution. A thought occurred to him then. His magic could accelerate his healing, and he'd filled the horses with magic earlier. Maybe he could help her as well? He bit his bottom lip for a moment as he thought it through.
Grack, I want to try something with my magic. I know you're in pain, but I might be able to help you heal faster. I do have to warn you, I've never done this before, so it may not work.
Grack looked at him for a minute, not saying anything.
I trust you,
she finally answered in a quiet voice.
Just please be careful. I don't want you hurting yourself like you did earlier.
Arbor nodded, then closed his eyes. He found the core of magic located in the center. It was getting to be easier now, and concentrated on the streams flowing to his hands. He followed the path a few times, making sure to get a good feel for it. Then, slowly allowed the magic to flow towards his hands. He soon found that he could feel a slight pressure building where he'd allowed the magic to collect. The magic seemed to want to disperse into his arms instead of staying bottled up in one spot. He gritted his teeth and kept the magic there. Sweat beaded his brow as more magic concentrated, and finally, he allowed the flow to stop. He could feel Grack's hand in his, small and warm, her fingers curled tightly around his. He concentrated on his hands, on the power collected there, and willed it to move into Grack's. The magic resisted at first, wanting only to stay and give him strength. But after a few minutes, it finally flowed outward into her. He heard a small gasp as he did this, and found that he could now sense her entire body through his magic. He could feel her weariness, the aches and pains of a few bruises, and the burning agony coming from the wound. He took a hold of his magic and streamed it down to the area that was giving her the most pain. He could feel the cut now. It was deep, and there was a nick in the artery, as she'd feared. The wound was still bleeding, despite the cut having scabbed over. Something like this would kill her if it wasn't treated right away. She'd already lost a fair amount of blood, so Arbor concentrated on coating the wound in his magic. It was fascinating to watch. His magic seeped into the wound and began knitting it together. The artery closed up, and the inflamed muscle and tissue knitted back together. There was a sigh of relief so audible that he knew Grack could feel the difference right away. He poured more power into her, soothing all the aches and bruises. Once he was done, he started to pull his magic back, but something made him stop. He could feel something else from her now, a kind of thrumming power that seemed to be emanating from the center of her back. He didn't understand what it was at first, so he moved his magic back to investigate. The thrumming seemed to be emanating from a small sphere located in the center of her spine. The core was similar to his in many ways, except hers was a lighter blue and no streams were coming off it. A wave of exhaustion washed over him then, and he was forced to pull his magic back in himself. When he opened his eyes, he saw Grack leaning back against the wall. Her hand had gone noticeably slack in his, and a small, contented smile was plastered across her face. Her eyes were half-lidded, and her body seemed to have an almost boneless quality to it in the way she was sitting.
Grack?
Arbor asked.
What is it?
She asked in a drowsy voice. She sounded like she was half asleep.
How do you feel?
I feel wonderful,
she said contentedly, her words slightly slurred.
The pain is all gone, and I feel so relaxed.
She giggled a little.
Oh no,
Arbor thought. He'd overdone it with the magic, and she seemed to be drunk. It made a weird sort of sense to him. He remembered well the drunk feeling of power he had while trying to re-energize the horses earlier. He'd wanted to tell her about the small core he'd felt in her spine. She definitely had magic, but it seemed to be dormant for some reason. He figured that his magic must have looked like that up to a certain point. He desperately wanted to ask her about it, but he could see she was already nodding off and decided not to bother her. He released her hand then and straightened, groaning in pain as his cramped muscles stretched. Digging his fists into his lower back, he leaned backward, hearing a satisfying number of pops. He then fetched a cloak and draped it over Grack. The red-skinned woman mumbled something as he did, but didn't wake up when he pulled the cloak up to her chin. He then picked up the discarded food and sat down with his back to the opposite wall, munching on the dried fruit and meat. The horses were nickering softly next to him as he ate, small crunching sounds coming from the oats in their feed bags. His mind began to wander as he ate, wondering how his life had become so complicated. All he had wanted was to get married, settle down, and live a normal life. But fate had intervened. His family had been butchered, and his sister had been captured. He'd been forced to kill other sentient beings, and was now looking for help from dwarves. There was also likely a warrant out for his head at this point as well. He rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. Leaning back against the cave wall, he closed his eyes. All these problems would still be here in the morning. Right now, though, he just needed to get some sleep. Arbor awoke with a start, his heart racing. He wasn't sure, but he thought he heard a noise coming from farther down the tunnel. He looked over at Grack and saw that she was still fast asleep. He had a crick in his neck from sleeping at an awkward angle against the stone wall. Wincing slightly as he forced himself to get up, he made his way over to Grack, rubbing at the sore spot. He froze in his tracks, hearing the noise again. It sounded like a light scuffing of boots over the stone floor.
I know you're there,
he called out, his voice echoing off the tunnel walls.
Whoever you are, come out!
He unsheathed his glaive and took up a fighting stance, preparing for a fight. Grack started at this and began to wake up, rubbing her eyes sleepily. She looked around in confusion.
Arbor?
She was still half asleep.
What's going on?
Just as he was about to answer, a troop of dwarves came around a bend in the tunnel. They were fully armed and armored in gleaming plate mail. It was a wonder that he'd only heard them when they'd gotten this close with the amount of noise they were making. From what he knew, they were supposed to be friendly, so he relaxed his stance.
Hello. We've been looking for the City of Heart. Could you be so kind as to direct us there?
Much to his surprise, the troop took up a defensive position and leveled their weapons at the two of them.
The two of you will come with us. Drop your weapons and come peacefully. Otherwise, we will be forced to attack. Not that I'd mind killing a filthy gremlin,
the lead dwarf said. Arbor noticed that the dwarf's face twisted in disgust when he said the word gremlin, as though it was the worst thing someone could possibly be. Grack was fully awake and on her feet now, but she looked frightened. Arbor decided that it was probably best to cooperate. After all, he didn't think the two of them could beat 10 fully armored dwarves who were prepared for a fight. He leaned his weapon against the wall and held his hands out in front of him.
We don't want to fight. We'll come peacefully.
The dwarf seemed to relax just a bit. With a sharp command, his troop moved forward, surrounding the two of them.
We will escort you to Heart, but if you so much as sneeze in the wrong direction, we will not hesitate to kill you.
Arbor just nodded. Two of the dwarves gathered their belongings and began to herd them down the tunnel. Grack walked beside him, and he was glad to see she was no longer limping. He could see grim and distrustful looks on the dwarves' faces as they walked, and he couldn't help but wonder what they had in store for them. Chapter 17. Arbor and Grack were sitting in a cell. They had arrived in the City of Heart just 2 hours ago, and were immediately thrown in a cell with no food or water. When he tried to ask questions, the guards just ignored him. He looked over to Grack. She was sitting on the opposite side of the cell and had pulled her knees up before her and wrapped her arms around them, hiding her face.
Grack?
He asked. She looked up with a start as he called out. He could see that she was very visibly shaking, and that her face was pale with fear. He got up and walked over to sit next to her.
Why are you so afraid?
He asked gently.
Those dwarves seemed to hate you for some reason. Can you tell me why?
She shuddered at this, but then took a deep breath and began to speak.
Gremlins,
She began in an even, measured tone.
are sworn to serve the king. We are his soldiers, his assassins. He is to do with as he wishes. Gremlins have done many horrible things to all the other races over the years, and all in the name of the king. 5 years ago, the gremlins were ordered to raid this mountain. They destroyed buildings, burned food stores, and killed thousands of dwarves.
She paused here for a second, and then added in a quieter voice.
They also killed the queen and her unborn child.
Arbor winced when he heard this, but then thought back to his visit to Grind. Something wasn't sitting right with him. Hadn't there been dwarves in the Gremlin city?
I saw plenty of dwarves in my visit to the city, and they didn't seem to have any problems with the gremlins.
Grack just shook her head at this statement.
There are many different tribes of dwarves. The ones you saw in the city had been living there for generations, long subjected to the king's rule. The dwarves of the Jagged Peaks, however, still openly defy the king and everything he stands for. That is why they hate me so much.
She finished with a sigh.
There's one thing I don't understand.
Arbor said.
Why do the gremlins serve the king? Can't you just do what you want, like everyone else?
Grack shrugged.
No one knows why we serve the king. Only that we've been doing it as long as anyone could remember.
Do all gremlins serve the king? Even the women and children?
Arbor asked with a raised eyebrow.
Yes, even the women and children.
She said sadly.
That doesn't make any sense, though.
Arbor argued.
You're a gremlin and you don't serve the king. You're actually in open defiance as far as I can tell. You helped me kill others of your kind when they were chasing us.
Grack just shrugged once more.
I don't like him. He's a total asshole, and I'd honestly prefer if he just dropped dead.
Arbor had just opened his mouth to ask Grack to explain, when the bars on the door rattled as a dwarf slid a key into the lock.
Come with me,
He said, looking at Arbor. He had a scowl on his face and eyed Grack with hatred. Arbor and Grack both got up and headed towards the door.
Not you, damn filthy gremlin. Just him.
The dwarf said, pointing a finger at Arbor. Arbor was about to protest when Grack just waved him on.
Just go. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
He wasn't so sure about that, but seeing as he had no choice, he followed the guard, hearing the door clang shut behind him. The guard led him through a low archway and out onto an open street. He looked up, seeing a high ceiling of stone at least 100 feet above his head. Glowing stones were everywhere, set in the walls and ceiling, lighting up the entire city. He stopped for a moment to gape when the guard prodded him in the back with his spear.
Quit gawking,
He snarled. Arbor glared at him but continued down the street. Another guard soon joined them as they walked, presumably to stop him from running. There were dwarves everywhere he looked, shouting greetings at one another and eating at open booths on the side of the street. He saw a plump dwarf leading 2 children to an open window with the words "Finest Clothing and Heart" printed above the door. He felt a prod in his back the moment he stopped and was forced to move forward once again. He gritted his teeth and had to restrain himself from punching the dwarf in the face. They continued walking until they left the main part of the city behind. Up ahead, he could see a massive stone building with huge iron-bound doors set into the front and guessed that this was their destination. As they approached the entrance, Arbor could see that a smaller set of doors had been built into the larger ones. This would allow people to move in and out without having to open the massive doors each time. There were 2 guards standing to attention at either side, and they nodded at the dwarves escorting him. They gave Arbor curious glances, but stepped aside and opened the smaller doors for them. Arbor was roughly shoved forward, and he glared back at the guard who was seeming to take every opportunity to prod and poke him. The guard just sneered back and prodded him once again. Hard. Arbor didn't move, instead narrowing his eyes at the dwarf as he thought of the best way to take his weapon from him.
If you don't get a move on, I'll use the other end,
The dwarf said, turning the spear around and leveling the point at him threateningly. Arbor gritted his teeth and moved forward, inwardly seething at the unfair treatment. He was escorted down a long hallway, decorated with fine tapestries and marble carvings. He could see another set of doors at the end of the corridor, with 2 more guards standing at the entrance. One of the guards stopped them once they'd gotten within 10 feet. Apparently, the dwarf behind him hadn't noticed, because he exclaimed angrily and prodded him with the spear butt once again. Arbor whirled on the dwarf and pointed to the guards by the door.
If you'd like me to keep going, I suggest you take it up with them. But if you just want to fight, I'll be happy to take you on.
The dwarf guard's face reddened as the door guards gave him annoyed looks.
I'll teach you to mind your tongue, human.
He snarled, bringing the spear blade to bear once again.
That's enough of that.
The other guard said, placing a firm hand on his shoulder.
You will not attack an unarmed prisoner just because you don't like his traveling companion.
The angry dwarf looked between the other guard and Arbor for a moment, before angrily lowering the point of his spear and nodding once. The guards relaxed as the situation was resolved, and one of them pounded twice on the door.
Enter!
A voice called out through the door. The guard pushed the door open, and Arbor once again felt the spear butt prod him hard in the back to get him moving. Apparently, he wasn't about to let the insult go so easily. Arbor stumbled forward and once again gritted his teeth as he felt rage begin to boil up within him. He would get even with the little bastard if it was the last thing he did. He did manage to keep a clear enough head to notice the splendor of the room he'd just entered. The ceiling towered 50 feet over his head, and a long carpet stretched toward a raised dais. An elaborate throne carved of blue marble sat atop the pedestal, and in that throne sat a dwarf. The dwarf was quite handsome and a lot younger than Arbor would have expected. A long red beard flowed down his chest, and deep brown eyes looked back at him from under a stern brow. He was powerfully built, and knotted muscles rippled under his fine shirt. Golden rings adorned his fingers, and a bright crown sat atop his brow. Arbor couldn't help but notice that it was made of the same blue marble as the throne. It was interwoven with glittering gems and bands of gold and silver.
His Royal Majesty, King Akkard, King of the Jagged Peaks, Killer of 1,000 foes, and Bane of the Mythic Bear!
A dwarf next to the throne announced, in what Arbor thought was way too loud a voice. He could see the king agreed as well by the slight wince he gave at the volume.
You should bow, peasant,
He heard a whisper in his ear, right before he felt a sharp crack right behind his legs, forcing him to drop to his knees with a grunt of pain.
There's no need for that.
Akkard said, with a disapproving look directed at the dwarf who'd been tormenting him for the last few minutes.
You may rise,
He said, directing his gaze on him. Arbor rose to his feet, hiding a wince as he did so. He was sure he'd just bruised his knees.
Tell me, human, what is your name?
Akkard asked, not unkindly.
My name is Arbor. Tell me then, Arbor,
The king said, leaning forward in his throne.
what you were doing traveling through my tunnels and in the company of a gremlin, no less.
For some reason, the king didn't sneer when he said the word gremlin. He seemed genuinely curious, so Arbor related his tale. He told everything, from how his family had been killed to his rescue of Grak and his subsequent run from the soldiers. He skipped over the part about Silver. He didn't know why, but he didn't think he should mention the odd hermit to the dwarf king. Akkard listened patiently, not saying a word throughout his entire tale, then leaned back in his throne once Arbor concluded his story.
It sounds as though you've had quite a number of hardships leading up to your capture here,
He said in an even voice.
You have my condolences for what happened to your family. I, too, know the pain of losing those close to one's heart.
His voice seemed to soften for a second, and an undisguised look of grief crossed his face.
You can't really believe this, human, your majesty!
The guard behind him exclaimed in outrage.
This filthy human is conspiring with the gremlins. He must die along with the filth we've locked up in the dungeons. That's quite enough of that!
The other guard stepped forward to try to intercede again, but the dwarf just shoved him aside. He then stepped forward and tried to jab Arbor again, but this time, Arbor wasn't about to take it lying down. Reaching for the pulsing core at his center, Arbor pumped magic down the streams to his hands and feet. He could feel his muscles strengthening as the magic seeped into them. The process didn't take very long, just a second or two, but the dwarf had already jabbed him twice in the ribs before he felt ready to make his move. The dwarf was pulling back the spear to poke at him a third time, this time with the spear point and not the butt as he had with the previous strikes, when Arbor felt his senses sharpen. He could now sense where the attack would land, his magic showing him a brief glimpse into the future. He took in a deep breath, then, moving faster than anyone could follow, made his move. The dwarf seemed to be almost standing still, and he easily sidestepped the incoming thrust. The dwarf, expecting to meet resistance, stumbled forward, completely off balance as his spear thrust through the empty air. Arbor grabbed his spear then, twisting it out of his grasp and sending the offending dwarf stumbling back. He quickly spun, twirling the spear in his hands as he'd seen Silver do, and cracked the dwarf across the temple with all his might. The haft struck the dwarf so hard that it shattered in his grip, sending splintered fragments flying in all directions. Despite this, the dwarf was the true victim, not the spear. His head was whipped to the side with the force of the impact, and he was sent flying a good 10 feet across the room. He smashed into the opposite wall so hard that stone chips flaked off. He then crashed to the ground in an unmoving heap, a small groan escaping his crumpled form. Arbor stood there, holding the remains of the shattered spear, panting lightly as steam poured off his body. He'd overdone it again, but since it had only been for a couple of seconds, it shouldn't be too bad. There was a sound of slithering leather on steel as every dwarf in the room drew their weapons. None of them were sure of what had just happened, as Arbor had moved too quickly for any of them to see. 1 minute, the dwarf guard was rambling and jabbing at him with his spear, and the next, he was lying 10 feet away, and Arbor was holding the splintered remains of his weapon.
Put your weapons down!
This cry came from the king. Arbor looked at him and was shocked to see a broad grin across his face.
Excellent show!
He boomed, clapping his hands.
I've never seen anyone move like that in my entire life, and I can't think of anyone more deserving of punishment than young Jack over there.
Akkard's grin turned into a full-bellied laugh, and the dwarves looked on in confusion as their king had seemingly lost his mind. Finally calming down, the king motioned his guards out of the room.
You may leave us now. If he wanted me dead, none of you would be able to stop him before he took my head anyway.
He said this in an oddly cheerful voice, and the dwarves still didn't move, unsure whether they should really go. When they didn't immediately move, the king's expression changed in an instant.
Why are you still here? That was an order from your king!
He roared, and the dwarves quickly obeyed, tripping over themselves to leave the room. 2 of them bent down on their way, grabbed the unconscious Jack, and dragged him out of the room by his arms. Akkard waited until they were all gone. Then he slumped in his throne, a tired sigh escaping his lips. Arbor could now see that Akkard had been putting on a strong front for his subjects. Once they were gone, however, he allowed his true weariness to show.
I apologize for the rough treatment you've been subjected to since coming here,
he began.
Some of the younger dwarves are overzealous and believe they know better than everyone how the kingdom should be run.
He rubbed the bridge of his nose, as if trying to fight an oncoming headache.
Truth be told, we are in a great amount of danger, more than most know.
Arbor was slightly taken aback at the sudden transformation Akkard displayed. This wasn't at all what he'd been expecting a king to be like.
What kind of trouble?
He asked, wondering why the king of dwarves, someone with thousands of warriors at his command, would be admitting something like this to him, a human he barely knew. It was as if the king could read his mind, as he gave him a weary smile.
You must be wondering why I'm confiding in a total stranger. Don't worry about that for now. I assure you that I have a very good reason to be confiding in you.
And what possible reason could that be?
Arbor asked, his curiosity getting the better of him.
That,
the king said, pointing at his chest. Arbor looked down to see that the items he kept around his neck had somehow managed to slip out of his shirt.
It must have happened during the fight,
he realized, tucking the items away.
I'm guessing that you're referring to the red pendant and not the necklace,
Arbor said in a dry tone.
What is it you know about the pendant, and why do you trust me because I have it?
He needed answers. His family had been butchered in the pursuit for this pendant. He had to know what was so special about it.
Unfortunately, it is not my place to tell you about that pendant.
Arbor opened his mouth to protest when Akkard held up a hand to forestall him.
It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's more that I can't tell you.
The king rolled up his sleeve to reveal a small red mark in the shape of a diamond, with a winding pattern of confusing lines surrounding it.
This mark was placed on me by someone on the day I ascended to the throne. He told me many secrets that day, things that you could scarcely imagine. That pendant you're wearing and its significance were one of those secrets.
Akkard rolled down his sleeve, covering the mark from view.
He placed the mark on me then, a powerful bit of magic that prevents me from speaking of anything he told me on that day.
Arbor was excited at this revelation. There was someone out there who knew what this was, and its apparent importance.
There has to be something you can tell me. Please.
Arbor begged. The king was silent for a moment, as if contemplating whether to say something or not. He finally decided on something as he nodded to himself a few times before speaking.
I can only tell you what he told me after the seal was placed on me. The man said that one day my entire nation would be at risk from a terrible threat. He told me that someone wearing your pendant would show up in my throne room and perform a feat of magic I'd never seen before. He told me that he would be our salvation. And here you are.
Arbor was shocked. How could someone he'd never met know he would come here at a time when the dwarves were in danger? He didn't doubt the king for a second as to whether he was telling the truth or not. Whoever this mystery man was, Arbor was almost positive he would meet him one day. He didn't know why, but that feeling had cemented itself within him when Akkard had finished speaking. He took a deep breath and looked up to the king.
How can I help?
Akkard breathed a sigh of relief as Arbor asked that question and began his tale.
There is a beast deep in the heart of this mountain. I don't know where it came from, but it has already claimed the lives of over 300 good dwarves. I have sent a number of patrols down after it, and out of the 6 I've sent, only 1 has come back. Even that patrol didn't escape unharmed.
His face took on a pained expression, and he had to fight to keep his emotions in check.
My younger brother went down with one of the patrols. He hasn't come back. Why did you let your brother go after it?
Arbor asked.
If he's your brother, wouldn't that make him the prince? He's young and headstrong. Probably thought he could kill the beast on his own. Foolish boy.
Akkard answered.
I will grieve for my brother alone. Right now, I must think of my subjects.
Arbor nodded. He respected a man who could put his own grief to the side when more important matters needed his attention.
What kind of beast is it that has you so afraid? Can't you just swarm it with dwarves? Don't you have thousands of warriors?
Akkard shook his head at the question.
I could send thousands against it, and we would probably win in the end. But how many hundreds of lives would it cost, I cannot, as a king, order dwarves into combat knowing that most will definitely die.
Arbor nodded. He hadn't thought of that.
I apologize for my callousness. Please, forgive me,
he said, bowing his head.
No need for all that bowing and scraping,
he said, waving his hand.
To answer your earlier question, the beast haunting our minds is a mythic beast, one of the 5 mythic cats. These are creatures steeped so deeply in magic that they have been known to wipe out entire civilizations with their fury. The few scouts who made it back gave a description of the beast, and I believe that this is the rock jaguar.
Arbor listened carefully as Akkard related his story. He didn't want to believe that such monsters could really exist.
How can I possibly succeed where so many have failed?
He asked. He already knew the answer before the king opened his mouth.
The man told me you would be the one to defeat the threat, and after I witnessed your power, I must agree with him. I won't ask you to do this for free, though.
Akkard continued.
You told me that your sister was taken to Fivora. Is that correct?
Arbor nodded.
Well, I just happen to know where the Rebel Alliance, directly opposed to the king, is currently located. I also know that they are planning on attacking Fivora in a bid to free the slaves and hopefully gain some new recruits.
Arbor could see where he was going with this, but let the king finish.
If you kill the rock jaguar for me, I will write you a personal letter of commendation. Present this letter to one of the co-founders of the rebels, and they will take you with them when they attack Fivora.
The king finished.
What do you say? Do we have a deal?
Arbor stood there, thinking for a few moments. He'd already made up his mind to do it. The proposal set forth by the king was too good an opportunity to pass up. He also didn't think he could say no after the story a card had told him. Someone had prophesied that this would happen. He wasn't a superstitious person, but even he could sense that there was something more going on here. Finally, he gave his answer.
I'll do it, but on one condition. You give my friend a safe place to stay while I'm gone, and should I die in the attempt, you will make sure she has a safe place to call home. You have my word,
A card said gravely.
You will be given rooms in a nearby inn.
He continued, after Arbor nodded his assent.
Anything you need will be provided for you. All you have to do is ask. A guard will come for you in the morning to escort you to the entrance of the tunnels. The Almighty guide your blade, Arbor.
The king stood then and bowed his head in a sign of respect.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
He answered back. He then bowed his head once, and with that, he turned on his heel and headed out of the throne room. Chapter 18. Arbor was sitting on the bed in the room he'd been given by the king. A candle was the only source of light, the flickering flame sending weird shadows dancing across the walls. The dwarf who'd escorted him here had told him that Grak would be there shortly, so now he waited, letting his meeting with the king replay in his mind. There was someone out there who could see into the future. They had predicted these events years before, when a card had first taken the throne. He was brought out of his musings by a knock on the door. He stood to open it and found Grak standing in the hall, looking confused but happy.
Can I come in?
She asked. Arbor stood aside and let her walk in, closing the door behind her. She looked around the room before going to sit down in the only chair. Arbor, for his part, just went back to sit on the bed.
I don't know how you managed to get me out,
Grak began.
but it seems that I owe you my life once again.
You don't owe me anything,
Arbor said, waving it off.
Without you, I'd never have made it here or been given the opportunity the king has offered.
What opportunity?
Arbor then explained what a card had told him about the rock jaguar and about helping him find the rebels. He decided to leave out the part about a stranger predicting this would all come to pass. For some reason, he felt he should keep that particular piece of information to himself. Grak sat quietly through his story, then sat up straighter in her chair once he finished.
I'm coming with you,
she said simply.
No!
Arbor answered back.
I won't knowingly put you in that kind of danger. Not when you'll be safe staying here.
Grak's face went a bit redder, and she seemed to bristle at this.
Listen to me, Arbor, and listen well. I am not some child or helpless maiden that needs to be sheltered and protected. I can handle myself in a fight. I will be coming with you, and nothing you can say will stop me.
Arbor sat back, shocked at the tirade coming out of the usually quiet woman. He just nodded dumbly as she got up. She approached him then and embraced him.
You don't need to do everything alone,
she said quietly. He was surprised at the sudden show of affection, but returned the hug in kind. She felt warm and reassuring, and he could distinctly feel her body heating up as she was pressed to him. He was also very aware that her heart rate had just spiked. When she pulled back, her breath was coming just a bit faster, and her cheeks were flushed. It was now very obvious to him that she liked him. He would have had to be denser than a brick not to realize that. And though he liked her as well and found her company enjoyable, he just couldn't bring himself to feel the same. Not after what had happened to him recently. He tried to give her a smile, though, to force his lips to turn upward, but it just wouldn't come. He still couldn't do it. Instead, he settled for just thanking her.
Thank you for that. I'm grateful that you're coming with me.
Of course. I wouldn't leave you to face something like that alone, she said, her lips turning up slightly at the corners. Now go get some sleep. Don't stay up tossing and turning all night. We have a big day ahead of us.
I'll definitely try, but no promises,
he said as she headed for the door.
Do you need me to sing you a lullaby to help you sleep?
She turned from the open doorway, smirking at him. Arbor shook his head and waved her off.
I'll sing myself to sleep, but thanks for the offer.
He heard her giggling as she closed the door behind her and felt a pang of sadness. She had just reminded him of the way Karya used to tease him. Despite his feelings of melancholy, he did feel a lot better about the day ahead. Grak just had a way of lifting his spirits, and he was glad she'd be accompanying him on this dangerous mission. Despite what Grak had said, he still had a hard time falling asleep that night. All he could think about was failing to kill the beast and dying before he could save his sister. He tossed and turned and worried into the late hours of the night until an uneasy sleep finally took him. Arbor awoke the next morning with a sense of purpose. He was tired, as he hadn't gotten much sleep. He got out of bed and washed his face in the bowl of water that had been left on the small table for him. Next to the bowl, there was a plate with bread, cheese, and a pitcher of some sort of fruit juice. Arbor found that he was ravenous after foregoing a meal the previous evening, and quickly devoured the food. He'd never had this kind of fruit juice. It had a sweet and tangy flavor, and Arbor found that he really enjoyed it. He heard a knock on his door then, and went to open it. A dwarf stood there, holding Arbor's glaive and a set of leather armor.
I'm sorry we couldn't get you better armor,
the dwarf apologized.
We don't usually have human guests, so we didn't have any mail that would fit you.
That's quite all right,
Arbor said, taking the armor and his glaive. He was surprised at the relief he felt to be holding his weapon again. He hadn't realized it until now, but he'd felt vulnerable without it.
I've given the gremlin girl a set of armor as well, along with the long-bladed dagger you requested.
Arbor thanked the dwarf and closed the door to get changed. He donned the armor, first putting on the hardened leather breastplate, then sliding the bracers over his forearms. Next, he slid on the hardened leather greaves and pulled the strap tight around his legs. There were also heavy boots, some sort of skirt that went from his waist to his knees, as well as a helm. He opted to forego these, as they would likely impede his movement. He slung his leather harness over his shoulder and, checking to make sure the blade was sharpened, slid it into the sheath on his back. He quickly laced up his soft leather boots and jumped a few times to make sure that he could move well in what he was wearing. Satisfied with the result, he left his room, closing the door behind him. Grak was already waiting for him and flashed him a warm smile. She was adorned in similar armor, with the addition of a metal-studded skirt. It was divided in half, and leather straps bound the loose ends to her legs to keep them from impeding her movement. A long, heavy-bladed dagger hung from her waist, and Arbor nodded to the waiting dwarf in approval.
Well, now that you're all ready, follow me, and I'll lead you to the entrance of the mines,
the dwarf said. Arbor and Grak fell in step behind the dwarf as they headed out onto the street. It was oddly silent outside, and the streets were completely empty.
The king decided it would be best to leave before anyone was up. Humans are rarely seen here, and gremlins are only seen when they're attacking. Best not to cause a panic.
What do you know of this rock jaguar?
Arbor asked, quickly steering the conversation away from that sensitive topic. He wanted as much information as he could get about their upcoming battle, and figured the dwarf might know a few things.
I don't know much, only from what little the surviving scouts reported,
he said. They left the city behind and headed down one of the many tunnels, walking deeper into the mountain.
From what they reported, the creature is massive and much faster than you might expect. But the thing to really watch out for are its claws,
he continued, his voice echoing off the walls.
The claws could easily shred through the steel armor the dwarves were wearing.
Arbor looked down at his own leather armor in bemusement. If the steel armor offered no protection, what was the point of wearing the inferior leather?
Can you tell us anything else about it?
Grak asked.
Is there anything else to watch out for?
The dwarf nodded his head gravely.
This is one of the 5 mythic cats, so it should go without saying that this beast has magic. I don't know exactly how it will use it, but we do know that it uses some sort of earth magic.
Grak gave Arbor a look then. There was fear and trepidation in that look, but also excitement. How could she be excited to face such a monster? They approached another tunnel, and the dwarf stopped.
I will go no further than here,
he said.
Just follow this tunnel and it will lead you down into the mines.
He removed a rolled-up piece of parchment from his coat pocket.
This map marks the location where the beast was last seen,
he said, handing it to Arbor.
Good fortune be with you.
The dwarf clapped his fist to his heart in a sign of respect. Arbor and Grak bowed their heads, then turned to the tunnel entrance. It was darker than the tunnel in which they were currently standing. Arbor could see regular torches lighting the way instead of the glowing stones he'd become accustomed to.
Ready?
He asked, looking over at Grak. She flashed him a fierce grin, her blue eyes shining brightly in the flickering torchlight.
Then let's go kill a monster.
And with that statement, the two friends stepped into the tunnel. Chapter 19. Karia looked on in wonder as she and Sylvester approached the golden leaf forest. Tall, thin-trunked trees swayed before her. True to their names, the tops of the trees were all full of golden-colored leaves and seemed to glimmer in the sunlight. Do they always look like this? She asked Sylvester in awe.
Yes, the leaves never change color in the forest. They never fall or die either,
he said, looking at the trees with a smile on his face.
It's always warm in the forest. Just like the flatlands, winter never truly reaches this place.
Wow, Karia said as they left the flatlands and entered the forest. Sylvester was right. Although the flatlands were hot all year round, the endless wood had been becoming colder as winter set. It had become instantly hotter the moment they'd stepped out of the woods and onto the flatlands. The air cooled as they entered the shade of the trees, and though it was cooler than the flatlands, it was by no means cold. The air was pleasant and smelled of wild flowers and tree sap. So, how far is the magic school from here? She asked, a light bounce in her step. It was so nice having shade again after being out on the open flatlands for so long.
I'm actually not sure,
he admitted.
I do know the way to the nearest settlement, though, and I'm sure they'll be able to direct us to the capital, which is where the school is located.
Karia nodded as she looked around. The forest was alive with sound. Small rodents scurried through the underbrush, and birds flitted about overhead. Sunlight shone through the leaves, painting the entire forest in a golden hue. So tell me about the school. What's it like? I've never been to a school before. Are there lots of students there?
Slow down,
Sylvester said with a laugh.
One question at a time.
Karia blushed a little and smiled sheepishly.
The school is in the outskirts of the capital city, which is called Srila. There are roughly 700 students, ranging from age 13 all the way to 22.
Wow! Karia exclaimed. They have students that old still in school?
Yes, though many don't stay that long,
Sylvester said.
Only the truly gifted stay after the obligatory 6 years of training.
I will have to stay for 6 years if I want to join?
I don't know.
Sylvester shrugged.
You are the only human that I know of to come looking to be admitted. Most humans and gremlins go to the one in the capital of Galmir.
Oh, Karia said quietly. Do you think they'll let me in? Sylvester gave her a reassuring smile.
I'm sure you'll have no problem getting in.
Karia gave him a grateful smile, and they continued on in silence. After about an hour or so, she could begin to hear the sounds of civilization. She heard the laughter of children at play and couldn't help but smile. They emerged onto a well-worn dirt path and she could see a village. A small cluster of houses, built from the thin trunks of the golden leaf trees, stood in a row, with the path winding through the center. She could now see the children she'd heard earlier playing on the path ahead. They stopped playing as the two of them approached, and stared with open curiosity at Karia. Karia, for her part, just smiled and waved. They seemed hesitant at first, but soon smiled back and went back to playing their game. They continued down the path and into the village proper. Approaching the first house, Sylvester knocked on the door. A young elf woman opened the door and they spoke for a minute. Finally, the elf gestured to a house in the center of the village, and Sylvester thanked her before returning to Karia.
The leader of this village lives there,
He said, pointing to the same house the elf woman had gestured to.
Just a warning, not everyone likes humans. Some elves have had their entire lives ruined by slavers, just like the ones who ruined yours.
Karia nodded soberly. If the only interactions she'd had with humans had been with people like Ramson, she would most likely hate them as well. They approached the village leader's house, and Sylvester knocked on the door. They waited in silence for a few moments before the door cracked open. An older elf stood in the doorway and looked at Sylvester, curiosity written on her face. "Can I help you, dear?" she asked in a wary-sounding voice.
Yes,
Sylvester said, putting on a winning smile.
my friend and I are headed to Srila to attend the Golden Leaf School of Magic, but seem to have gotten lost. Would you by any chance have a map we could use?
The elf woman's eyes narrowed as they fell on Karia, and she looked at Sylvester with suspicion. "I've never heard of a human attending the school in Srila,"
This is a special exception,
Sylvester answered.
They've already extended her an invitation. I was sent to guide her back, but I seem to have gotten lost.
There he goes again, lying right through his teeth, Karia thought, as she watched the exchange. She sometimes wondered how much about the elf was actually true. The woman seemed to waver a bit, but slowly nodded. "I may have a map you can use," she said. "Just wait here and I'll go and get it." She then closed the door in Sylvester's face, and he had to leap back to avoid breaking his nose. Karia laughed loudly as he did so, but soon sobered as she noticed the distrustful gazes she was attracting from the other villagers. She tried to smile at them, but they just ignored the friendly gesture and kept watching her. She had begun to fidget when the door opened again, and a map came flying out.
There, you have it. Now leave.
She heard a voice from inside. Not wanting to argue, and not wishing to stay a second longer, she scooped up the map, and the two of them made their way quickly out of the village. Only once the village was out of sight did they slow to a more comfortable pace. "I can see what you mean when you say they don't trust humans," Karia said with a frown.
It is unfortunate, but the elves living the closest to the forest's edge are the ones most likely to be attacked. It shouldn't be nearly this bad in the capital,
Sylvester said with a forced smile. Karia wasn't so sure, but there was nothing she could do about it. She resolved herself to try and make a good impression on any further elves they might come across. "Oh, here," she said, handing the map over. "I almost forgot." Sylvester took the map and unrolled it, his brow furrowing as he looked it over.
Good news,
He said with a grin, rolling the map up.
4 days of walking and we should reach the capital city.
That was good news, and it was about time, too. Karia was tired of sleeping on the road. She missed her bed. She missed normal food. But most of all, she missed her family. The thought saddened her, and her good mood faded. She could have good food and a comfortable bed, but her family was another matter. She would never see them again. She could feel tears beginning to form in the corners of her eyes, but did not let them fall. They walked on in silence. Sylvester, sensing that she would like to be alone with her thoughts, gave her space and focused instead on reading the map. They camped for the night at the side of a stream. This cheered her up a little, as she hadn't been able to take a normal bath since they'd left Silver's clearing over 2 weeks ago. She went off to a more secluded part of the stream while Sylvester prepared supper. It wasn't really what one would call a meal, just some dried meat and hard bread, but she knew it was only for the next few days. Once they reached Srila, they could have normal food once again. She found a spot and quickly stripped out of her dust-covered clothes. Taking a deep breath, she plunged right in. The icy water robbed her momentarily of breath. After a few minutes of shivering, she became accustomed to it and was soon splashing about, enjoying the feeling of washing off weeks' worth of dust. Once she was finished, she made sure to wash her clothes in the river as well. She wouldn't be able to wash all the dirt out until she had proper soap, but this would have to do for now. She wrung her clothes out as best she could and put them back on. They were still quite wet, but the air was pleasant and warm, and it didn't bother her too much. She wandered into the camp and was surprised to see Sylvester turning a small animal on a spit over the fire. He looked up at her approach and smiled.
I managed to snag this small forest rabbit with my magic. I used your knife to skin and gut it. I hope you don't mind.
Not at all, she said, sitting down by the fire. So long as you plan on sharing.
Well, I was going to eat it all myself, but...
Sylvester trailed off at Karia's deadpan expression and snorted out a laugh.
Don't worry. I'll share it.
Sylvester then pulled the steaming meat from the fire and ripped it in half, hissing as the meat scorched his skin. He handed one of the pieces to Karia, juggling his own between his fingers. They both tore into the small animal with relish, ignoring the fact that the meat was still too hot. Karia burned her tongue more than once, but she didn't care. The two of them enjoyed the small animal immensely, and though it was not entirely filling, it was one of the best meals she'd eaten in weeks. When the meat was all gone, she leaned back against one of the trees with a sigh of contentment. Looking up, she saw some sap oozing from a split in the bark. When she leaned in a little closer, she was surprised to find that it gave off quite a pleasant smell. She mentioned this to Sylvester and was delighted when he explained that they used the golden leaf tree sap to make soap. Pulling the red dagger from its sheath, she scraped some off and went over to the stream to wash her face with it. Karia lay down that night, more content than she could remember being in a very long time. Her face felt a little sticky from the sap, but she liked the way it smelled, so she didn't mind overmuch. She closed her eyes then and thought of Silver, wondering what the odd hermit could be doing now. He had been so kind to her and taught her so much. She wasn't sure when, but at some point she'd come to see him as a surrogate father figure and hoped to see him again soon. She thought of her family next, of her mother and father. She hadn't had the time to think about their fates until now. Things had just been too crazy. She knew they were both dead. Sylvester had heard the slavers talking about how Ransom had butchered them both. Then she thought about Arbor. She should be mourning for him as well, but she found that she just couldn't. Sylvester hadn't heard the slavers talking about him, so she still had hope he was alive. She felt the tears come then, hot and wet as they slid down her face. Silently sobbing to herself, she drifted into an exhausted sleep. Chapter 20. Arbor and Grack moved quietly down the torchlit tunnel, careful not to dislodge any loose stones so as not to give away their position, should the rock jaguar be nearby. They'd been descending into the mines for quite some time now, and determined that, based on the map, they should be reaching an open area soon. Arbor was on edge. The idea that a gigantic cat with razor-sharp claws could be waiting for him around every corner was extremely nerve-wracking. Grack didn't look much better. Her muscles were taut, and she moved stiffly behind him, not at all like her usual graceful self. He could see the tunnel widen up ahead and motioned for her to stay put. He moved forward, trying to be as quiet as he could, and peeked around the tunnel exit. The tunnel opened up into a wide open space, spanning several hundred feet in all directions. There were piles of ore in tall wooden bins, and the room was brightly lit by glow stones set in the walls. Arbor breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
You can come down now.
He called up the tunnel. The sound of shuffling feet and the creaking of leather marked Grack's arrival into the open cavern, and Arbor winced at the noise. It couldn't be helped, as he wasn't willing to tell her to remove the small protection the armor offered. Grack leaned a bit closer as he unrolled the map, her warm breath tickling his cheek. Arbor ignored it as best he could, tracing a line down the path they'd taken and finding where they were located. He could see that the rock jaguar was last sighted in the next open cavern. That didn't necessarily mean that it was still there, but it meant that it was likely to be close by. He rolled up the map and looked to his right. The tunnel that loomed before them would lead directly to the beast's last known location. He was about to step forward when Grack stopped him.
Arbor, I have an idea.
He motioned for her to go on.
You said your magic could make you faster and stronger, right?
It can.
He confirmed.
You also said that in battle, you can sometimes predict the opponent's movements. Is that correct?
He nodded again, not entirely sure where she was going with this.
So, it stands to reason that your magic can heighten your other senses as well.
Grack continued.
For example, you can improve your hearing so the beast doesn't catch us by surprise.
Arbor had to think about it for a moment before giving her a grateful look. He hadn't even considered that his magic might be used in that way.
That might actually work,
he said excitedly.
Just give me a few minutes while I see if I can figure it out.
Grack flashed him a grin, her cheeks darkening at the compliment. Closing his eyes, he felt for the streams of magic coming from the blue core at his center. He could follow the lines more clearly now than he could previously, and they stood out in sharp contrast against the black background of the rest of his body. He soon found the stream that connected to his head and concentrated very closely on it. He tightened his focus, forcing himself to see only that one stream. Sweat began to bead his brow, but at last he found what he was looking for. The main stream grew larger in his mind's eye, until he could see even smaller streams branching off that one. There were a lot more than last time, making him wonder if his magic was on its way to advancing to the next tier. There were now at least 30 or so tiny streams flowing off the main one, and each connected to different parts of his head. Following them carefully, he soon found a pair that connected to his eardrums. Working very slowly now, he allowed magic to flow from his core, widening the smaller streams a bit to accommodate more magic. The moment he did so, he hunched over in pain as sound assaulted him from every direction, magnified many times over.
Are you all right?
He winced once more. Grack's whispered question sounded as though she'd screamed in his ear, but 100 times louder. He quickly cut the magic off and sighed in relief when sound returned to normal. He took a shaky breath and looked over at Grack.
I'm gonna try again. Just please don't talk until I say so. The sound is just too overwhelming.
He waited until she nodded her understanding, then gathered himself and tried again. This time, when he allowed magic to flow to his ears, he didn't widen the streams at all. He instead allowed only the barest trickle of magic to flow up to them. He took another shaky breath. The smaller streams seemed to be a lot harder to work with than the larger ones. His hearing suddenly sharpened, but not so much as to cause him pain. He could now acutely hear all the sounds around him. The sound of his and Grack's breathing, the small scuffs their boots made on the ground, the sound of their beating hearts. Arbor froze and listened carefully. He counted to himself.
1, 2, 3.
His eyes snapped open to see Grack's face just a few inches from his, her expression worried. Arbor took a moment to calm his racing heart and release the magic flowing to his ears. He then explained what he'd heard, and what it insinuated.
From which direction was it coming?
She whispered. Arbor pointed to the tunnel, the one that led to where the rock jaguar was last sighted.
Then I guess we found what we're looking for,
she said, pulling the dagger from her belt with a soft hiss. Arbor nodded. Drawing his glaive, he walked towards the tunnel with her in tow. They moved quickly, fearing the creature might be moving towards them even as they moved closer to it. It was often that the hunter became the hunted when one became careless. They came to the end of the tunnel without being attacked. The two of them shared one last look. Then, moving together, they entered the open cavern, brandishing their weapons and ready for a fight. There was nothing there. Arbor looked around in confusion. The cave was empty. He looked up, but aside from the glowstone affixed to the ceiling 50 feet above, there was nothing up there. The cave was massive, spanning at least 300 yards across with small ridges of stone extending from the walls, giving it a rough and uneven appearance. Grack moved up beside him, her dagger still drawn.
I don't understand,
she said, looking around.
Didn't you say there was another heartbeat coming from this direction?
Arbor didn't understand either. He closed his eyes and concentrated once again. It was a lot easier this time, as his body seemed to have memorized exactly how much magic was needed. His hearing sharpened, and he could once again hear another heartbeat. When he looked around, though, there was nothing to be seen.
I hear another heart beating in this cave,
he whispered back.
It has to be here.
They walked forward cautiously, making their way through the cave. They looked at the walls, the floor, and up at the ceiling again, but still saw nothing.
Maybe you're doing something wrong?
Grack asked. Arbor just shrugged helplessly as she walked over to a small protrusion of rock and sat down. The tension was draining, both physically and mentally.
Dagnabbit.
She jumped up with a very uncharacteristic shriek as the rock she'd sat on cursed loudly.
What the hell do you think you're doing, lass? Did I not suffer enough at the cruel paws of that overgrown excuse for a cat? Or do I perhaps look like a comfy chair to you? Maybe you thought you'd rest your weary gremlin behind on a poor dwarf's head for a laugh? Well, let me tell you something, missy. I will not be treated as furniture by anyone.
The dwarf continued his tirade as Arbor and Grack looked on in shocked amusement. Now that he looked carefully, he could make out some facial features.
I guess this explains the third heartbeat,
Grack said as she eyed the dwarf. Realizing that no one was responding to his rant, the dwarf stopped and glared at the two of them.
Well,
he said, clearly outraged.
Are you going to help me out or not?
My apologies,
Arbor said as he moved over and got down on his knees near the dwarf's head. As far as he could tell, the dwarf was encased in solid rock, and Arbor had no idea how to get him out. He looked to Grack for help, but she just shrugged. He looked to the dwarf instead.
How am I supposed to get you out?
Well, obviously, you have to break up the surrounding stone,
the dwarf replied, in a tone that suggested that he was an idiot.
I can see that,
Arbor replied, sorely tempted to just leave the dwarf there.
What I meant to ask was, how do I break up the stone?
The dwarf sighed loudly and rolled his eyes upwards, as if begging the heavens for strength. Arbor could hear Grack giggling behind him, but decided it was best to ignore her.
If you look to your right, a small way across the room, you will see a hammer. Pick it up and use it to free me.
The dwarf spoke very slowly, saying each word with exaggerated care. Arbor sighed and stood to get the hammer. He found it, exactly where the dwarf had said it would be. He lifted it, surprised at the weight of the thing, and examined it closely. One side of the hammerhead was broad and flat, while the other tapered off to a wicked spike. He walked back to the dwarf, who seemed to be growing impatient.
Well, did you find it?
He asked. Arbor had had enough of the dwarf at this point. It was time to put him in his place.
From what I gathered from your earlier tirade, I'd guess the rock jaguar buried you here for some reason. Am I correct?
Arbor asked.
Yes. Someone should give you a friggin' medal for figuring it out. Now get me out of here!
The dwarf yelled again.
No, I don't think I will. All you have done since we found you is complain. You've also been treating me like I'm some sort of moron. I think we'll leave you for the giant cat. Though I'm not sure if it'll even want to eat you. Thanks for the hammer, though. I bet I can get some good money for it. Come on, Grack. We're leaving.
He called over his shoulder as he walked away from the dwarf. Grack looked surprised at this statement, but shrugged and hurried to follow.
Wait!
The dwarf called out in panic. Arbor just kept walking.
I'm sorry!
The dwarf called again.
I've been down here for days without food or water. Please don't leave me here to die.
Arbor stopped then and turned around.
I will free you,
Arbor said. The dwarf opened his mouth to thank him, but Arbor cut him off.
On one condition, though. You will formally apologize to my friend and I for all of your earlier comments. Otherwise...
He let the threat hang. The dwarf was quick to agree and apologized profusely, going so far as to praise them for their bravery and good looks. Arbor just rolled his eyes and walked back to him. He worked swiftly, breaking up the stone around the dwarf. Once he was done, he grabbed him by the arm and hauled him up out of the hole.
Thanks for that, lad,
he said as he dusted himself off. He was about average height for a dwarf, around 4.5 feet. He had a short beard, meaning he was quite young, though Arbor couldn't tell what color the beard was due to all the dirt. He had broad, wide-set shoulders and was quite muscular as well. Arbor passed the dwarf a water skin, and he took it gratefully, taking a long sip and swirling it around in his mouth before spitting it out. He then took another sip, swallowing this time and smacking his lips. He took a few more sips and splashed a bit onto his face and hands. Arbor could now see his features more clearly and thought he looked sort of familiar.
Thank you for your timely rescue,
he said, bowing slightly to the two of them.
Without your help, I'd have been that beastie's next meal. I owe you a debt.
Arbor nodded at the statement, agreeing wholeheartedly with him. He wasn't about to forget all the insults, even if the dwarf had apologized.
The name's Hordvig,
the dwarf said.
But everyone just calls me Horde.
Well, I'm Arbor, and you already know Grack.
Arbor said in the way of introduction.
So tell us, Horde, what are you doing down here?
Grack asked. Here, Horde started to get worked up.
Well, I was a part of the last patrol sent down to find out what kind of beast was haunting these halls. My entire patrol escaped, except for me, of course. Just ran and left me for dead. Cowards, all of them.
Arbor was shocked that they could do such a thing. He couldn't understand how someone could leave a friend behind just to save themselves.
Tell me, Horde,
Grack said, walking over.
What would you do if you saw any of them again?
I would drag them all in front of the king as cowards and deserters,
he proclaimed angrily.
But what would that accomplish?
She asked.
The king told us of all the people it already killed. Would you see more of your countrymen die? Just to satisfy a grudge?
Arbor was a little surprised that Grack, of all people, would care about the lives of dwarves. Most of them hated her kind with a passion, though there did seem to be a few exceptions. Horde stood there for a moment, thinking.
When you put it that way, it does sound a bit petty. I suppose I'd like to give them a good wallop, but I wouldn't want them killed on my behalf,
he admitted grudgingly. Grack nodded, satisfied with his answer.
I think we should take him with us when we leave Hart,
Grax said, turning to Arbor.
I think he'd make a good addition to our team, and it would give us a better chance at rescuing your sister.
Arbor thought on that for a moment. He'd been skeptical about the dwarf at first, but anyone willing to put aside a personal grudge in favor of the greater good was all right in his book.
You know, I think you're right. That is an excellent idea.
She flashed him a grin, and the two of them turned towards the dwarf, who looked outraged.
Hold on now,
He began.
I never agreed to any of this. If you think I'll just go waltzing off on some harebrained adventure, then you've got another thing coming.
Arbor had been waiting for the dwarf to finish his latest rant, and was opening his mouth to give the dwarf a piece of his mind, when a loud roar shook the cavern. They all stopped talking and turned slowly, as a creature that even their worst nightmares would fear emerged from the opposite tunnel.